Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya headquarters. These are our top stories. Israel says it is ready to strike Iran in days, prompting the US to pull diplomats from the Middle East. More than 200 people have died in the Air India crash, but one person has been found alive. He has been called a miracle survivor. New details have emerged on the Austrian school gunman, with police saying he was an avid player of online shooting games. Ukraine and Russia have swapped a fresh group of war prisoners, the third exchange this week under a deal agreed at peace talks in Turkey. Now, Israel is considering striking Iran in the coming days, with or without US support. That's according to several reports. This has prompted the US to withdraw diplomats and authorize the voluntary departure of military families from parts of the Middle East. Iran is warning its response would be unprecedented, more forceful and destructive than ever before. For more on this, I'm joined by Doron Spielman, IDF spokesperson for Jerusalem. An absolute pleasure to have you on the show this evening, Doron. According to reports, Israel is preparing to conduct a major attack on Iran in the coming days. In light of this, the US has closed its embassy in Baghdad. When and why is Israel planning to carry out this operation?
Leigh Ann, thank you very much for having me. This is certainly a very auspicious time. Iran is, I think the why should be obvious to everybody. Iran is the largest, not only sponsor of state terror in the entire world, they are a monster when it comes to any democracy or any freedom, including for their own people. And them having a nuclear bomb is like, giving a gun to a mass killer. And I think it's really in the interest of the entire world to make sure that Iran cannot develop or be able to fire nuclear weapons. And in fact, the JCPOA, the agreement that Iran had with the United States, the International Atomic Energy Commission, issued a statement today, which is the strongest statement that they've issued in over a decade, that essentially Iran's been doing what we know. They've been duping the international community, engaging in international negotiations while developing nuclear material. I mean, as the commission said, they sent the inspectors home, they hid their development underground, and just a few days ago, the heads of Iran said that they'll be close to having 12 nuclear devices. So the reason why is obvious. Israel, we've already been struck by Iran. Let's not forget that close to 1,000 ballistic missiles were fired from Iran unprovoked towards Israel, ballistic missiles, similar to the ones that were shot at Saudi Arabia at your Abakai refinery site. Thank God we intercepted them. But they pose a threat to Israel and the world, and they have to be stopped.
Doron, you didn't answer my question on when. Are these attacks going to happen? Because it's just reports at the moment.
Look, I don't know when, and if I did know when, of course, Leigh Ann, I think you understand that I couldn't speak about that openly. However, what I will do is I will give you, to some degree, the window. Based on Iran's second attack against Israel, Israel did strike. As we know, we carried out 2 strikes in response, and on the second strike, we eliminated most of Iran's aerial defenses. So essentially, the monster called Iran, which is very close to your border, its aerial defenses are, relatively speaking, open. Now, that's not going to last forever. Iran has already ordered and imported material from China, according to foreign reports, which are going to be used to not only accelerate the nuclear program, but to rebuild all the missile defense systems that Israel took out. So as that window is open, if there's going to be a strike, it needs to be very, very soon. And I think, Leigh Ann, if it doesn't happen, we're all going to look back, whether we're in Saudi Arabia, Israel, the United States, and look back at this window and say, how did we not stop this regime of terror when we had the chance? And if we're asking that question, Leigh Ann, it means something terrible has happened, because Iran would just as easily use a nuclear device in the same way that they fired rockets from Yemen towards Saudi Arabian oil facilities.
Doron, if this attack is carried out, will it be in coordination with the US, as the Trump administration is in discussions with Iran about a diplomatic deal to curtail the country's nuclear program? We know that. So will the US be joining you in these strikes when they do happen?
The United States and Israel have, Leigh Ann, probably the closest relationship maybe of any two countries in the entire world. We share common values. We both stand for freedom, and we've been coordinating this all along. Israel has said from the very beginning, we don't believe any agreement with Iran is worth even the paper that is written on, and that's what was confirmed today by the International Atomic Energy Agency, that they've been defying all of the orders. However, the president of the United States has said that Iran will not have a nuclear weapon, and he is engaging in talks. Israel respects that, but we've also said when those talks run out, we will act. And if we have to act alone, we'll act alone. But of course, it is in the interest of the United States and the Western world as a whole that Israel should be successful. And therefore, we're going to take any help we can get. But Israel will do, Leigh Ann, what Israel needs to do to keep our country safe. We've shown that. We have struck the Houthis numerous times in response to their massive assault on Israel. Almost every day I have to go into a shelter with my family because they're shooting a ballistic missile. It's happened hundreds of ballistic missiles, and that is a farther away target than Iran. We've struck at them from the air. We struck them from Navy boats earlier this week, and we've shown that we'll do what needs to be done. And we hope that the entire world should see this as really a joint goal.
So this strike would be a dramatic break with the Trump administration, which has argued against such a move. Israel is already under pressure from Western allies regarding the situation in Gaza. Doron, in your point of view, can Israel really afford to lose America's trust at a time when some allies are breaking ranks?
I disagree with the premise, Leigh Ann. The trust of the United States and Israel is based on decades and decades of partnership, and both of us understand very clearly, and the American people, and certainly President Trump, more than anyone understands, is that at times we try to use a carrot if we can. We try to bring people to the negotiation table. Neither of our countries are looking for war. But if you have a terror enemy, similar to Hitler in the Nazi takeover of Europe, and they are actively assaulting you and shooting ballistic missiles, no country, including Saudi Arabia, where Al Arabiya is based, or any country, England, anywhere else in the world, would stand by and allow their population to be decimated. And therefore, I think the entire world and any thoughtful person around the world knows that you have to act to defend your people. And if Israel cannot act to prevent Iran, who've said that they're going to destroy Israel, from attacking it, then why do we exist? We might as well just fold in and raise the white flag and give in to terror. But that's not what we're going to do. That's not what the United States would do. I don't believe that that's what your country would do. And therefore, none of us are looking for war. But if there's no alternative but to protect your people, then going to war, well, then that's the ultimate reason to do it, I think.
Benjamin Netanyahu has faced a no-confidence vote this week. He's also appeared in court on corruption charges yet again. Is time running out for Benjamin Netanyahu?
I think that Benjamin Netanyahu, let's not forget that Israel is a democratic country, and we voted for Prime Minister Netanyahu, and he won in democratic elections. And there's been plenty of trials that have taken place over the years, and nothing has stuck to him. And what I can tell you is that even the head of the opposition, Yair Lapid, said today to the president of Argentina who was visiting, I agree with Benjamin Netanyahu that Israel cannot put aside its national defense, and we have to always act in our own best interest. Leigh Ann, we are people that suffered the Holocaust. We know what it is to be left defenseless. And Israel, this beautiful country that we've returned to after thousands of years, speaking the same language, having a vibrant democracy for Arabs, Jews, Muslims, and Christians. We are only, Leigh Ann, 1/5 of 1% of the entire Middle East. And we are the ones that are taking care of Iran. And whether it's Bibi Netanyahu or someone else in charge, the Israeli people are behind them, because we know we can't outsource our security to anyone. And therefore, we will do what needs to be done to protect our people. We are calling on the world, stop Iran while you can. And if not, then we will have to act.
Doron, just before I let you go, today there are more reports of 5 deaths at an aid distribution centre in Gaza. As you know, Israel will not allow foreign journalists to verify the details. They're not allowed into Gaza. Why are these aid sites becoming death traps for the people of Gaza?
Well, it's very simple. Unfortunately, Hamas, which has been diverting the aid, more than 60% of the aid that's been delivered to the Gaza Strip, Hamas has diverted, put into their own supermarkets and sold in the black market and made not millions of dollars, but billions of dollars. And therefore, when you have aid centers that are being secured by Gazans, provided aid by Israel and other countries around the world, well, this basically breaks the monopoly of Hamas on the Gaza Strip, and therefore they are making it dangerous by targeting Gazan civilians so that they will not go to those centers. And we don't need reporters on Gaza to see this. We have the Gazan people themselves that are videoing this with their own phones inside of Gaza. All you have to do is click on the internet, on anywhere, and you'll see the Gazan people. They're the ones that are providing the evidence. And I think, again, this is a time that the world needs to understand. Israel must destroy Hamas. It must destroy Hamas because it carried out October 7th. It must destroy Hamas because they want to do it again. And it must destroy Hamas because the Gazan people are trapped, not today. They have been trapped in a reign of terror since, unfortunately, they voted for Hamas in 2006, and they can't get out from underneath them. And so therefore, in the same way that Iran is a state terror that must be destroyed, hopefully by other countries in the world as well, Hamas has to be destroyed by Israel, and no other country in the world would even face scrutiny in the face of such a noble mission to destroy a terror organization that is threatening it and the civilians around it. And
Doron Spielman, IDF spokesperson, I'm so sorry you're there from Jerusalem. That's all we've got time for today, but an absolute pleasure to have you on the show and to have your insights. Once again, thank you so much.
Thank you, Leigh Ann.
Following the Austria school shooting, new details have emerged about the 21-year-old suspect, Arthur A., who shot 9 people at a school he formerly attended. Austrian police have revealed he'd planned to detonate a pipe bomb. Investigators also noted his strong interest in online first-person shooter games. For more on this, I'm joined from Vienna by former Austrian MP Harald Tusch. A pleasure to have you on. Austria is still mourning the loss after the deadly school shooting in Graz. How is the city healing and coming to terms with the tragic events that unfolded?
Well, good evening. I must say Austria is under a terrible shock. This attack, by now we have 10 dead people, 9 young students at the age between 14 and 17, and 1 teacher, a woman just before her retirement. Austria is a peaceful country, and actually we have limited access to weapons and pistols, rifles. So this came as a complete shock. Never there had been an event similar to what happened in Graz a few days ago.
Criminal investigators have released information about the school shooter today. We are now aware he was an introverted fan of online shooting games. How concerning are these developments?
Well, it's very concerning. And the government now started a debate on protection of the people. I was for many, many years spokesman for human rights, and the basic human right is the right to live, to protect one's life. So the considerations are, how can we protect schools, hospitals, whatever public places, protect people from such violent attacks? And of course, one consideration is the admission to control the admission of schools, entrance detectors, metal detectors. This would be a very costly measurement. The second thing is to improve help for potentially aggressive people. This might be very, very difficult, but it will be necessary. Now, the problem is, as we see in this case of the 21-year-old Arthur, that he was an isolated person. So the thing is, or the issue is, how can society, how can social institutions find these people or encourage them to look for help and get out of their isolation and give them the assistance, the psychic assistance they need. The fourth point is the media coverage. How far can, in a democratic country with free journalism, how can we cover such an issue by the media that there is no encouragement, no copy effect of such an incredible crime?
And all of those things that you pointed out to me are the big questions that many countries ask themselves surrounding this topic. But the shooter had acquired the guns legally in April and May, and he passed a psychological evaluation to obtain the necessary permit. Is Austria going to go one step further and renew its gun laws in light of this attack? You know, does it need to be stronger measures in place?
Well, as the mayor of Graz, a woman, the mayor pointed out that the laws, the rules for acquiring rifles or pistols should be under a more strict control. In the case of this 21-year-old Arthur, I think it's we should think about stricter rules acquiring weapons.
And I actually had a look at the statistics myself when this happened, and 30% of Austrians own firearms. This is actually a larger amount than I would have ever perceived. Is there plans for the government now to implement more security in schools, like you were saying, and also maybe to try and get a grip of why there are so many guns? Is there anything that can actually really be done?
Well, I cannot agree with the 30%. I mean, you might have got a point in the figure. We are speaking about 1.5 million guns or pistols, but as Austria is a country of many forests, and it's a hunting country. But many of those hunters don't have one rifle, but they have a selection of rifles to do their, let's call it, job, or to follow their activity. Now, if you calculate that quite a number, thousands of hunters control not one weapon, but a number of weapons, then we would not be by 30%. Nevertheless, you have got a point that we have to consider the rules, how easy it is to acquire a weapon.
Harald Tuch, former Austrian MP, it was a pleasure to have you on the show and for all your thoughts and insights. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your considerations and for the talk.
Thank you. Let's take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. A Manhattan jury has found former movie mogul Harvey Weinstein guilty of one sexual assault case at his retrial. The jury has so far not recorded a verdict in relation to an allegation of rape against a third woman. The case was being retried after an appeals court overturned his 2020 conviction last year. Disney and Universal are suing artificial intelligence firm Midjourney over its image generator. The copyright lawsuit in a Los Angeles federal court claims Midjourney pirated and distributed unauthorized copies of their famed characters, such as Darth Vader, from Star Wars. Disney and Universal claim Midjourney made $300 million in revenue last year because of the pirated AI images. The US has launched a review of its multi-billion-dollar submarine deal with the UK and Australia, saying the security pact must fit its America First agenda. The news follows US Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth's recent request for Australia to significantly boost its defense spending. Under the AUKUS pact, Australia would be armed with nuclear-powered submarines at a cost of more than $350 billion. Now, over 200 people are dead after a London-bound Boeing 787-8 Dreamliner operated by Air India crashed in the Indian city of Ahmedabad. The plane, which was carrying passengers from across the world, including India, Britain and Canada, went down shortly after takeoff. The crash is the biggest in a decade and is the latest in a string of Boeing safety concerns. For more on this, I'm joined by our correspondent, Neha Punya, who is in New Delhi. Thank you so much for joining us. This is a fast-moving, developing news story. What do we know so far?
That's right. Emergency operations are still continuing in Ahmedabad, the city in western India, where that crash happened on Thursday afternoon. We've now seen the army that's been pressed into rescue operations as well. Police teams there, first responders are combing through the debris of the plane, looking for survivors. India's Home Affairs Minister, who is Prime Minister Narendra Modi's right-hand man, has arrived at the site of the crash a little while ago, and he's confirming what Indian media have been reporting for a while now, that there is one survivor who has been taken to a local hospital and is being treated. The Indian minister has met him, and he's also addressed the media a little while ago, saying that the final death toll from this tragedy will only likely be out once DNA tests have been conducted. He's expressed his condolences to those who've lost friends and family members in this crash, and also said that when that aircraft crashed, there was so much fuel on that aircraft that it became a fireball, and the temperature soared so high, he says there was no opportunity to pull anyone else to safety. What happened on Thursday afternoon was soon after takeoff, people who were very close to the airport have described seeing that aircraft struggle to really gain height. It reached a height of about 600 feet before it wavered and then crashed into a densely populated residential area just adjacent to that airport in the city of Ahmedabad. Here, the plane crashed into a building on the compound of a medical college, and like you were saying, there are 200 bodies that have been recovered, but we don't yet know if all of these are of the passengers who were on board that aircraft, or also belong to people who were in and around that site where that plane crashed on Thursday.
And as you did mention there, the crash happened shortly after takeoff and hit a residential area. What have we heard from the Air India CEO and also the Prime Minister of India?
Well, Prime Minister Narendra Modi expressed his shock and said that this was, a heartbreaking tragedy. Heartbreaking beyond words is the phrase he used. And that's a sentiment that millions of Indians are expressing this Thursday night as well. This is one of the worst aviation disasters India has seen in decades. And, many questions about what exactly went wrong. Air India has said that this is a difficult day for everyone, and they're doing their best to cooperate with first responders on the ground. They've also also announced compensation for family members who've lost loved ones in this crash. They're saying that they will be given $1,600,000 per family, and that the medical expenses of anyone who's been injured will also be borne by the company. We've also heard, of course, from Boeing, the manufacturer of that aircraft, and they've said that they are in contact with Air India, and their thoughts and prayers are with passengers, crew and first responders. We've also heard, of course, from officials in the US and UK, with teams from those countries now traveling to India. They will be part of the investigation that will look into what exactly happened, and the search operations, aviation experts, they will also now be hoping to secure the black box to try and throw more light on what happened in the minutes after takeoff and after that plane crashed.
Neha Punya, thank you so much for joining us with the latest on that deadly air accident today. Let's take a look at the top business news now. Shares of the plane maker Boeing fell nearly 8% in pre-market US trading today. That's after an Air India aircraft headed to Gatwick Airport with 242 people on board crashed minutes after taking off from India's western city of Ahmedabad. The plane was a Boeing 787-8 Dreamliner, one of the most modern passenger aircraft in service. India's federal health minister said many people were killed in the crash, as we've just been hearing from our reporter. Now, the dollar hit a new year low today while stocks ease from record highs. That's as investors flock to safe haven assets due to Middle East tensions and growing concern over the fragility of a trade truce between Washington and Beijing. The dollar, which has lost around 10% in value against a basket of currencies this year, fell to its lowest since April 2022 in European trading. And to sports news now. England right back Trent Alexander-Arnold has addressed his audience in Spanish when he was presented as a Real Madrid player on Thursday. The former Liverpool player called signing for Real a dream come true and a huge responsibility to play for the 15-time European champion. Real Madrid's opening Club World Cup group game is against Saudi side Al Hilal next week in Miami. And we'll end off with a little bit of news about Wimbledon's prize money. It's going to increase by 7% to a total pot of £53.5 million for this summer's championships. The winners of the men's and women's singles title will each receive £3 million, an increase of more than 11% on 2024. The All England club's announcement comes amid growing player demands for a bigger share of Grand Slam profits. And now to the war in Ukraine. Russia has launched a new round of drone attacks overnight, killing at least 6 people, while Kyiv said it has struck an electronics factory near Moscow. This comes as Ukraine receives the bodies of more than 1,000 dead soldiers as part of an ongoing prisoner exchange with Moscow. For more on this, we are joined by Ukrainian MP Helena Yanchenko, who is currently in Kyiv. Helena, great to have you on the show. Ukraine has claimed the strike on a Russian electronics factory near Moscow. Can you give us any more details on the operation that was carried out? Apologies, we are having some technical issues there. We will try to get back to Helena when we can in a short moment's time. Oh, I do apologise. Can you hear me? Hello, Helena. Have you got me?
I can hear you really well.
Oh, brilliant. OK, great. I'll just go back through my first question with you. Ukraine has claimed the strike on a Russian electronics factory near Moscow. Can you give us more details about the operation that was carried out by Ukraine?
Yeah, but to start with, I want to underline that Ukraine did not start this war. It was unprovoked war started by Russia. And that's why Ukraine is forced to protect ourselves. And we are forced to actually hit military infrastructure of Russia. Another thing that I want to point out is that Russia is not only waging a war for territory of Ukraine, but it's waging a war against civilians, against residential neighborhoods in Ukraine, as well as against culture, religion, and spirituality. Since the start of full-scale invasion 3 years ago, more than 630 religious sites, including mosques, churches, and synagogues, have been damaged or destroyed. So how can we talk about peace when even mosques, places where people pray to God for peace, are being destroyed?
Helena, I think a lot of the reason that there are peace talks or ceasefire talks is going on is just so that what you've explained to me, the horrendous conditions in Ukraine, that those can stop. And I think a lot of the world watches this and they want a ceasefire deal to be reached to some degree. Do you not think that this is the best way to move forward, to communicate with Russia?
It's a very good question. Thank you for asking that. There is no other nation or no one else wants peace as much as Ukrainians. We are sick and tired to live under shelling. We are sick and tired to read in the news how our families are being killed in the middle of the night in their beds. So Ukrainians want the peace desperately. But what we realized, not only over the past 3 years of the full-scale invasion of Russia into Ukraine, but also over the past 11 years of the war that Russia is holding against Ukraine, is one thing. There is no other way to stop this war but to force Russia. And in our opinion, there are two ways to force Russia to stop the war. Way number one is tremendous sanctions, including secondary sanctions against Russia. So if Russia will be basically cut from the world economic, that might weaken that country and stop the war. And second way, with the first way, we really trust in our partners, including US, but also partly European Union. And the second way to stop this war is actually to force Russia, well, physically. And that's what we are doing as Ukraine. This is something that we can trust in ourselves. And that's why we plan this, in my opinion, absolutely brilliant operations, like the recent net operation to actually destroy the military units on the territory of Russia. So to destroy Russian military jets, so they don't use it against Ukrainian civilians in the middle of the nights.
But Helena, Russia would argue back that those attacks, they said, were going to have repercussions and they were going to fire back at Ukraine for Operation Spiderweb. And has Ukraine been suffering from the repercussions of the actions that they did carry out against Russia, also with the bridge, which Russia called a terrorist attack?
Yeah, they've been carrying out the shelling against Ukraine without any reasons for the past almost 3.5 years. Russia don't need reasons to actually kill Ukrainians, kill civilians, kill families, kill women and children. They've been doing it for over the past 3.5 years. So I don't believe in this argument. Russia has occupied Ukraine. Russia has invaded in Ukraine. And there is one very easy way to stop the war. Russia and Russians should go back to their country. We've not been occupying their country. We've not been killing their civilians. This war is very white and black. There are no gray shadows in this conflict, in this war. So if Russia wants to stop the war, they can simply, ceasefire and go back home.
Ukrainian MP Helena Yanchenko, thank you so much for your thoughts and your insights. Appreciate you having you on the show. Now to the US-China trade talks. President Donald Trump called the trade talks between the world's two largest economies in London a done deal in a social media post yesterday. However, China's Ministry of Commerce has described the outcome as a framework to consolidate what was agreed during negotiations in Geneva last May, calling it just the first step. For more on this, our correspondent Camille Nedilek joins us now, and she's in Hong Kong. Thank you so much for joining us. So we've heard China's response to US comments on the trade deal. We know Donald Trump essentially approved it in a Truth Social post. But what have we heard from China today?
So President Xi Jinping is quite a contrast to US President Donald Trump. Donald Trump has turned to Truth Social throughout these trade negotiations, essentially using it as a stream of consciousness. He's now gone on to say that it is a good deal. He'd previously said that negotiations with China was difficult. President Xi Jinping, on the other hand, he keeps his cards close to his chest. Now, the Chinese Foreign Ministry, during its daily press briefing earlier on Thursday, said that progress had been made on both sides and that China had made a commitment and that China honors its commitments. Now, on Wednesday, a Chinese trade negotiator had said that those talks were professional and that they had been honest. But in the past few hours, we have seen a shift in tone, with a Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesperson posting on social media platform X that in contrast to some who raise tariffs and build walls, China lowers them, promoting win-win cooperation and common development. So within a day, we are back to these veiled references to the United States. So the tone has already hardened. And that's something that we've seen throughout the trade war. There'll be a little bit of progress, and typically on that day, the tone will soften on both sides. But then within a day, within 24 hours, the tone starts to harden again and things turn south again on both sides.
Yeah, exactly. And I feel like we've seen the sort of tit-for-tat retaliation happening between the US and China regarding the trade situation. But is it a fair assessment that the Chinese official has downplayed what President Trump has said on Wednesday? It's a done deal, and maybe things could ramp up again in light of this.
So, I didn't quite hear you there, but I think you were asking me about the markets, the market reaction.
I was actually just asking you if you did think that it was a fair assessment that the Chinese official was downplaying what President Donald Trump has said. It was a done trade deal and we could possibly see this trade war ramp up again.
So absolutely, I think it is a fair assessment when you compare the language coming out from Washington versus Beijing. President Xi Jinping has yet to comment on the deal. We don't know if he's even agreed to it. It could still fall apart at the last minute. It may not cross the line, whereas Donald Trump is touting this as a triumph. But he's very obviously pleased at this deal, calling it a done deal. I think most assessments would say that is premature. We also are very scant on the details. What exactly is this framework? What exactly has been agreed to? We don't know yet.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's that uncertainty that the markets have been reacting to. But what market reaction have we seen from, Wall Street and across the globe following the comments by both countries?
Absolutely. So the market movements have been muted, and that's quite simply because the markets are waiting to see what is going on. They quite simply don't have enough information to know whether or not this is the reprieve that they had been hoping for. The Hang Seng, however, dropped by over a percentage point. Now, South Korea is in trade negotiations with Washington, like several other countries that are trying to broker a deal before the beginning of July, which is when the tariffs come back into force. Those trade talks had stalled because obviously President Yoon Suk-yeol was removed from office, and then South Korea had to have general elections. Now the new president has said he hopes that Washington will take into account that South Korea is trying to get its house in order and just wasn't able to take part in those talks. U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said that countries that are taking part in these talks in good faith will be granted extensions ahead of that expiry date.
Camille Nedilek, it's a pleasure to have you on the show and to break down all of that about the US-China trade talks. Thank you so much. A reminder of our top stories. Israel says it is ready to strike Iran in days, prompting the US to pull diplomats from the Middle East. More than 200 people have died in the Air India crash, but one person has been found alive. He has been called a miracle survivor. New details have emerged on the Austrian school gunman, with police saying he was an avid player of online shooting games. Ukraine and Russia have swapped a fresh group of war prisoners, the third exchange this week under a deal agreed at peace talks in Turkey. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and, of course, follow us on X. Counterpoints with Melinda Nucifora is coming up next. Plus, we'll be back in a couple of hours with a W News Extra. Goodbye and have a nice evening.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
But in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome. I'm Rawia Alami and this is the Dailies, where we take a look at important news stories, reports, analysis and articles published in newspapers and media outlets across the world. Most newspapers continue to cover the protests that have spread across the US against the Trump administration immigration policies. Many other newspapers also reported on recent US and European concerns that Israel is ready to strike Iran. Other concerns regarding US's fears regarding the prospect of an Iranian retaliation, which led the United States to withdraw diplomats from Iraq and authorize the voluntary departure of US military family members from the Middle East. Media outlets also continue to focus on the US-China trade negotiations, with many viewing it as a step back from the trade war between the two countries. We'll start with the Washington Post, which published the results of a new poll. It conducted by texting 1,000 Americans, including Californians, about the LA protests. The results show that Americans are deeply divided over the protests and President Trump's decision to send the National Guard and Marines there. About 41% of Americans support the military deployment, while 44% oppose it. As for comments from participants, they ranged from extreme opposition to the federal military forces to extreme also support to the government's move. These are just, or this is just a sample of the different comments that the poll received. Deploying the military to crush political protest is classic authoritarian fascism and must be opposed. Now, that is a Californian man who's independent. Apparently, he's 38 years old, while another Californian man who's a Republican said, quell the uprising before it gets out of control. Another Maryland woman who's 37 from the young generation, who's a Democrat, said it doesn't seem like the city or state asked for or wanted that support and seems to be escalating an already difficult situation. As for who is in support and who opposes the administration's decision, let's have another look. As you can see here, in California, 32% were in support, while 58% were opposing. And if we go to other states, the numbers are slightly different. While as for the Democrats, 10% only supported, we're talking about the use of military force, while there was 76 opposing that use, while the Republicans, the numbers completely flip to 86% in support, while 6% in opposition. When the participants were asked about whether they support or oppose the LA protests themselves, this was the result. We can see it here, 39% were in support, 40% opposed it. Now, it looks like Americans are almost evenly split over the protests against the federal government's immigration enforcement efforts, with about 39%, as you saw, in support of the protests, while 40% were in opposition. And when the participants were asked whether the police were using too much force dealing with the LA protests, these were indeed the results. 37% approved, while 52% disapproved of using that force, which means about 3 in 10 Americans say police are using too much force dealing with the protesters, and about a quarter say they are not using enough force, and over 4 in 10 say they are handling it about right. And finally, when they were asked if they approve or disapprove of the way President Trump is handling immigration enforcement, including deportation, these were also a similar result. In conclusion, the survey highlights a nation sharply divided over immigration and protest rights. The Times of Israel covered the anticipated high-level UN conference on the two-state solution, publishing an inside story report expressing Israel's concern as it fears that France is considering recognizing a Palestinian state. Now, the report highlights that the move could be signaled if Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman attends the UN conference with French President Emmanuel Macron. The Crown Prince or his attendance would likely encourage other world leaders to join, including possibly British Prime Minister Keir Starmer. However, the piece notes that France faces pressure from the Trump administration, which says recognizing Palestine could harm hostage talks in Gaza. Israel strongly opposes the idea, calling it a reward for Hamas. The article explains that the decision is not final, but if France and others act, it could mark a major shift in international support for Palestinian statehood. The outcome will depend on upcoming diplomatic moves at the UN. While many newspapers reported on the U.S. reducing non-essential personnel at its military bases in the Middle East in fear of Iran retaliating to any attacks against it carried out by Israel, Israel Hayom published a report saying Iran is moving faster towards building a nuclear weapon. The report highlights that Israel and Western intelligence agencies are worried as President Trump is less confident about a deal with Iran now. The piece points out that Israel wants a military strike because it fears any agreement will not stop Iran's missiles and terror threats, while Iran is also rejecting U.S. offers and warning it will attack American bases if needed. The report also notes that the U.S. is unsure if it should stop, join, or support an Israeli attack, even though other reports have currently indicated that Trump has warned Netanyahu against striking Iran at this point of the negotiations. Nonetheless, Israel sees a rare chance to strike as Iran's defenses are weak and uranium is being enriched. The piece concludes that with much international concerns regarding the complex situation in Gaza, the final decision will be up to Trump and Netanyahu. The New York Times published a news analysis highlighting how America's closest allies, like Britain, France, Canada, and Japan, are working more closely together. They are doing this because President Trump is changing U.S. priorities and putting tariffs on these countries. The allies are signing new trade deals and military agreements and are also joining forces on issues like sanctions against Israel. The analysis quotes experts who say the U.S. is becoming more isolated as its friends strengthen their own ties. The leaders of these countries are meeting at the G7 summit in Canada, and many talks will happen without the U.S. The piece concludes that the goal is not to replace the U.S., but to make their relationships with America less risky and unpredictable. America's allies want to protect themselves from sudden U.S. policy changes. The Wall Street Journal published an exclusive report explaining the new trade deal between the U.S. and China. China will allow earth or rare earth minerals to be sold to American companies for 6 months. This gives China power if trade talks go bad again. In return, the U.S. will let China buy jet engines, parts, and ethane. The report highlights that the deal was made in London after weeks of tough talks, stressing that both countries still have ways to make things worse if needed. China wants to keep control over rare earths for future talks. The U.S. is not letting China get important technology like advanced chips, and the article says both sides are playing a risky game. But for now, the agreement helps calm global markets. The Financial Times published a report covering the latest chapter in the dramatic public fallout and reconciliation between Elon Musk and President Donald Trump. After also a week of trading sharp insults on social media, Musk apologized for some of his posts about Trump, admitting he went too far. The report notes that the White House responded by saying Trump's appreciated, or indeed appreciates, Musk's statement, and that the administration remains focused on its agenda. Also, the feud had started when Musk criticized Trump's tax bill and escalated with threats about government contracts and personal attacks. Although tensions remain, allies are encouraging both men to mend their relationship, worried the dispute could hurt the administration's plans. The report also mentions that Trump recently said he was not thinking about Musk, but wished him well, signaling a possible softening of the feud. Moving on to The Guardian, which published a report saying that most Canadians now view the United States unfavorably, mainly because of tough trade policies and threats to Canadian sovereignty under President Trump. The report quotes a new Pew Research Center poll showing only 35% of Canadians have a positive view of the U.S., down from 54% last year. Most Americans, however, still see Canada and other allies in a positive light. The report highlights that Canadians are boycotting American goods and avoiding travel to the U.S. due to new tariffs and border rules. Travel by car and air from Canada to the U.S. has indeed dropped sharply. And we'll go back to the Washington Post, where we will end with this new study from the University of California at San Francisco that tracked social media use and depression in nearly 12,000 preteens over 3 years. The report highlights that the research found that as kids aged 9 to 13 increased their daily social media time from 7 to 74 minutes, depression symptoms rose by 35%. The study also shows that more social media use predicts future depression, but depression does not predict more social media use. The study also touched on cyberbullying, according to the report, saying that it was strongly linked to suicidal thoughts and substance use. The article also notes that phone use often replaces sleep and physical activity, harming health. The report concludes that experts recommend parents set media plans, limit screen time before bed, and model healthy habits to help protect our kids' well-being. That's it for today. Thanks for watching.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Welcome to the dressing room with our Arabiya News. You have a special guest today with over 450 appearances, 48 goals, played for Forest, Newcastle, Spurs, Villa, England. He was a League Cup winner 2007 and 8, thanks to me, taking a penalty away. And PFA Young Player of the Year 2002-03, Jermaine Jenners.
Thank you very much. Welcome.
Thank you.
Welcome to the Mad Gang.
Is JJ the first guest? I think he is.
Nice.
He must have had somebody else.
Second. Siddy, we had Siddy.
Oh, you had
Siddy.
Siddy on.
Second
guest. Yeah,
Thank you. No, that's Sean.
Oh, Sean,
oh,
yeah,
this is going.
well.
I felt special for a second.
What's going on here? We've had Lescott.
Oh,
God. Hold on a minute.
I like it.
Just cancelling everyone out, man. What happened to our friends? We said the same thing the last time.
It's kind of start of a new season, though, isn't it? I think that's where his head went. Pre-season, new season.
That makes sense.
Yeah, I get it. So, what we've been up to this week, Bridgie?
You go.
Me go. Mate, I've had a heavy week. So I had a. First of all, I had a wedding on Tuesday night.
Oh yeah,
got messy. So you know when your two worlds collide. So I do a bit of work at Brentford, a bit of coaching and ad hoc. So there's some of the guys there, great guys, the Brentford coaches. So I've been going into that with my professional head on. Do you know, like you go to a football club, responsible for looking after the players, helping them. But it was actually with the lads from Lillishall. It was one of the guys' weddings. So you know when you ain't seen your mates who for years and they're like, they're 15. The last time you saw them, 16. So by the end of the wedding, like you're acting like a 16-year-old and you're throwing burgers around the wedding party.
Burgers.
Showed him the real Joe.
What the hell's going on in this wedding?
Yeah, so like the mask slipped, JJ. This is good for. I feel like people can come here and say, I'm. Yeah, so that happened. Ended up in the back of my mates. The wedding finished at 1 a.m. And then you don't want to stop there, like Tuesday night in Manchester. So we're searching one of my mates is a delivery driver, so he had a white van. So we was about 6 of us in back of the white van driving around Manchester looking for a bar.
What the hell?
Yeah.
What's going on here?
It was a great night, mate. It was a great night. We've seen your old mates. Yeah. It was fantastic. Done that, mate.
Nice.
That was good. What else I do? I had the boys played a tournament.
Cool.
In Bedfont. Both of them on a Saturday and Saturday and Sunday.
Bedfont. That's
Bedfont
near
in Feltham.
My neck of the woods.
Yeah. I didn't. Your name was mentioned.
Was it?
Yeah, your name was mentioned.
When you come around them zones there,
it was exalted. People were like, this guy.
Yeah. Okay,
King of the manor.
I
like
it.
Yeah. No,
I don't know about that, but
there was we had the little fella got to the semi-final, and then the big fella. He won it on the Sunday, so there's a little bit of friction at home.
Is there?
You know, one of them won a tournament, one of them didn't, but that's football. What else did it? Yeah.
Kids playing football is class, isn't it?
Do you know we had one of them? We had
normal football.
So good, isn't it?
Yeah, I love it. We had one of them
intense,
moments.
Yeah.
I need to tell you this. We had one of them moments on Saturday where they're playing against semi-final. Kids got fouled. There's a foul. The ref didn't give it. Fellas chirping up at the ref, and it was getting a bit heated. And the parents, and you're like. And then guys had to come onto the pitch and tell the parents to calm down.
Yeah, it's mad.
And it's just, the geezer's just gone again. And it's just like, I'm thinking, mate, do you know, like, only kids football does that to people.
Yeah,
Normal people, it sends them mad, doesn't it?
Yeah. I run the line on a Saturday for my daughter's team. Cool. It's like the best thing I do. So good, but obviously, you know, like the parents give it to you every now and again when you're given certain decisions. I'm having to give a few looks, like don't even know the rules.
Biased.
I like, just shut your mouth. Do you know what I mean? But no, those like kids football. It's so weird, like when you kind of in our world and it's like go. You're playing football, then you retire, and then obviously you stumble across like your kids get to that age, don't they? Where all of a sudden you're mixing with different dads, different people, and I find it amazing, to be honest with you. I really enjoyed it, and then it was like on a Saturday. It was one of the things actually that kind of pulled me back from doing Match of the Day so much, because on Saturdays I was always in Manchester and it was like such a long day, and my daughter was playing and I was like, I'm missing it.
Yeah.
So I was like, I need to just get back down there, and running the line, man. You hear some stuff.
I've done that.
I wouldn't want to be a ref for a kid's game.
Mate.
Nah.
Do you know what happened to me? I got dragged in. I got stitched up. Mate, I've gone there. I'm all like, I've got designer wear on. Yeah,
it's a bad start.
So I'm just because I was gonna just watch the game, then I was gonna be off because I had something to do.
Okay.
So
what did you have to do?
I had things to do, man. On a Sunday, you know what I mean? Let's go to church. So I was dressed to the nines, innit? And then no one, like all the other parents, I think they'd had their turn to do it.
Right. Okay.
I was the only one. I'm like the guy that. Not interested in it. I've come in designer wear, head to toe. They've asked me, I've gone, you want me to run the line like this? I said, they go, Colton, you've never done it. I was like, do you know what? I'm going to do it this time.
Your turn.
Mate, I'm on the side, on the grass with my Travis Scott's on.
That's not going to work.
And the worst thing about it, I said, do you know what? I'm not moving from this spot. But because I've never done the line before, mate, it's hard work, you know.
I know.
Mate, you got to keep on the line. Listen, I was getting all the calls wrong because I couldn't keep up with the team. So when they're bolting for, I'm like, oh man, and I'm there hobbling. And I got to hobble with it.
That's why I don't do it. It's easy way to get out of it.
Yeah, I did say that, but I had to do it this time.
What do you mean? It's the way you get out of it.
Well, see, what run can I?
What do you mean you can't run?
I've seen you bouncing around places.
I've seen you.
That's under the influence.
I've seen you dancing on the ceiling.
You fooling.
Yeah, but I wake you in the morning, mate. I can't get down the stairs.
Mate, I call you Lionel Richie, mate.
And you enjoy pain. There's a difference. Do you know what I mean with us lot?
So running the line, that's a no-go for me. But it's nice to go and watch the kids and that. But I get so frustrated at kids' football because when you like my son, I tell him something. Now he's playing academy football. But when I used to tell him something, he's actually good. He'll go and do it. But then some of the other players are not as good, and he gets frustrated. I can see he's getting frustrated, so I'll get frustrated too.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, why didn't he just pass the ball there? Why didn't he do that? And I'm thinking, you guys are kids.
Yeah.
I'm talking to this guy like he's a man. Like, I'm thinking, did you see that pass? How did you not see that pass? It's bang out of order, isn't it? So, and that's why I can see why parents get really frustrated.
Yeah.
And they get all uptight on the side of the pitch because you can see, and you want your son to score, didn't you? Or your daughter to score.
Yeah.
So he's like, Put it on the plate. Why are you so? He's so greedy, man. He's so greedy.
Demands.
My father-in-law, he's the worst as well because what he'll do. Mate, he's just doesn't. He hasn't got no filter.
Right.
So he'll just say what he sees. Yeah.
And doesn't realise the parents.
Doesn't realise. So as soon as he says it, I'm like Homer going into the bushes.
You just got to be quiet and let him enjoy the
and then
game.
I'm like to my missus, I'm like, come on, calm him down. It's embarrassing us. He watches this as well, and Pete, he knows. He just got no filter. Good old Pete. But yeah, what else have you been on? What have you been doing? Like you usually.
He's been quiet this week.
He's been quiet.
I did get a.
I played golf.
Yeah.
And then I went Joel Dommett's 40th.
Yeah. This is the cheese sandwich story. The cheese.
What have you got to bring up cheese sandwich for? Right, look, it was a good party, to be fair. It was good. Sam Thompson turned up. You know Sam?
I love him.
Yeah, great lad. He just done that challenge. Is it cycling and running? Yeah.
Did he?
But like, you know, everyone walks in, don't they? Say, "Oh, mate, amazing." I was just like, "You made a meal of that, didn't you?" He just goes, typical Wayne Bridge comment. I was like, "No, well done, mate. Well done."
His calf blew up.
Yeah, his car, it's bad.
Everything blew up. His whole leg was bandaged, wasn't it?
I didn't. Yeah, bad.
That's
fair play
pure soul.
That's a good word for him. Pure soul.
Oh, he's a great lad.
Great lad.
He brings so much energy, doesn't he?
Chelsea
like a
fan.
little kid. Yeah.
Is he, yeah? Oh yeah, because he's done that. He's made in Chelsea.
Yeah.
You can see that like, when I see him in the jungle.
Yeah.
Yeah, he looked really like warming. Like I wanted him to win. He's a top guy.
Do you know him, JJ?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I know him well. Yeah. I've just come across him from working in television for years. But I think he. I worked with him like one time on this show I was doing called MOTDX. And then I think I saw him.
That's a good show, by the way.
Yeah. Well, it's not anymore because it's not going. But it was a good show. Yeah. They lost something there. But and then I remember I went to House Festival. Like Soho House did that festival in the summer, and I was just walking through. And
I saw you.
Yeah. And I just saw this guy just like in the distance, just running, and I was like, and it was him, and he just made a beeline for me, and literally next thing I know, he's ran and jumped in my arms, and I've had to catch him. Midway, and he's like rubbing my head. He's like, oh my god, so good to see you. And I was just like, this guy's energy is mad. It's hard to not love him. Do you know what I mean? He's a great guy.
Everyone does. Yeah, it was good though. A lot of dancing. It was good. Yeah.
So that must have been. There's a lot of vibes at that party then. You and him together.
Yeah. Right. Lee Mack was there. He's good lad.
I love Lee Mack.
Yeah, great lad.
How quick is he?
He's
got to be
wicked.
sharp around those comedians, don't you? Like he's
watched that 1% fit. Have you watched that 1%?
I saw it last night.
It was on last night. It was quite funny.
I know.
Hey, see, he went out first.
Who went out first?
The ref went out first.
Yeah.
The ref went out first.
I thought Marlon Harewood would have gone out first.
Who was it?
Marlon Harewood was on it.
Marlon Harewood was on it.
I can't remember. It was out early as well, weren't he? They were talking about that.
If you went out, mate, I would have done all right,
Would you? Would you get in?
I was thinking, I'm all right.
See, that's where you get sucked in.
I'll tell you what.
What did you do?
Come on, man.
Oh, the chase. We had a poker night round my house. And we were having a good time. My missus come run up and go, Carlton Cole's on the chase. And we were like, what? He's on TV. So we're playing poker. We stopped to watch him on the chase.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it was quite bizarre, isn't it?
It was bizarre.
Yeah, because me on the I was playing poker with you lot, and then all of a sudden I'm on a TV show. And I'm watching myself fail. And
when you got a question right, everyone was like, yeah!
And I was like, yeah, I knew that.
Fair play to you. Fair play.
But listen, this is like, what did I do this week? I didn't. Oh, actually, I went to watch my son. He had finals at schools. He had like district finals. So yeah, he played and didn't really do too well.
Wow, you're calling him out on
listen,
on the airwaves.
He knows because he'll be watching this. And, but do you know what it is? I think because he's had such a long season, so he started from grassroots to the start of the season.
Right.
You've been on trial with one particular club, done really well, aced it, and then didn't get in, and that was quite of a sucker punch. You know what I mean? Like to ace a trial and not get in.
Yeah.
So that takes a lot of energy away from you, and so I've been trying to just like be a dad.
Yeah,
try
of course.
and help him through that. Then he went to West Ham and he signed with West Ham now.
Good.
Oh, you pulled the Carlton card.
Well, no, because he's a good player. He's actually a good player.
Was he a
striker?
Striker.
Okay. He's a striker. And my older son's up at Hull, so he's down as well. Wow. So he's just got a girlfriend as well. So that's a whole new thing that I've got to deal with this week. I met his girl. And I'm like, mate. So
How old is he?
He's 17. Well, the older one's 17 next week.
Wow.
So you had to do the meeting, the girlfriend thing.
Yeah. So I was doing the dad thing.
It's better that way than the way I've got to do it with my girls. If you bowl through my door at 17, bro, it's not happening.
Do you know what? I was a good guy. I was a good guy.
We were all good guys. Yeah, we're all good guys.
I was a great guy. Like, you would love to have me walk through your door.
Who would you rather, Colt or Joe?
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Anyway, moving on swiftly. That's not
1, 2, and 3.
Bridget,
choose your poison.
Choose your poison. Choose your poison.
It literally is.
I think, listen,
Yeah, that's good. Can I throw that there?
Go on.
Players you played with.
Yeah.
Who would you want your daughter to come in with? What players are like you like? That's a good guy.
That's
Mason Mount. Mason Mount.
Michael Carrick.
You played with him?
Scott Parker.
Yeah, good
Scott
guy.
Parker,
Yeah,
Scott Parker.
I'm going Michael Carrick.
You like Lionel
Carrick,
Richie.
Michael Carrick.
Yeah, good guy.
Michael,
Solid guy, Carrick. You know. The thing is, like we all know, we've all been on like Christmas parties and so on. And you know the ones that you've tried to drag into a few situations, man. Carrick was just solid. He was just like, one of those guys. You come out, have a good night, but then he's just going home.
Yeah.
I was always just chasing the night. I was just like, there's got to be something else to do. Do you know what I mean? There's always a couple of like.
Look at me, I'm 43. I'm sitting in the back of a white van, riding around Manchester, still chasing in the morning, trying to find something.
Yeah, but do you know what? I like that though in somebody as well. If my daughter's going to meet someone, then
Gotta be real.
I just think they've got to have that little something as well. Haven't they? Do you know what I mean? Because I'm gonna have to chill them at some point.
Yeah.
So,
do you know what? I'd go for Saka. I wouldn't mind.
Bukayo,
Bukayo Saka's a lovely kid, isn't it?
What about the opposite?
Christian boy?
What about the opposite? Who's not coming through the door?
Oh, mate. I'm not, definitely. Definitely not me. I'm not. I don't know.
God.
Oh, man.
There's too many.
Too many.
Basically, all of the above.
That's true. It's very true.
Everyone's got some kind of nonsense that they go through.
We know too much. That's the problem.
That is the
problem. We know too much
in our industry. And then we've got a bad rep as well.
Yeah.
People like myself and you.
Yeah.
All of you lot. You've given me a bad rep, you lot. And I'll play on it. I'll play on it. Anyway, moving on swiftly.
Jay, what have you been up to?
A lot of golf this week. Yeah, I've been out twice this week. Twice last week playing golf.
You love golf, didn't you?
Mate, I'm obsessed with it. Like,
what do you play off?
Two is my handicap. Yeah, so I'm non-stop playing, mate. Like, yeah, when I retired, it was 2018 when I first took it on. I don't know. There was just something about it that I just. Originally, it weren't even the golf. Like, let's be honest. Like, you don't take it serious like you two, but you like going out.
Love it. Yeah, love it.
And I think almost like that kind of like mental health part of it. Of like, there's nothing else I do where I get my phone, I stick it in my bag, and it don't come out for 4 hours. And I just talk to my mates. Do you know what I mean? And we go around. You play. I'm competitive with it, but it's still the best thing I do with regards to like just walking, talking. I think as men in particular. Like, there's not really a space like pubs it used to be, didn't it?
Yeah.
No one really goes down the pub anymore and just chat. So having a group and keeping it competitive. I like it, but it's just like
it's different, isn't it? It's not. It's lovely being on a golf course.
I think so. I'm going to the pub every day and getting on the sauce. It's a bit like
I didn't get into it when I was playing.
No, I didn't.
I didn't either.
I was like, no, but I wanted to. It's not like I went and had a few lessons, but I was just like, do you know what? With my swing, I was practicing my swing and I done my back. I blew my back out.
Yeah.
And then,
sorry, kids.
Stiff, innit?
You don't strike me as someone who can rotate.
I'm like,
you got to have that short backswing and follow through.
The Buffalo don't have them sort of movements in the lockup.
Have you had loads of lessons?
You need to activate your glutes.
Loads, yeah. I mean, I have lessons. Like at one point, I'm having them like once a week. Then when I kind of get it, like I get to summer usually, I just leave it alone. I play. But as soon as winter kicks in again, I'll be like once every other week.
I had one lesson. It just sent me sideways.
It does some people. I've had like 4 different coaches though. Yeah. I mean, you got to find the one that works for you.
Really?
Yeah.
What I'm doing this summer, because the boys are starting to want to play, I'm going to go over like there's a little par 3 course, like when they're and just go and have lessons with them, and play the little 9 holes and just try and get to a level they get into it.
Yeah.
Because playing with your kids would be great.
Yeah,
they'd be better than you, I reckon.
Of course they will. I'm terrible.
It's like, because Carter's had lessons. He's 9, mate. He's better than me.
Mate, I saw him. See, like in that little video that you sent, I see him practicing.
Yeah, mate,
but
he's
he's
a
got
joke.
he's got it to a T,
He's
innit?
got
With the
technique,
little leg.
yeah.
Really?
Kids
Yeah,
are
he's
free though, aren't they?
brilliant.
That's why
He's
kids are
brilliant.
free in their
Yeah.
minds, whereas
Yeah.
we're like, gotta get it here, and you think about it way too much and not
I have like my life flashes between my eyes by the time I hit the ball backswing. There's so many things going on. I'm like,
That's it, like baseball, you know.
I played with him in Intel, like about was it 4 years ago now, or something like that, at the Shire in this golf day, man. These two are giving gimmies that are like off the green. It's off the green, and they're like, "That's fine, JJ, take that." And I'm like, "Mate, I ain't trying to win this tournament. Like, I'm not getting up there with some mad amount of points that I've won."
Yeah,
that's crazy. Oh mate,
but yeah,
that's it. That's golf for you, though, man. That's golf life.
Oh yeah, I love it.
Like, listen, we've got to talk about your career, JJ.
Yeah, man.
You know what I mean? Let's start. Where do we want to start? Where would you like to start?
no, Nottingham. Because
you want to start Sunday League?
I didn't play Sunday League, bro.
You didn't play Sunday League?
No, I'm strictly academy boy.
Seriously?
Oh, yeah.
From a young age?
What age?
Like, I was at Forest from the age of like 9.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, 8 or 9, and then like
straight in.
Yeah, that's it. I started playing football in teams at the age of 7.
Okay.
Like my dad was a coach.
Your dad was a player, right?
Yeah,
Semi-pro.
he played semi-pro. Like he played for like Shepshed, Nuneaton, Borough.
What's your dad's name?
Dennis Genus.
Dennis Genus.
Yeah.
Big up then.
But then he went into coaching.
And this ain't pirate radio.
But he was a good coach, and he was like in my area, so he was coaching people like Darren Huckabee. Michael Johnson, who went to Notts County, he was at Notts County as well, so he kind of developed them as kids, and I just used to go along whilst he was coaching all the older kids, and it got to an age when I was about 5 or 6, and he was like, "Oh, just come and do these drills." He's just doing like figure of 8 drills, step overs, and I was joining in, and he was just like, "Geez, he's like better than this lot." So it can't. And then obviously you get the bug, but yeah, Forest from the age of 9, and it was, you know, it's like Tuesday, Thursday, centre of excellence type times, and I just kind of
centre of excellence
worked my way through basically, and so no Sunday League for me. Thankfully, those leagues were brutal, man. I used to go and watch, and it was just like
I used to love it.
Did ya?
So much freedom.
I think you learn a lot at those times.
7 to 14, I think I played Sunday
Did ya?
League. Yeah.
Did you? Yeah. Who did you play for?
Oliver's Battery.
Oh, is it? Yeah.
Yeah, terrible. We weren't terrible. We go up to the Premier League, get relegated, win the first division, go up, get relegated. It was a bit like that all the time.
Okay.
Yeah.
But at least you're learning those things.
Yeah.
So I think that you don't get
enjoyable.
taught those things really as a kid, because you're just playing, and all of a sudden it's like you go to play first team football, and it's like, no, every single point matters here.
Yeah. That's the problem they're trying to address because they're doing a lot of good things with the academy, and one of the things that when they go, and I know people I talk to, there's not a the kids want a league. They want to know where they are. If you're Brentford and you're going to be playing against Chelsea, Spurs, Arsenal, Fulham, like it's right. You play the game and it's like a friendly every week.
Correct. Yeah.
They don't get tournament football until they play an actual tournament. But that
needs to matter, doesn't it?
That needs to matter. I think up to 16, maybe 13, 14, start playing a little league. The kids would love it. It's important.
Yeah, I think it is, definitely. I see, because obviously when you work in an academy, they kind of mirror who they're playing. So one will be, say, the 14s will be at home, the 15s will be away, and but 15s will be with the 16s, because maybe one of them's going to be getting bumped up because one of the 16s have gone up to the under 18s. So they all get the experience, but it's a game program where you have to nurture it to what because say Crystal Palace, for instance, they were known for being a robust team, and so what they would organise between themselves, say, okay, well, we want to practice passing out from the back.
Right.
So what do we need this week? Let's try and get a team that won't let us do that, and we still have to. So the games program's really good for that. Yeah, just to tailor what you're going for. Yeah.
Really,
that's what you've got to do.
Crazy,
Yeah, so that's what it is now. But I don't know what it used to be back in the day. I think everyone's just a mirror. What the first teams play. The first teams play.
You just go and play.
Yeah.
No, but it's all tailored now,
Bridgie,
mate.
there's so much that goes into the development of young kids. It's like every kid has. My little boy played in a tournament in Burnley the other day, and he's got clips. He's sending. I'm in Munich doing he's sending me clips of like things he's done. Wow. So they're getting that level of detail. So if you're smart now, as a young player, and you can take on information, you've got all the information there to help you become a player, ain't you?
Yeah. Because you got cameras.
Yeah.
Like, see, look, when we were growing, we didn't have no cameras. So
I don't know if I don't like that.
I know
I
what you
wouldn't have
mean.
enjoyed it as
When
much.
I used to, remember we used to go on like England trials and stuff like that. They always did
Yeah.
like the filming of the
Yeah,
training
yeah,
sessions,
yeah.
and then you'd sit in meetings for
Harold
hours, wouldn't you, while
Wilson
they were
used to
filming
do that.
training?
Yeah,
And you used to
yeah.
do my nutting. I used to just
Yeah.
think like,
Yeah, but you got a VO now and you got a huddle.
Yeah, but that's because we wasn't used to it, JJ.
Maybe, yeah.
Maybe. Do you remember Techno Dave?
Yeah.
Do you remember Techno Dave? Was he
I
there
think
with
I
you?
do, yeah, yeah.
He, like,
Techno Dave.
like he was like the first guy I'd ever seen to video
Yeah,
training,
yeah.
and then like we'd be in like, I think we talked about it. We talked
Yeah, we
about
did
it.
talk about Techno Day.
He could get like Sky Sports News off of a coat hanger in
Yeah,
Moldova.
yeah.
Like, it's like, Howard
Yeah,
Wilson,
he's the
he
guy
was
that
like- he
didn't
was like-
stitch you up.
Huh?
Was he the guy that didn't stitch you
A
up?
lot of guys didn't.
You know what? I do remember
When you
going
went out
to-
and you weren't supposed to be out one time.
There's a lot of
I
that.
do remember going to La Manga once with England. I think I was with the like 21s or something. It was like a post-season tour.
Yeah.
And I remember Harold Wilkinson was there. I think with the first team.
Ledge.
I was there.
Yeah, I was going to say, and
Yeah.
you probably trained where he had the headset on.
Oh God, yeah.
And he had
Yeah.
all the speakers
Yeah,
around
yeah,
the pitch
yeah,
and all
yeah,
that.
yeah.
And the first time I saw that kind of level of technology,
Yeah,
it was
it's
like
mad.
it was.
Oh, this is serious.
Oh my God, yeah, it was.
This
it, was
is-
it was. You were watching it thinking, yeah, these
These guys know what they're doing.
messing about. Yeah, I was here for a post-season bit of a jolly up. This is legit. Yeah.
Man had the beat speakers on
He
the
did,
side of
didn't
the
he?
bit. But the thing was,
I've
I remember
seen
him like because he had the
It does
thing,
make sense, though.
And he would like saying it'd be like Cole tuck in.
Yeah.
and then he'd forget he'd have the speakers and he'd go, oh shit. You can hear it.
I'm sick of him, man.
He's not coming
This
back.
guy.
He's not coming. What is he
He ain't
doing?
serious.
But yeah, like, yeah, I love. Listen, when so you started that. Obviously, you started
Yeah.
playing for England and that, and then obviously, what was the when you no? But was you playing
Forest,
for was
first
you
team.
playing for Forest first team?
Yeah.
Before you went to England.
Yeah. Yeah. I
so
didn't get
21s.
picked. I didn't get picked for the 21s till I went to Newcastle.
Oh,
Yeah.
really?
Yeah, but I was in the first team at like 16, 17 at Forest. Like David
Was it
Platt.
16, was it?
I got into the squad at 16.
Okay.
Like one of the first, I remember it was like the end of one of the seasons, and I got a phone call from Paul Hart, who was our youth team manager at the time, and it was I think it was the last game of the season. The first team were playing Crystal Palace away, and he's like, right, you're going with the first team tomorrow, so you're not with us. Bring like your boots. This is what time you got to be at the training at the stadium. Coach leaves, blah blah blah. So I've turned up my boots and everything. Anyway, got on the coach. As I was about to get on the coach, Paul Hart was stood by the coach at the City Ground, and he just went, by the way, you're not playing. You're just going down to make teas and coffees and whatever the first team want, basically, to Crystal Palace and back. I was still buzzing. Do you know what I mean? I was like, I was young, so I've literally.
How old were you then?
Yeah, I think I was 16 at the
16,
time. Yeah,
bang on 16.
And they just and obviously once you're around that first team group, and we had people like Alan Rogers, the left back tank. He was a bit of a nutter. Andy Johnson, who was lively. Bart Williams, and it was it was a kind of group where old school. Do you know what I mean? You had to really look after yourself around those times. So when I'm on the coach and they're like JJ, tea, 2 sugars, like you got to get it right as well. They're not messing about. So I went all the way down, did that, and then Platty kind of pulled me. He went, look, go and put on a kit, and you can go and warm up with them, and I was buzzing. I was just out there, Palace, last game of the season, sun's out, and that was it. The minute I had that flavour, I mean, I wanted it anyway, but then you read when you see the fans and stuff. But then start of next season, I was straight in, basically straight in the team, starting first game of the season. And I mean, it was mad really, because it was my boyhood club. I was like, 17. I was given the armband as well. I was captain of the club at 17.
At 17?
That's
That's
mad,
incredible, Jay.
Yeah, it was
That is
mad.
incredible.
I think it's
When
still,
you think of that now,
I know, it's mad, yeah.
Captain.
captain of
17.
Nottingham Forest at
Yeah, it's
17.
unbelievable,
Yeah.
really.
That's
isn't
It
it?
was
like, you know,
mad.
that's like Jude Bellingham status.
Yeah, it was insane. I think that my younger years, I was very mature as a footballer. I was very fearless. Do you know what I mean? And also, I think the beauty of being at a club like Forest, like you was at Chelsea, weren't you, at a young age and stuff. So you might not have felt it. You two may have at your football clubs, but I remember, you'd play on a Saturday morning for that youth team. Every time I sat in the stands, in my mind, I was like, "There's no way I don't play in this team." Because it's of a certain level where you're looking at it going like, they're good players, they're top players, but number one, this club's not got the money to go and buy whatever they want to buy, and I know I'm better than these guys. So
I never felt that.
I didn't think that even.
was watching Franco Zola. I was watching Zola and Jimmy Fernandez. That's what I'm saying. Johnson. I'm thinking, oh mate, I've got my work cut out.
That's why I always used to say to kids, like when I was at Spurs, I was like, get out of here, go and play Championship football or League One football or somewhere where you're going to get some confidence. I was like, I was thrown in. Like, and when they gave me the armband, I remember they pulled me in. I'm thinking I've got to go back into this dressing room, and there's like Ricardo Schumacher's in there, and like experienced pros. Do you know what I mean? And I thought, are they going to respond?
How did they?
They were brilliant.
Yeah, and can I ask you, what do you think that was in you at 17 for the manager to go, that's my captain? Was it your dad?
How long was it? You made your debut.
Yeah.
How long did you got made captain?
I reckon it was within 2 months.
Oh.
Yeah, pretty much.
So they lined you up early then?
Yeah, because look, as you get older, you realise a couple of different things. You know what I mean? Like, I was always going to be the one where Forest were going to make their money. Because Forest was struggling at that particular time, I think. And there was talk about the club going into administration, or they were trying to sell it or something. And I was, even just coming out of the youth team, I was their most prized asset at the time. So kind of when I look back on it now, I'm like, there's some smart stuff going on with regards to like make him captain, that'll add another $1 million and stuff like that. But at the same time, you still got to be respected by your peers. You know what I mean? In the dressing room. And I think that I'd captained, at every level for England in my career, from the age of 15 all the way to 21s. I'd captained, all my youth teams and so on. So I knew what kind of like leadership and all that was about. And it was just a matter of, like walking in and just owning it a little bit. And then I think when you go into the game and you're on the pitch, you just do what you do, don't you? Yeah. And then everybody was like, oh, we can handle it. It's fine. So, it was a mad experience, I think, still to this day. I'm the youngest.
What kind of skipper were you at 17 when you're talking to the older pros? Like, what would you say to them?
Nothing.
You got to run. You got to run more.
Yeah. I think like when you go onto the pitch, you just naturally start doing stuff, don't you? I wasn't at that age.
Lead by example with your actions.
You was a talker.
I was a talker. Yeah, on the pitch.
When we played for England, I remember.
Yeah, on the pitch, I was definitely a talker. I think in midfield, you're always trying to get not other people to do your work, but the more talking I do, the less running I
say that to these kids now.
Yeah, and that's the bottom line of it.
So you got that at an early age.
Yeah, I think I figured it out. Yeah.
See, that's what any of these kids that's watching this, like when we say talk more, there's a reason, because it's a form of defending. Yeah. Do you know what I mean? So you don't have to go and do...
You're helping everyone as well.
Yeah.
Talking,
I had a big awakening when I went to... I used to go on England trials and I was so shy. And, being at Forest, like we had this thing at Forest where, Paul Hart wouldn't let you have a boot deal for years, basically. So we were sponsored by Umbro. And... like Umbro they eventually got rid of the Speciale, which was their best boot.
What a boot!
Then they had this dead boot. It was terrible.
I
don't know what it was, but like
I remember that.
It was dead. It was horrible. And I've turned up to England and I'm like dealing with all these players that play for Arsenal and Liverpool. They've all got boot deals. And you know what it's like? You used to stand in a tunnel, look at a boy's boots and be like, he's dead. He's getting ran today. That's what it used to be like, isn't it? He's not getting it today.
Basic player.
So I was like, I've turned up, confidence was low and all that. But then...
Do you know what? Like, that's another thing as well, isn't it? Yeah. When if you don't look the part, sometimes you don't feel the part.
Oh, mate, these guys are turning up with the new R9s, the new Vapors. I had some dead big fat Umbro on, and I was just like, oh, here we go.
Baggy boots.
Yeah, it was horrible. But I remember watching Pennant in training, and I was so pent up and so anxious and desperate to get in. Pennant didn't give a... He just didn't care.
Yeah, he just doesn't care.
We had one training session as kids. He just stopped training. and the coaches were like, what's going on? And he went, I need a Mars bar. And I was like...
What?
I was like, what? He went, I need a Mars bar. And someone went and got him a Mars bar, and then he just lit it up. And, watching a bit of his mentality, I just then started to kind of create this, I called it... Are you allowed to swear on this podcast or not? They're going to bleep it out. I'll call it an FU mentality, right?
Yeah.
So I was like... In my mind, I was like, okay, I've got to create something here on the pitch. So I called it my FU mentality, which meant basically the minute I step onto this pitch, I'm just shouting at everyone. So I'm just... It's like, give me the ball. And people just started to react to it. People just like, I'll just give it him, let him do it. And then I started to control games more. And I think that that level then made me realise how important communication was on the pitch. So I just think that's how I started to develop it.
That's brilliant.
For a young man.
Try and say that to my kids as well. Scream for the ball.
Yeah.
You'll get it.
They don't understand the impact
If they don't
of
give
it.
it to you, just carry on. Because if someone does scream at you, you will give it. Of
course you do.
If they're in the space, you will.
Of course you do. And then you've got to be able to kind of like,
Right,
okay, you've given it me.
yeah.
And then you start to become the go-to person. And in midfield, it's more important in midfield that you've got a voice. Because there's so much going on. I was talking to someone about this the other day in terms of like how much the game's changed. And, you know, I think one of the reasons why we see a lot more young players now is because there's no... I feel like the fear has been taken out of football. So I would have games where I'm going onto a pitch and I'm playing against Roy Keane, for example. Yeah. Or like, I don't know, even if it's like a Joey Barton or a Scott Parker or whoever it may be.
Patrick Vieira.
Yeah, all these guys where it was like, this is not really about the technical side today. Like, I'm looking at these guys and I'm thinking, I've got to protect myself. And things like your first tackle used to matter. Do you know what I mean? It was like, if I went into that tackle like half-hearted as a kid, they would just walk all over you. You had to kind of like, it was like a boxer like landing that first punch type thing where it was like, okay, he's got a bit about him. That's kind of not really, they're so protected now. I feel like that mental element of, you know, just the fear factor of a game is not there anymore. So youngsters are allowed to come in and just obviously display their talents quite freely. I mean, I got elbowed in the throat by Keith Curl when I was playing for Forest.
Keith Curl?
In my throat, mate. Wow. You know what I mean? I thought I was being smart.
Welcome to the Premier League. Welcome to professional football.
Oh, mate, honestly. He was playing at Sheffield United and I don't know what it was. It was like a free kick had been given and then he walked over to try and get the ball and I nutmegged him. And I went, Megs. And I thought,
and you said Megs!
Cheeky little figure. Cheeky little figure. Like doing that at Sheffield United. And then at a corner, I was so fresh, brand new, necks all up in the air. What's going on? And he just went, right in my windpipe. I couldn't breathe for like 2 minutes. And he was just like, he said something to me on the way by, like, you'll learn, basically. And I was like, get me out of this league now.
That is ruthless.
Because that championship, it was like, Paul Ince was in there at the time. You had Keith Curl. Remember the guy used to try and break people's legs all the time?
Millwall. And Wolves.
Yes, him.
Yeah, I know
right
you mean.
Back.
Aussie guy.
Yeah. You know exactly what I'm about.
So you learnt your lesson, whereas if it was in today's game, you'd probably carry on doing it and giving them loads, wouldn't you?
No one's doing anything. VAR's going to catch you, mate. Good luck.
Mate,
I can imagine what was that for you.
Mate, I might as well gone on a picture of Target on my back, right? But listen, David Batty done me, right? And he got sent off, actually, because it was just like, honestly, JJ, I've got the ball up some pot, I've turned into him, and he's tapping a forearm smash like that. Like he's even like, bang. Yeah. My head spun round like that. I'm on the floor, but I bounced straight up, and I just grabbed him, pushed him, right? He got sent off. David O'Leary went mental. And then I went home. Someone sent it to me recently on Match of the Day. It's interesting what the commentators would say, right? Because straight away the commentator's gone, the young man's got up there and shown his petulance. He needs to learn that side of his game. It's a man. And then as the commentator's saying that, you're seeing the replay and he's spun me with the elbow in my face. And he's doubled down, the commentator. He's gone, David has caught him, but he's poor from the young. Mate, he nearly took my head off.
Mate, you always took a challenge well, you did.
Oh, Muscat.
You always took a challenge well.
Well, I had
because
to.
you used to get smashed all the time. I remember England training.
No,
Kevin Muscat.
When you got smashed proper a few times, mate, and you took it well all the time.
And I always got taught as a kid, never show them you're hurt. Yeah. Like, that was it. Like, because the way I wanted to play, I was always going to, I was always going to get smashed.
Yeah.
The hardest tackle I've ever received was from Scotty Parker, though.
Was it?
Mate, he spun me in the air. I thought
You took flight.
He smashed me at Stamford Bridge. I thought I was at Craven Cottage.
I've seen this one, actually.
You were still a Fulham, but you didn't know what stage.
I knew I was in the borough. He's hit me, right? But the thing is, right, it's on YouTube. Like, it's got about 1 million followers. Like, my mates, because it does look funny. My mates when we're having a booze or something, they'll be like, buzzing up.
Look at this.
I've gone to receive it on the back foot, and usually I'm aware, but he's come. And as I turned, he's hit me and the outside of my foot, and he spun me and landed on my head, spun me upside down. No yellow card.
Yeah, none of that. I remember I sent you a picture. I sent him a picture about 3 weeks ago, not 3 years ago. I think something like that. Where I don't know. I think it was Chelsea against Newcastle, and I don't know if he was doing the game or I was doing the game. But I found this picture of me and Butty absolutely mullering. Butty's come over the top. Joey's like about to see the ball. Butty's like right over the top. I've gone low. He's just getting sandwiched by the both of them. I was like, I sent him a message saying, "Don't try those step overs at St James's."
Oh wow! Don't try all that malarkey round here.
Yeah, none of those step overs.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
If these kids, mate, listen, for all you young number 10s, I took the hits for you. I took them for you.
Now you're protected.
All these laws you got now.
I was saying it was Kevin Muscat.
That's
Kevin Muscat.
You're right. Yeah,
brilliant.
Absolute animal.
But yeah, good times.
So you went to Newcastle. I didn't realise it was that early. Jay.
How much you go for? What was the transfer
$5
fee?
million at the time.
Yeah, $5 million at the time.
Maybe,
Would that be in today's market?
Yeah, well, it may be the third most expensive teenager in the world. Behind
Wow.
R9, Brazilian R9 was number 1. Then Robbie Keane was Inter Milan number 2, and then it was me going to Newcastle.
Wow!
So it was like it was massive at the time. Yeah. When I look back, I didn't feel it, but I remember the best parts of it were. I mean, I told the story about kind of when I got the phone call from my manager, come in, and he was like, "We've had 3 offers. David O'Leary wants to, because Leeds wanted me. They offered 5. Ferguson had offered 3 million because he said it's a privilege to play for the club, so he's only offering 3.
Yeah.
And then they were like, "Oh, Newcastle's offered 5, and the car's going to be here in like an hour." And I was like, "It takes longer than that from Nottingham." And it's mad. Like Shaka Histop's brother was a driver. He picked me up.
Really?
Mad, yeah. He picked me up.
Like Shaka.
I
He's a
cleaned
ledge, by
Shaka's
the way.
boots. Did you see? They were like size 15.
Monsters,
How was he on the accelerator? Wait, I'm cleaning this boot now.
He got me up there quick. But no, and to be fair, O'Leary was trying to call me. My agent was taking my phone off me and was like, "Don't speak to him. You're not going Leeds or whatever." And then Bobby Robson rang me, and once he rang me, I was like,
sold.
Yeah, I was in. I was done.
Oh, that's a brilliant. So you just knew I'm Premier League now.
Yeah.
As soon as you get in, what was the mood like when you walked in the doors? Because who did you know there already?
No. Shola. I knew Shola.
Shola.
Yeah,
so was you the first of? See, because the Ipswich boys came as well, didn't they?
Dyer was there before me, and Titus came afterwards.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All
But
right.
yeah. So Shola was the only one I knew. And my first thing I got there, I was like, right, Shola, one of the brothers.
Yeah.
Where do I get a trim?
Yeah. Oh mate. Oh,
Where do I get this is important. Shola was like, what do you mean? I was like, been wondering why he's been bopping around this baby throw for God knows how long.
I just been going like that.
So I was like, okay, no barbers up here. I had to drive to Leeds to go and get a trim. That's how mad it was. There was no barber shops. I used to have to go to Leeds or back to Nottingham.
See what happens
to get
for
a
us
trim.
black people. You see what we've had to go through.
The struggle was real, mate.
The struggle was real for us, man. You lot don't think about this, mate. I swear, I remember I went up north one time. On loan. And I was like, I think I was at Wolves, and I just went to look for a barber. And back then, it should have been more. I don't know what's going on, but there was a massive queue for this one particular barber, and I was like, I need to get in there.
That's the one.
That's the one.
Yeah.
So I'm like queuing up, and then I get close. Obviously, you're sitting down, and I get close, and then they said, "You got an appointment."
What?
Man, I got turned away. I got turned away.
What are you like? I can't do nothing with that.
I got turned because they didn't know me or anything like that at the time. I thought I was like the Tony, and then it just didn't work out for me, so I had to flip it and go home and do it myself. I had to go and get a babyless. You know what I mean?
Wow. But the rest of them at Newcastle, like obviously Shola I knew, but that was the first dressing room I walked in. And you're like,
was there any other brothers in there?
Carl Court was there.
Carl Court.
He went with braids at the time. He gave in and went, I'm just going to grow it.
I'm growing this out.
I think he found some African girl up there that knew how to braid his hair, and he was like, yeah, this will do me nice. Do you know what I mean? But it was more to do with Bellamy was in that dressing room, and Shearer, Gary Speed. It was the first dressing room I walked into, and I was like, oh, these guys are not messing about. And it was also, in terms of games and training and stuff like that, the standard would of expectancy. There was arguments every single day. You'll know yourselves. I think when you're playing with these top players, the standards are just through the roof. And honestly, my first 10 days of training, I still to this day say were probably the worst 10 days of training I've ever produced. I mean, honestly,
was you nervous?
Without knowing, yeah. And like, I've got like, the lads like shouting non-stop, how much have we paid for him?
That's the worst.
I'm thinking,
when the lads are shouting that in training.
I can imagine Bella's giving you a piss.
Bella's didn't
ruthless.
stop. Bella's was just ruthless. But there was all these other elements as well that I didn't realise. So Rob Lee was still at the club at the time. And Rob Lee's a legend at Newcastle. And what a player, by the way. Yeah. And without knowing, Bobby Robson had took his shirt off him and given it to me.
Oh, mate.
And he's Shearer's mate, isn't he?
Yeah, so he just, I arrived and Bobby was like, what shirt do you want? I want you to wear number 7. And I was like, buzzing, yeah, I'll take the 7 all day. And then I've sat down in the dressing room and Rob Lee's just grilling me. And I'm like, wow, what's going on here? I don't even know the guy, do you know what I mean?
What was he saying?
He just wasn't really talking to me. And like, I think when a young lad comes in, you're expecting a little bit more warmth.
From the oldest.
Do you know what I mean? Yeah, and
then
then guidance and so on, especially as a midfield player. To be fair to him, like he went to Derby. And it was I won Young Player of the Year that year, and he came up to me after the game and was just like, "Look, I'm really sorry. Do you know what I mean? I was just in a bad place, and you know, well done, keep it up." And I really respected that.
Yeah.
That's the end of part 1. Thank you for listening to The Dressing Room with Al Arabiya News.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to a special edition of The Real Deal Plus. We're having this episode because we spoke to the CEO of the specialised medical company, the SMC, in our last edition. He was telling us about how excited he was about the upcoming IPO. Well, that IPO was 64.7 times oversubscribed with an offering price of 25 Saudi riyals per share. Well, Hani Sharani is the CFO of the specialised medical company. Here's what he told us.
We're extremely pleased to share that SMC Healthcare's IPO has received an exceptional response. We've successfully priced the offering at the top range of 25 Saudi riyals per share, with institutional orders exceeding 122 billion Saudi riyals, representing an estimated $32.4 billion, resulting in a 64.7 times overprescription. And that's really a clear vote of confidence in our performance, leadership, and future potential. It also reinforces the strength of Saudi healthcare sector and the market's appetite for high-quality, growth-oriented companies. This level of investor interest didn't come by chance. It's the result of years of disciplined growth and focused strategy. From our humble beginnings as a single-day surgery center, we've become one of Riyadh's leading private healthcare providers, now operating 2 major hospitals with close to 600 beds and over 260 clinics. Behind this growth is a deliberate pivot towards high-performing acute specialties, a strong outpatient expansion strategy in line with the global trends, and our commitment to digital integration and clinical excellence. As of Q1 2025, our revenues reached 368.9 million, up year on year, despite a seasonal dip caused by the Ramadan and Eid holidays. Our outpatient volumes have grown 13% year to date, and are supported by the newly opened clinics coming online as part of our larger expansion plan. Well, following a successful institutional tranche, our focus shifts to engaging with retail investors. We're confident that the momentum will continue, especially as the public recognizes the underlying fundamentals of SMC and the strength of our equity story. Post-listing, we will remain laser-focused on executing our next phase of growth, which first of all includes the more than doubling of our bed and clinic capacity by 2029, including the 3 new state-of-the-art hospitals in northern Riyadh. Secondly, we'll continue to invest in digital transformation, including AI-driven diagnostics and improved patient journey, solutions, and experiences. And third, we'll expand our centers of excellence and high-demand specialties, such as the cardiology, oncology, orthopedics, while building a future-ready workforce. We're entering this next chapter with confidence, backed by strong institutional support, a clear roadmap, and an unwavering commitment to delivering long-term value to our shareholders and a high-quality care to our patients.
Okay, that was the CFO of the specialized medical company speaking to us there. Let's cross to Ali Reza, the strategic advisor at the Saudi Arabia holding company, who joins us now. Ali, let me just ask you quickly for your thoughts on that IPO.
Tom, yet another in a long line of very successful IPOs that we've seen over the last 12 to 24 months. I mean, recently we actually spoke about Modern Mills, NBC. There's the talks around the Flyness IPO. Many of the IPOs that have taken place in the last 12 months have been oversubscribed from 20x up to 150x at the retail level, and similarly at the institutional level. The SMC IPO, I think, is, as I said, yet another example of this. And if any of the recent IPOs in the same sector have been an indication, I think it will be a very successful one. Earlier this year, we saw the Al Faqih group have their IPO, and the Habib Medical Group went through a similar sort of story. In Saudi Arabia, there's a large pipeline of businesses and enterprises that have the potential to participate in capital markets, that have plenty of room for value creation, that have a lot of potential to ride the growth prospects that are being driven by Vision 2030. So it's only raising the impact of participating in capital markets. And I think SMC is going to be yet another example of this.
Okay, and so what's being done in order to increase the number of potential IPOs there in Saudi Arabia?
Well, there's ecosystem-wide efforts to ease the regulatory requirements for foreign investors to expand the message of the Saudi capital markets and the financial ecosystem across the world. One of the main pillars of the Capital Market Authority's strategy is to give the Saudi capital markets a better set of awareness across the globe, right? And this is being supported by regulatory easing. This is being supported by promotion of the various components within the market system. The chief strategy officer of Tadawul, Lee Hodgkinson, actually in a recent interview, he was sharing that the objective, the strategy is to institutionalize, operationalize, and digitally transform, provide access to investors across the globe. Just a few short years ago, the number of qualified investors stood around 8 to 9%. This is just a few short years ago. The number of qualified investors of the total base now is sitting at 25%. And, this is a reflection of the appetite from the global markets. Goldman Sachs recently signed a non-binding MOU with the PIF to build an asset management division with a focus on credit and public equities opportunities in region. Now, this is saying something. So, this is one of not only one of many institutions, financial institutions that set up their regional headquarters in region, but also has a very concentrated effort to invest further in the public markets. And I think the regulatory easing, the investment profile, the profile of the capital markets in region, the growing profile across the globe, all of this is coming together to see a huge boost in the asset management industry, and that will have a direct implication on the IPO space. Tadawul right now is estimated to have around 50 IPOs in the pipeline, and some of the recent successes we've spoken about, SMC being one of them that's filling right now. We spoke about some of the others earlier on, but there's an enormous pipeline of quality enterprises, headline names with ample room for value creation that are sitting on the books right now, waiting to hit the markets.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed for that. Really appreciate it. Ali Reza, strategic advisor at the Saudi Arabia holding company. Thanks for your analysis.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics, and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake, and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers.
My campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
The fox salute, a gesture made by mimicking a wolf's head, has sparked debates in both Turkey and the West. In Turkey, it is a national symbol tied to the grey wolves, representing strength and pride. The salute is also associated with the she-wolf, a mythical figure in Turkic folklore that symbolizes bravery and freedom. But in the West, it is viewed in a darker light, seen as a far-right salute tied to extremism and racism, particularly against the Armenians, Greeks, Kurds, and Jews. The German-Israeli Society, for example, has called for a ban on the grey wolves, warning that their ideology poses a threat to public safety. In 2024, this controversy, or cultural clash, reached the soccer field during Turkey's 2-1 victory over Austria at Euro 2024, when Turkish centre-back Merih Demiral celebrated his second goal by making the wolf salute with his fingers. The gesture was immediately condemned by German officials as racist, which led to a response from Turkey, arguing that the gesture was not intended to be racist, but rather a patriotic symbol. Demiral explained that he had planned the gesture in advance as a way to express his pride in being Turkish. He said he also saw people in the audience making the same gesture. Turkish citizens have claimed that the negative reaction to the fox salute is a misunderstanding of its cultural context. Some have called the criticism unfair, comparing it to the Albanian eagle hand symbol, commonly used to express national pride.
A manufactured crisis or a real state of emergency? America's political and ideological divisions are being laid bare on the streets of Los Angeles. Immigration raids sparked the protests, but are the demonstrators solely to blame for the violent clashes? Or have President Trump's broader anti-immigration policies fanned these flames? It's up for debate here on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. Welcome to the land of liberty. Historically, a nation of immigrants where free speech is protected by the Constitution.
It's a shame that you guys are trying to start a civil war on your own people.
What's heartbreaking the most because they're making it seem like they're really bad people, like criminals, and when they're not, when they're just trying to work hard for their own families.
He's going to try to go to so that he has a martial law. He even alluded to civil war at one point.
President Trump made the highly controversial decision to call in the National Guard, arguing LA's protests against immigration officials were violent. Their arrival sparked more anger, which led to more violence, which in turn gave ammunition to the White House to argue migrants are causing chaos across America. So is the use of the National Guard in this instance justifiable? LA Mayor Karen Bass doesn't think so.
But what we're seeing in Los Angeles is chaos that is provoked by the administration. When you raid Home Depot and workplaces, when you tear parents and children apart, and when you run armored caravans through our streets, you cause fear and you cause panic. And deploying federalized troops is a dangerous escalation.
The immigration raids targeting undocumented workers coincide with the introduction of tough new US travel restrictions. People from 19 countries are now either partially or totally banned from entering the US. It begs the question, is the White House orchestrating this crisis to justify its tough anti-immigration stance? On this episode of Counterpoints, we'll ask our panel, are the protests justified, or is this an attempt to prevent officials from carrying out their legal duties? Is the use of the National Guard an abuse of presidential power, and are Trump's travel bans reasonable or racist? To discuss the LA protests, the Trump administration's response and the wider debate on tackling immigration, we're joined by Steve Bennell, also known as Destiny, who's a YouTuber and political commentator. And on our panel as well, Lily Gaddis, a cultural commentator who hosts the Gaddis Report for the Australian National Review. Thanks to both of you for joining us here on Counterpoints. Well, President Trump was elected on a promise to crack down on illegal migration in America. And he says that's exactly what he's doing. Here's a a social media post from his Truth Social site where the president wrote, "Los Angeles has been invaded and occupied by illegal aliens and criminals," he wrote. He went on to say his administration would do everything necessary to liberate Los Angeles from the migrant invasion and put an end to these migrant riots. Now, the protesters are rallying against ICE enforcement, many concerned about the agency's tactics and actions and its impact on the broader community. Destiny, let's start with you. Do you think these protests are justified in any sense when you consider the president has a mandate to crack down on illegal migration?
Yeah, of course. I think people have been really fearful about a lot of the behavior of ICE, a lot of the behavior of this administration, much of which has been pushed back on by the courts. You see Abrego Garcia coming back. You see multiple TROs being issued nationwide. I think that protesting the administration and their actions, I think is totally fine. I think it can also be wholly consistent with enforcing a border and enforcing immigration policy. There's no reason why we can't deport criminals. There's no reason why we can't enforce law at the border, while also recognizing that it's important that, states are allowed to exist with the individual states' rights they had. Like all the Republicans were celebrating Abbott when he wanted to do his states' rights stuff against Biden, but now it seems like people are celebrating Trump arbitrarily sending the National Guard to California, even though Newsom says they're not needed at all. So I think it's okay for people to protest. I think that's fine. I think rioters should be arrested. I don't see any reason why the National Guard has to be deployed here other than Trump just trying to make a show of force.
Lily, what do you think? Do you see a justification for these protests? If it's a land of free speech, the right to assembly?
Right. Well, I absolutely agree with, people's right to free speech. I want people to be able to go out on the streets and protest and rally in a peaceful, nonviolent way. As long as you're not breaking the law, then I don't see a problem with it. That's an important part of living in a democracy. That's an important part of living in the United States where we have those sort of freedoms. But what we're seeing is the opposite of that. We have people throwing Molotov cocktails. We have people attacking the ICE vehicles, and it's a violent protest. So I think Trump's response is definitely warranted. When you have vast amounts of people trying to, kill ICE agents, who knows, or cause as much damage as possible, and you have a civilian populace that you also have to protect, sometimes the police are simply not equipped for that. So in certain instances, it is a good thing to bring out the National Guard and have a strong show of force so that people do not feel comfortable with violating other people's rights by being violent, by attacking ICE vehicles and anything like that, which is illegal, which is not free speech, and which is not the right to protest, because they're engaging in violent attacks against these people. They're not just speaking their mind.
What about the notion, Destiny, I'll ask you first and I'll come back to you, Lily, for a response, that these protesters were provoked? It's almost as if it's been orchestrated for the protests to fail, so to speak, because there is so much provocation. That's one criticism that's been levelled against the Trump administration.
I think they're being provocative with the National Guard, of course. I agree, rule of law is important. You can't have people engaging in violent acts, but you absolutely don't need to send the National Guard for every single protest. The first protests were a few dozen people. I think the second protest on June 7th, was like 105 people or something. It was like a little bit over 100 people. Why are we deploying the National Guard for this? I feel like the deployment of the National Guard was so arbitrary. It was almost self-defeating by Trump. Gavin Newsom pointed out that Trump was truthing out that the National Guard had managed to quell all of the rioting and it was incredibly successful in its mission. And Trump had posted that truth on Truth Social before the National Guard had even made it to the ground. So I think that it is definitely provocative. I don't think people on the left should be taking the bait. There's no reason to burn stuff down or do anything like that. But I wish that Trump would stop constantly turning the temperature up on every single conversation just to try to take eyes away from his failed trade policy, his failed international policy, his failed policy in Gaza, his failed domestic policy, like everything else. I wish that he could just try to govern for real instead of just constantly being a provocateur in every single arena.
What do you make of that, Lily? Is this an attempted distraction by the president to try and cause some chaos in one area so that people aren't really looking at where there may have been some stumbling blocks?
I mean, I think there is a valid argument to be said that it could be a distraction, because right now we have the New York Times breaking that Palantir is collecting all of people's data, and now that we're possibly living on the brink of a police state and a surveillance state governed by AI, that's a major story that people should be looking at. We're also on the cusp of a war with Iran. I mean, this deal with Iran is coming to the last days, and this is what people should be focusing on. They should be focusing on trying to keep us out of this war and trying to make sure that, the powers that be that are controlling our government do not amass any more power or bring in Palantir to surveillance all of us. So in that case, I would agree. I don't think it's necessarily about other things, but I think the main things that people should be focusing on right now is the Palantir takeover and this kind of subversion of the Trump administration through these tech bros and through the PayPal mafia. That's what people should be looking at. And we should also be looking at this potential war with Iran, which is the deadline's coming to an end.
What do you make, Lily, of the argument that the rage that is being expressed on the streets in Los Angeles is justified when you consider that it is life and death for some of these people that are being forcibly removed from the United States, in some cases illegally?
Well, I mean, if that's the argument, then you could make the same argument for anyone who's being arrested for any crime. Like, say you get a DUI and now the cops are going to arrest you. Does that warrant an outrage because people don't want people being arrested for breaking the law? I mean, at the end of the day, if you didn't want to be deported, if you didn't want to face that fear of being deported, you should have come in legally. It's there. The option is there to come in legally. But these people decided to break the law, and now they are facing the consequences of it. And I believe that they feel like if they throw a big enough fit, if they cause enough, wreak enough havoc on the towns that they're doing this in Los Angeles at the current moment, that they're going to get their way and they'll make the Trump administration back down. But that's not what people voted Trump for. They voted Trump in to get rid of this illegal alien problem, because we have millions of these people in our country. They are bringing drugs. They are bringing fentanyl. They are driving the crime rate up. It's taking away jobs from the American citizen. And these are all things that people want the Trump administration to crack on hard down on. So I think it is important that, people keep their eye on the ball and are not distracted by people throwing a fit.
Destiny, what do you make of that? And what do you make of the idea that if these people are in the US illegally without the appropriate documentation, isn't it an expectation that they will be caught and dealt with, and that this is something that President Trump was elected to do?
I mean, it's the risk that you run, but I really wish that we could just have an honest conversation about immigration, about illegal immigration, about what to do with the people here. It just seems like endless hand-wringing sometimes from some people, and then endless virtue signaling from other people. I would say the virtue signaling right now is coming from the conservatives. If we want to do something about immigration, then we need to have a comprehensive plan for how to allow people to come into the country, how to document the people that are currently here, and then how to control the border better. But it feels like conservatives just want to crack down on illegal immigration and then do nothing about like actual immigration. Earlier Lily said that there's a legal way to come in. There is, and the wait list is like 20 plus years. Like the reality is most people, especially if they are feeling economically destitute or if they feel like there are way better opportunities in this country, which there are because this country is awesome, the people are probably going to illegally immigrate. I just wish that we could have a better conversation about what to do with the people here. We're not deporting 13, 15 million people. Most of the people in this country don't even want that. They might say it now, but when apartment complexes start emptying out, when businesses start losing their workers, when the unemployment falls even lower, when inflation starts to take off even higher, like people aren't going to be happy with that. There has to be a realistic path towards how do you document the people here? How do you control what's happening at the border? But in order to do that, you have to go to Congress, you've got to talk to the people, and you have to actually hammer out some incredibly sophisticated and difficult to work on legislation. And nobody wants to do that right now. They just want to do executive orders, and they want to have, ICE running around and having dramatic, Twitter moments on social media. And I don't know, it just feels like that's all we're doing right now.
Mm. Lily, what's your take? I mean, the idea that about 10% of the workforce in California is made up of migrant workers. Clearly there is a need. That state is very open about the fact that it relies heavily on migrant workers. So undocumented or not, doesn't the community need them?
Well, I think the caveat that people are not mentioning with this argument that they are filling jobs that Americans don't want or they're not doing, what everybody's missing is these employers do need these workers. They do need cheap labor. They do need essentially slave labor from other countries where they can pay them less than an American citizen would take. An American citizen expects, normal work hours. They expect a good work environment, and they expect to be paid at least minimum wage. Now, if you import millions of people from countries where they're used to making pennies and dimes on an hour, then those people are willing to make concessions. Those people are willing to live together, multiple people in a house, sometimes illegally, and they're willing to receive less pay for that, considering that they're usually getting paid under the table, so they're not having to deal with taxes and all the things that American citizens have to deal with. So that's a major issue right there, and I think that's why Trump's cracking down on the employers that are incentivizing this thing, because it's not only taking away jobs from Americans who would be willing to do those jobs at a decent pay rate, but they're not going to take those jobs if they're getting paid pennies and dimes. But these employers have been taking advantage. Really, I mean, if you want a virtue signal for the immigrants, this is exploitation. They're essentially bringing in slave labor to do jobs at half the wages that American would do that. So I think, yes, maybe temporarily the economy would suffer a bit, but we would get back on track, and then Americans and employers would have to work that out to where they work at a rate that would satisfy both the employer and the worker.
Isn't that just an argument, though, as to also why the US should allow more legal migration, that these people without documentation should be brought into the legal fold so that this isn't perpetually just being an exploitative culture?
Well, personally, I don't really want any more immigrants here. I don't want any more legal immigrants, and I don't want any more illegal immigrants. We have enough people as it is. Well, because it makes Americans suffer. It not only affects the culture, so it changes the demographics of the country, which will affect the white people who live in this country, but it's also going to affect, things like housing. Now Americans are struggling with housing. The cost of housing is going way up because now we're competing with millions of other people. So it hurts your economy. It hurts the everyday person because now they're struggling with these people and they can't find houses. They're competing with people at slave labor. And even if we did have someone come in and they were taking normal wages, that's still taking a job away from an American citizen. I would rather that job be done by an American citizen than someone who just got here and they're here for economic opportunity rather than they're fleeing a dangerous situation, which is the majority of these immigrants.
Destiny?
Usually you can tell when the person you're arguing with or a person who's presenting arguments is being dishonest is when they're trying to present a thing that can give you like the pros of every side of an equation. The reality is for any given thing, especially economically, usually this works policy-wise as well, there's usually pros and there's usually cons. And the goal is to try to get as much of the pros as possible while minimizing the negative impacts of the cons. The idea that if you deport 12 or 13 million workers, that would only result in pros for the American average citizen is so unbelievably and unfathomably ludicrous. It defies the understanding of every single part of society, all the way from government budgets, which are benefited by illegal immigrants who pay taxes into Social Security that they'll never withdraw from, all the way down to local economies where you've got people who are able to, rent buildings out to people that are renting them, even if they're illegal immigrants. You've got employers who are able to hire people, even if they might be paying them under the table or whatever. And then at the end of that transaction, you've got customers who are enjoying lower prices and a greater diversity of things that they can buy from as a result of that. If you want to get rid of all of the illegal immigrants and then you want to curb down, or you want to curb legal immigration, then fine, but you have to be honest about what's on the other end of that transaction. Prices are going to be higher for everybody. A whole bunch of small businesses are going to shut down. Housing prices, yes, might go down, but that means that homeowners that own houses are going to see the value of their own home decrease. You're going to see the foreclosure or the closing of a lot of residential buildings that people are renting from. I think that if you want to make that argument, I think it's an interesting argument to have, but it's so unbelievably boring when people try to argue that you can get the pros of every possible side of an equation if you just do the one thing that they like the most. I've never heard anybody make the concession that, yeah, we're going to deport 15 million people and it is going to be economically painful, but I think that economic pain is worth whatever other project I think America should be or whatever idea I have about what immigration should look like.
Lily?
Well, I mean, I did say that there would be short-term economic, mishaps to that. The economy is going to suffer. But again, in the long term, what is better? Is it better to replace the native population with migrants coming from other countries, which is now going to drive the quality of living down, the quality of work life down? Because if you're competing with illegal immigrants or legal immigrants who are used to coming from countries, again, where they get paid hardly anything, now Americans are going to have to make those concessions. Now Americans are going to say, you know what, it's fine. I'll shack up with 10 of my cousins and I'll live in a tiny house with tons of people and I'll work for slave wages as well, because this is what I'm competing with, because we're outnumbered at this point. Another thing is, what nobody wants to talk about is you lose the racial demographics in your country. Is it wrong for a person in our country to want a country that's majority white? Is that a wrong thing? And if you replace the native populace with people from other countries, that is going to change that culture. So it's no longer going to be the United States or America as we know it. It's going to look like a reflection of the UK, look like a reflection of all these other European countries who tried mass migration, and look how it's failing. People
but America is a country of migrants, though. America is a country that was founded by migrants.
Was it, though? I mean, who are the founders? They were white Americans that came over here, and then they would.
Unless it's the Native Americans, which I don't necessarily think that America probably wants to pin their cultural responsibilities on. Destiny, what's your take on this? Sounds a bit like the Great Replacement theory.
I mean, if somebody wants to have the argument for maintaining a white majority country, then fine, but at least be honest and have the argument. It's not an economic argument. It's a racial demographics argument. If you're willing to make dramatic sacrifices in terms of where the U.S. sits at in the world, right now we are the leading country in the world economically, militarily, diplomatically, well, I guess we'll see by the end of this presidency. But we enjoy that status right now. And as a result of that, we enjoy a great deal of other things as well. People might laugh at the GDP go up number, but our standards of living are incredibly high in the United States. We're spoiled by a whole bunch of goods and services. You've got a whole bunch of teenagers on Twitter right now who are complaining about oppression because the 4-payment loan they took out on their burrito taxi app is all of a sudden, unable to be paid by them because they're not getting enough allowance from their parents. I mean, I would argue these are good problems to have. If you want to try to shoot for some ethnically homogenous society, I guess my first question is, who are we even trying to look like at that point? Are we envious of Japan that's been in stagflation for the past 3 decades? Are we envious of what, Iran, of North Korea? Who are these ethnically homogenous countries that we're so jealous of their economic and cultural output? I mean, I don't know. Again, but if you want to have that argument, that's fine, but just don't conflate it with the economic one. This is an economically ruinous argument, or at least it's a loser of an economic argument. But again, that's fine, but just be willing to take both sides of that. I'm willing to suffer, not just in the short term. It will be a long-term decreased standard of living. It will be a long-term decrease access to goods and services from the average American person. And that doesn't just mean fancy new iPhones. It might mean an instrument for your child to go and practice on for school, or it might mean newer textbooks for a class, or it might mean internet access for for people in rural areas. If you're willing to accept a lower turnout on all of that stuff in exchange for a whiter country, whatever that means, I guess then we could talk about who counts as white or not. We have to go to the Eastern Europeans and figure that one out. Then fine, have that argument.
Lily, so pick up on one thing that Destiny said there. What is this racially homogenous country that you think America should be emulating? What's the ideal here? Who should we be looking to as guidance?
I don't think we have to look to anyone else. I think we can do it on our own. We did it on our own for a long time before we started mass immigrating from other cultures that are not compatible with the West. Back in the, Ellis Islands days, who were we importing people from? They were white Europeans from Ireland, from Scotland, from England, and that those people assimilated well. Those people came into our country and they wanted to be Americans. If you to go back to the LA riots, if you take a look at the pictures coming out of there, what is it? It's a lot of illegals flying the flags of their native country. Why are you here then? If you're protesting being sent back to your country, why are you flying the flag of that country? These people clearly do not want to assimilate. They clearly do not care about our culture. They are not part of our culture, and they don't want to be part of our culture, as they make it very clear. They love to display their flags of their country that they came from. They love to keep their little subcultures homogenous, and they do not want to blend in with ours. They will simply want to take over ours. And then the white people who live here, who have historically lived here, and black people, you could argue, it's actually, if you want to talk about black rights, these illegal immigrants are invading the areas that have been predominantly black, and now they're forcing people out. So that in and of itself hurts not only white people, but black people who have been here for a while as well.
Destiny, I'll let you have the right of reply on that, and then we'll move on to our next section.
Yeah, I mean, the idea that these immigrants came through Ellis Island and immediately integrated is kind of comical. I mean, people hated Irish people when they came over. There were slurs referring to Irish people. There are still jokes about Irish people. I just had a friend the other day tell me that they were an Irish twin because they had a sibling that was incredibly close in age, and there was a joke that Irish people made a whole bunch of babies when they came over. Italians were literally, you talk about MS-13, what about the mafia? What about the mob? They came over, they made ghettos. You could go to New York City today, and you could visit Little Italy, and you can visit these small, ghettos that are primarily made up of certain groups of these types of people, of Italians, of Irishmen, of Irish people. Yeah, they did organized crime. It took a while for them to integrate, but they did. And I think to some extent, ironically, one of my favorite things about, I guess, far-right people, or I don't want to say racist or xenophobic, whatever you call them, right? But the people that are in favor of this like majority white immigration pattern, I think at times, I think they display unknowingly like some of the best of the United States' ability to integrate different types of people into its society and culture. Like if you would have gone back 100 years and then you would say today, oh no, people who are Irish and Italian are going to be seen as white, literally the exact same as anybody who came from Scandinavia or any Anglo-Saxons or people from Britain or whatever, they would laugh at you. They'd be like, no, these are totally different types of people. But now they're basically integrated. And yeah, I think we do that exceedingly well with all sorts of different types of people in the United States because of the way that we allow people to come into this country.
Okay, let's move our attention and our focus away from race and migration just a little bit and focus on the presidential powers that were used during these past few days. So calling in the National Guard is usually the purview of state governors, but not in this case. President Trump's decision to send in the troops has been described by the Californian governor, Gavin Newsom, as an alarming abuse of power and a serious breach of state sovereignty. So one former US Secretary of Labor has called this the first stage of a police state. Lily, do you think he's right?
I mean, if you want to look at police state, again, I would go back to Palantir. Those are the people that want to have power every aspect of your life. That's what it says on their website. It's like AI automation for every decision of your life or whatever. Those are the people. Those are the people. The tech bros, the PayPal mafia. That's who you need to be looking at. If you're worried about
for the moment, we're debating the National Guard. So, if you could focus on that, do you think that this particular use of the National Guard, the cracking down on protests in this regard, is it the first stage of a police state, as the former Secretary of Labor Robert Reich says?
I don't think it is, because these people, they have to bring in the National Guard as backup for the police force, who has been very hurt over the past. I mean, look at BLM. During that whole time, you had the police basically stripped of their rights. They were told you can barely do anything. Then you had the George Floyd incident. So now cops are in this situation where they are kind of powerless. The LAPD especially, it's actually a very corrupt form of the police department. But the LAPD has been completely disarmed. The citizenry does not want them to do their job, so they really can't, or they are not equipped for these sorts of riots, and they're kind of demoralized as well, just because of the years of propaganda against them and throwing, people like Derek Chauvin in prison for those sorts of things. So I think the National Guard coming in is justified, considering that these are very violent protests. They're burning down cars. They're throwing Molotov cocktails. They're throwing bricks. They're attacking police officers. They're attacking the National Guard. They're attacking the ICE thing. So how is that not warranted? If you have a police force that's somewhat debilitated, I feel like they just simply need backup. And by the way, they're not shooting people and mowing down people in the street. They're using non-lethal force. They're using pepper spray. They're just giving some backup for people in a state that is very far left-leaning, as well as full of immigrants, where they realize that there might be a fight there, so they had to bring in some backup.
They might not be shooting with bullets, but they did purposely shoot an Australian journalist in the leg while she was live on air. Destiny, what's your understanding or your interpretation of what you're seeing? Is this the first stage of a police state?
Unless I missed something that came out recently in the executive order that Trump cited to deploy the National Guard, the U.S. code that he referred to very specifically was one where you needed the states to actually, the governors to make the request for the National Guard assistance. USC 12406, you have to have the request of the governor to send the National Guard down to help. So him sending it down unrequested, again, to quell a relatively small number of people, right? This is the LAPD, California Highway Patrol. They have a lot of resources available to them. I have no idea. Well, I'm sorry, I shouldn't say that. I have no idea why he would send them down. I know why he sent them down. Like, he's sending it down in order to provoke people, with the goal being to somehow, invoke some kind of violent protest or some kind of violence against the Fed, so that he can, continue to pile on forces into California, a state that he's already threatened to withhold emergency funding from when it comes to FEMA, a state that he already played emergency funding games with it when it came to the wildfires in Los Angeles. Yeah, I mean, like, there's a time and a place for the National Guard needing to be deployed. This is not it. Newsom said it wasn't. The mayor of New York said it wasn't. Or I'm sorry, the mayor of LA said that it wasn't. So there's absolutely no reason here other than to trample on the rights of states. But I mean, MAGA completely abandoned their whole federalism argument as soon as Trump won the popular vote. And now all you hear them say over and over again is he has a popular mandate, he has a popular mandate, he has a popular mandate. So the same party that was obsessed with saying we don't live in a democracy, we live in a republic, is now the most democratic majority rules, majority vote people, I guess, that have ever existed in the United States in my lifetime.
Lily, President Trump has joked outside the White House that if it was under his purview, he would arrest Gavin Newsom. I mean, is that really something we would expect to be hearing from our president during a situation like this?
I mean, I don't really care about jokes. They made whole rallies about grab her by the pussy, a joke that Trump made a long time ago. Why are we arguing about jokes? Unless he's acting on this, I don't see why it's a big deal personally. I think it's
You think it's okay to say that he would arrest the governor of California without saying or any allegations as to why?
Well, first of all, it's a joke, so I think people are allowed to make jokes. That's his freedom of speech to make a joke about that. But again, it's not like that would be entirely unwarranted as well. I mean, look how Gavin Newsom handled the fires. The water was turned off. They just allowed the state to burn. I mean, he has been an extremely incompetent governor, so I'm sure lots of Californians would even approve of that. But again, I don't even know why we're arguing about a joke. Unless he's doing something, I'm not interested in really arguing about a joke. Locker room talk, What? Okay, are we going to go protest more about grab her by the pussy? Like, please.
Destiny?
I just want to say real quick, I think it's really important to always observe the multiple stages of MAGA, and it's incredibly important for everyone to realize it. When you bring up something horrible that a MAGA person has done, the first step is always saying, oh, I don't know, I haven't heard about that. For some reason, they know every single intimate detail about, say, Hunter Biden, a person who wasn't elected. They know everything about his life. But then when it comes to like massive, huge things that the president of the United States is doing, they're unaware of it. So they'll say, I haven't heard about it. And then the next thing they'll say is, oh, it's just a joke or whatever. Who cares? Not a big deal. But the most important thing, and they've demonstrated this time and time again, is the third part, which Lily did do, and that's that they will defend it. So even though they're saying they haven't heard of it, even though they're saying it's just a joke, if it does come to pass, they're not going to turn around and go, oh my God, I thought he was just joking. This is horrible. They're going to defend exactly what it was. So don't ever let any MAGA person get away with the, oh, they're just joking thing. You always have to ask them the next question of, oh, well, if he would actually follow through with it, would you defend it? Because the answer to that will almost always be yes.
Okay, Lily,
Well,
do you want to answer that?
I'm not MAGA. To be fair, for the clarification, I'm not MAGA. I'm a nationalist. So I'm actually not a huge fan of Trump.
If the governor was arrested, if I can pick up on what Destiny was saying, do you think that would be acceptable?
If he went through due process and it was found that he was either a traitor to his country or he had done something illegal, if he went through the due process, then absolutely. If he didn't go through due process and they just arrested him, then I would be opposed to that.
Okay, let's get back on track with the National Guard focus. Destiny, if this had have happened in a Republican state, if we were talking about a governor that wasn't Gavin Newsom, was a Republican governor, do you think President Trump would have been as quick to overrule him, say that he was incompetent, can't look after his own state and needs to swoop in with the troops?
I understand the substance of your question, and I'll say, no, he wouldn't have. But I would have to clarify, it doesn't matter if you're a Republican or not. It matters if you're loyal to Trump. Because if you're a Republican that kind of talked a little bit of smack about Trump, or you weren't always on Trump's side, Trump will come in and treat you just like you would a Democrat. Loyalty is very, very important to King Trump. So, but if it was like an ordinary MAGA Republican, which most of them are now, then no, he absolutely would not be acting the same way that he is now in California.
Lily, what do you think? Do you think we would see this in a red state? Do you think the fact that California is so vocal and the governor is so vocal against President Trump that it's maybe a little bit of point scoring here?
Possibly. I don't know. I feel like if there was massive riots like this in a red state, which I don't really think there would be, just because of the populace probably wouldn't allow that to happen. I believe if it was happening in a red state, Trump would still do it because he likes force of power. He likes to show power. He likes a demonstration of power. So I think if he felt like the PD at the area where these riots were going on, he would have deployed them as well.
Destiny, do you think that it would happen in a Republican state, or do you think that the populace wouldn't allow something like this to happen?
I think that the conditions are sufficiently different enough, like socially, demographically, everything else, that I can't see something like this happening in a red state. So, I think in a very broad sense, I kind of agree with what Lily said.
All right, let's move on to our final segment, and it's a bit of a broader discussion now, moving away from necessarily what we're seeing in LA to more immigration policies in general, because these protests come in a broader context of the president's large-scale immigration crackdown. As of Monday, the president's new travel restrictions come into effect. 19 countries, predominantly in Africa, are now either partially or fully banned, their citizens partially or fully banned from travelling to the United States. Now, the president says it's in part in response to the attack in Boulder, Colorado. The suspect in that case was Egyptian. However, Egypt is not on this banned list. So, Lily, how do you interpret these restrictions? Are they reasonable or are they racist?
Well, first of all, I do agree with travel bans from other countries. I don't believe we should have people from countries that we're at war with, for example. But in this case, this is one of the major critiques that I have of Trump. This travel ban is not about, immigration restriction. It's not about being racist. This is a jab at Harvard. Harvard has been trying to protect its students' free speech in the sense that students there are very critical of Israel. Students there have this strong Free Palestine movement. And Trump has, and this is one of Trump's worst moves, aside from cozying up with Netanyahu, Trump has been actively attacking Harvard because they are standing by their students and they are not going to tell them, no, you can't criticize Israel. No, we're going to replace the entire Middle East studies with people who are only pro-Israel. So this is not about immigration. This is a way of the Trump administration kind of foisting this actual crackdown on, quote, anti-Semites and anti-Semitism, and shrouding it in a way of, see, folks, we're banning people from other countries. This is all just about cracking down on anti-Semitism. This is one of the worst things, in my opinion, that Trump has been doing. But again, it sounds, to the MAGA crowd, it might sound good. It might sound on paper like he's cracking down on immigration, but it's actually just a way of trying to bankrupt Harvard, because Harvard depends on these foreign students coming in. They pay a massive amount of tuition. So this is a way of kind of like muscling Harvard by, hurting them revenue-wise.
Destiny, what do you think? Is he taking aim at 19 countries to take aim at Harvard?
I haven't heard the Harvard connection. Maybe that's there and we're just not aware of it. I do know that obviously he's been attacking Harvard a lot and trying to rescind their ability to bring in foreign students. But when I look at immigration restrictions for conservatives, I view it the same way as I view them going after certain taxes. So like when they say like no tax on tips or no tax on overtime, it's not because they think that tips shouldn't be taxed or that overtime shouldn't be taxed. It's that they'll attack taxes no matter what. And I view immigration the same way. I think that the argument for these country bans is entirely pretextual. As you said, for the attacker in Colorado, like the guy was Egyptian, but where's the Egyptian travel ban? I think that Trump will just do whatever he can to restrict immigration as much as possible, especially from countries he doesn't like. And I think it's as simple as that. He did in his first term when he implemented the 7-country travel ban as well. So it's par for the course for him, for Republicans in general right now.
Why would Trump, though, Destiny, want to sow divisions and vilify these particular countries? What benefit is there to him, to America, to the Republican cause?
I think that, I don't know. I think that these are just easy ones to target right now. A lot of people don't like me this. I don't read Trump as like a very racist person. He just doesn't come off to me as a person who is like obsessed with like race. He comes off as a little bit more like xenophobic or nationalistic in general, populist in general, where he just doesn't want a lot of immigrants coming to the United States. And I don't necessarily think it's from like I don't want brown or black people coming like from that perspective. I just think he's just kind of xenophobic in general. It's the feeling that I get.
Lily, last time I'm referring to Trump's first administration, where there was what was termed the Muslim ban. There was intense shock and outrage at those travel restrictions. It sparked immediate backlash and there were protests at the airport. But not this time around. It's almost as if, is it that people agree? Do you think? Is it that they don't care? Or has this kind of marginalising behaviour become normalised?
Well, I think what's going on is we're finally starting to see the effects of mass migration. We're starting to feel it. We're starting to now go into stores and go out in public, and you kind of look around and you notice, oh, there's more of them than us, or there's an equal number of them than us. We're starting to see the crime start to really peak. We're really starting to feel the effects of mass migration. So I think people in general, collectively, black and white, by the way, are sick of the immigration, and so they are happy with any sort of travel restriction. Now, again, to go back to the Harvard thing, I think we should be restricting immigration from certain countries, especially when they predominantly do not assimilate. Like we had this whole Haitian crisis in Ohio. These people clearly should not be in our country. There should be a travel ban on countries like Haiti, for example. But again, I think people are just fed up with the immigration, and they're sick of seeing their country being taken away from them by people who are coming from other countries that are not compatible with the West, and they bring crime and drugs to the streets.
The Haitian crisis, as you termed it, or the situation, really turned out to be largely untrue, even according to the governor there. And according to the 2024 report from the American Immigration Council, of the 19 peer-reviewed research papers between 2017 and 2024, there has been no correlation between an increase in migrant populations and an increase in crime rates. So why do you think that that is something that is very easy to roll out? Because there are no figures to support that argument.
I just don't believe anyone is actually doing that. The same as they're trying to skew the crime stats to prove that they're not racist. Like, you know, there was FBI crime stats that showed about 14% of the black population committed about 50% of the crimes. They're trying to skew all these statistics in a way to where that's not the case because they're afraid of being called racist. Again, it's important to know who is putting out these stats. Who has an interest in mass migration? Who is pushing this on our country? The same people who are doing that have a vested interest in hoodwinking the rest of us and putting out false data. They put out false data about COVID, so why wouldn't they lie about this? I don't believe it. I mean, people have eyes. We have eyeballs. We can see the crime.
Destiny, can you see the crime?
No, I didn't see any Haitians eating dogs either. I think even Vance was on, I don't know if it was CNN or what, where he said that, you know, if we've got to make a story up to get people to care about an issue, then so be it. I mean, yeah, we don't live in like the same reality anymore. I think there's a whole alternative media environment right now that has kind of been created by the MAGA and MAGA adjacent crowds to kind of fabricate a reality to make people think whatever it is they want to think about things. You know, it's funny, Lily brought up the COVID stuff. I hear this said over and over again on Joe Rogan and other shows that, well, look at what they said about the conspiracy theorists. Like, most of us turned out to be right. No, they were wrong about pretty much everything. You know, there were no permanent lockdowns. There were no permanent vaccine mandates. There were no permanent vaccine passports. There was no mass death from the vaccines. There were no mass side effects that weren't accounted for. You know, the lab leak stuff is still stuff that's being looked into. There's no stronger evidence pointing towards it today than there was years ago. Hydroxychloroquine still doesn't work. Ivermectin still doesn't work. Like, every single conspiracy theory that people tried to have about COVID and the vaccines, basically all of them were wrong. But somehow they walk around today like all of their opinions were vindicated on everything. And now we've got parents who have children that are dying of measles in Texas. That is just unbelievable to me. But I don't know what you do to deal with the differences in reality that we live in right now.
I want to circle back.
Myocarditis is not a thing. So people dropping dead from blood clots is not a thing, right? There's no back. So
myocarditis is a thing. The only reason we know about myocarditis is because there was research on it. It's anywhere from, I think, 5 to 14 people per 100,000 injections develop myocarditis or pericarditis. These things are acute. These only last for a week or two. It's not a permanent ailment that you have. Also, you're more likely to develop myocarditis or pericarditis, which is inflammation of like the heart muscles or the tissue surrounding it. You're more likely to develop that as a result of contracting and having COVID and having the disease. People drop dead all the time. It happens. We're just paying attention more to it now than we were before for reasons of trying to prove the vaccine is killing people. The reality is we talk about, can't we open our eyes and look around and see what's going on? If there were hundreds of millions of COVID vaccine doses that were given to people in the United States, I shouldn't have to travel to the deep, dark internet on Rumble to find out somebody who's died, you know, from one of these vaccinations. And right now, that's just the way that the world is. You can't find these people dying.
That's because they're lying about why people are dying in the hospital.
We're not going to go back, with all due respect, and go back into COVID, because that's not really a relevant topic anymore. My goodness, we had that debate plenty enough during the time. I just want to circle back, Destiny, to something that Lily said earlier when she was talking about these travel bans being a way of preventing people entering the country and criticising Israel. What do you make of that connection?
In terms of banning travel because of the criticizing Israeli connection?
The idea that this is preventing entry if you have said on your social media negative things about Israel, about the conflict that's going on.
Personally, just from what I've seen, it doesn't seem to be that that's the case yet. I know a couple of people have gotten restricted at the border for things, and they say it was because of them being critical of Israel, but it seems like there's always a little bit more going on there. I mean, from a principled position, I don't think that should ever be the case. You shouldn't be banning people from entering the country just because of a political opinion they have. To the chagrin of a lot of people, you know, further right of Trump. Trump is a massive Israel simp. A lot of older people in the United States just by virtue of being older and remembering, you know, the heroic tales of Israel, you know, growing up. Obviously, the way that we view Israel in the world today is a lot different, just based on who their current enemies are. So, I mean, yeah, I'm always opposed to viewpoint partisan bans on travel or freedom of speech or anything like that.
Because Marco Rubio himself was the one that was like, if we see you at the border and you say you're here to be critical of Israel or whatever, we're going to chuck your social media. He's the one saying it. I mean, we don't have to speculate about this. You can go listen to the transcripts of him saying this himself. It's clearly a way of trying to quell anti-Semitism, which is apparently on the rise. I don't know why.
Destiny?
I'd have to look at the exact Marco Rubio quote. He might have said something like that. I was in D.C. for a week with my son on a field trip, and then I've been at 6, so I haven't seen all the crazy. It's hard to keep up with the crazy stuff from this administration. I feel like I've heard Rubio say something like that. I remember it, but I mean, I would just say, insofar as if he said stuff like that, like I would obviously disagree with it. If he was implying that he wouldn't be okay with people coming in who were, trying to do violent protests or something against Israel, it's a little bit more understandable. But it shouldn't matter if it's against Israel or if it's against Iran or Britain or any country. Like, you don't allow people into the country that are going to behave in a violent manner. You shouldn't disallow people into the country just because they're criticizing, whatever your favorite country is, whether that's Israel or whatever else. So,
Lily, I'll let you have one last reply there to what Destiny has said, and then we'll wrap it up.
I mean, as far as that comment, yeah, I agree. I mean, we shouldn't have people that are coming in here violently, but I think we have to keep an eye out on this slippery slope of, banning people for thought crimes and banning people for being critical of countries like Israel that we send billions of dollars to and mass weapons of war to. I think that it's important to keep an eye on that because, first of all, they'll be deporting them, and then they will start deporting you and I. So keep an eye on that.
Indeed. Well, we appreciate your input, both of you. A huge thanks to our panellists for joining us here on Counterpoints. We had Stephen Bennell, also known as Destiny, who is a YouTuber and political commentator, and Lily Gaddis, a cultural commentator and journalist at the Australian National Review. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And as always, thank you to you at home for joining Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. Remember to subscribe to Al Arabiya English on YouTube so you don't miss any of our debates. You can also find us on X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Welcome to the metropolis. The big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Paris, the world's most romantic city. People love it for its culture, fashion, architecture, and food, and is considered the dream destination of many. The French capital has some of the most beautiful and historic buildings and monuments. The most famous of all is the Eiffel Tower, one of the most iconic constructions in the world. There's the Arc de Triomphe at the end of the Champs-Élysées. The Notre Dame Cathedral, which dates back to 1163, is the most visited attraction. Located high above the city in Montmartre is the Sacré-Cœur Basilica. And of course, the Louvre Museum, which contains the Mona Lisa and many other works of art. Don't forget the La Conciergerie, famous as a prison, a historical landmark during the French Revolution in the 1790s. Here, you can see Marie Antoinette's prison cell, which was converted into a chapel in her memory. One can still follow the many traces of the French Revolution in this contemporary city. There's the Place de la Concorde and the Cour des Commerces, where the Marat, the extremist, published his newspaper L'Ami du Peuple. Seeped into the city's DNA is, of course, Paris's well-known heritage in arts and culture. Explore the cobblestone streets of Montmartre with its rich history of Belle Epoque artists and cabarets, or get a first-hand experience of the lifestyle in the neighborhood of Belleville. Get your culture fix at the Musée d'Orsay, at the newly renovated Picasso Museum, or course through the dozens of small museums and galleries you can visit in the city. Shopaholics will also delight in Paris's myriad options. From chic department stores that'll have all your fashion needs ready to famed boutiques for sheer designer items. Stroll along the Champs-Élysées or watch the fashion shows. If you're traveling during the Christmas season, be sure to check out the fancy window displays. There are also places to find the best fine jewelry. You'd also want to visit any of the famous neighborhood bakeries that sell perfect Parisian bread, made using traditional French techniques. Paris also has an impressive offering of food stops. The city boasts of 70 Michelin-starred restaurants. You'll find one for every specialty, from fresh premium oysters to award-winning edible works of art, like the famous pastries in Paris. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya headquarters. These are our top stories. Los Angeles sees days of unrest after protests against immigration raids. Israel seizes a Gaza-bound aid boat carrying activists including Greta Thunberg. And nothing can stop Cristiano Ronaldo as the 40-year-old wins the National League with Portugal and plans to stay at Saudi Arabian side Al Nassr. Los Angeles is witnessing another day of chaos as anti-immigration protests erupt across the city. Clashes broke out downtown after ICE raids swept through the area, part of President Trump's push for what he calls the biggest deportation operation in U.S. history. With over a third of LA's population born outside the country, the city has become a major target. As protests escalated, Trump deployed hundreds of National Guard troops and warned protesters, "You spit, we hit." Take a listen.
Yes, we're going to be watching it very closely. And when they spit at people, you know, they spit. That's their new thing. They spit, and worse, you know what they throw at them, right? And when that happens, I have a little statement. They say, "They spit, we hit." And I told them, nobody's going to spit on our police officers. Nobody's going to spit on our military, which they do as a common thing. They get up to them this far away and then they start spitting in their face. That happens, they get hit very hard.
Earlier, I spoke to British press photographer Nick Stern, who was caught up in the riots. Here's exactly what he told me.
I've had pretty major surgery on my leg. There was a projectile that was 3 inches long by over an inch diameter, hard plastic that was embedded in my leg muscle. I'm hooked up to a vacuum pump that's draining fluid from the wound. I've got IV in my arm. This will be going on for at least a day or two. They're concerned about infection setting in. So I can't walk at the moment. I barely have stepped out of bed and can't do so without support. So I don't know how long I'm going to be here for, and equally how long I'm going to be immobile for, but it's pretty frustrating. I do have a physical therapy session today, which I'm really not looking forward to, but I think it's going to be a gradual return to mobility.
To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by Dubai 92 presenter John O'Hays and former editor-in-chief and also media strategist Michael Jabri-Pickett. Michael, we'll speak to you first regarding what we've been seeing unfolding in LA. Obviously, I just spoke to the British photographer Nick, who was there on the scene, injured during those riots happened. A horrific ordeal, really, Michael, to endure while you're just trying to do your job. And he's not the only press member who, you know, has suffered.
Yeah, there was an Australian journalist who was on camera, and that's when she was hit in the leg as well. It is, I think, something that we've become immune to be quite honest. You know, in the 600 days or so of fighting in Gaza, we've had more than 180 journalists killed. Since 1990, we've had almost 2,700 journalists killed around the world. And these are men and women who are, as you said, doing their job. They put themselves in the line of fire. And I think because we live in this social media world, we're used to seeing action, either video or pictures. And I don't know that we necessarily appreciate that there are men and women who are putting themselves in the line of fire to get those pictures. We just automatically assume that there are cameras everywhere. But sometimes those cameras are being held by men and women who are putting themselves in harm's way.
And essentially, Jono, just to try to get the truth across, that's a lot of the time what the journalists, you know,
of course,
at the coalface
effectively
doing.
Innocent bystanders, but we now obviously we can speak to the journalists, but there will be other people who have also been injured who are innocent bystanders in this situation. People are being hurt, and this is the concern. Likely we're going to see more riots as well, and I think that it's only a matter of hours before we'll find out if that's true or not. There's been 300 National Guard who've been called up for this currently, so we know that this has been an escalation quite quickly. There's 500 Marines on standby. I mean, that is a show of force. 500 Marines and 300 National Guard with a further 1,600 on standby. Should this continue to escalate again, which we'll know in the next couple of hours if it does. Obviously, people are angry with regards to the immigration process, and these are lawful ICE operations which are being targeted currently, and it seems that the anger is palpable with the population right now. But innocent bystanders are who are suffering here, and companies and people's livelihoods are what is suffering at the root cause of this, which is a concern.
Because we've obviously seen the images today, and it's the aftermath. It's the burning cars. We've seen smashed in properties, and it's always the ramifications that come after that. But Donald Trump has been speaking within the last couple of hours, the first time he's commented on what's been going on in LA, and he said LA would have been completely obliterated without the National Guard. So he was saying it was a necessity. But Michael, what I wanted to know, is the state versus federal?
So the first thing I would say is when the president spoke about they spit, we hit, I would want to actually add a caveat to that, which is there have been no reports that anybody spit on any law enforcement officials. So I think that that's Donald Trump using what he would like to see happen as an opportunity to get a certain message out there. But to your question, I do think that it's quite interesting that I'm 58, soon to be 59. The last time a president sent in troops, National Guards, the National Guard, into a state when the governor did not want it was before I was born. Mm-hmm. It was 1965. It was Lyndon Johnson. It was to Alabama, and it was to protect civil rights demonstrators. Mm-hmm. It's not something that happens. During Hurricane Katrina in Louisiana, there were 7,000 National Guards who were sent, but that was in conjunction with, in coordination with, the governor. Here, you have the governor of California, Gavin Newsom, and you have the mayor of LA both saying, we did not need the National Guard. And yet Donald Trump, I believe, is using this because I think when he was president during Trump 1.0, George Floyd was killed, and the Black Lives Matters protests were going on. And I think that there is a desire on his part not to let things get to that point again.
I think you would run the risk. If he'd not sent in the troops, we would have been in a different situation, because troops went in from Friday night through to Saturday is when we saw the troops first arrive and the deployment. Had that not happened, we would be in a different situation now with probably maybe more casualties and more fatalities. Yes, it is probably a ploy whereby Newsom and Trump have gone head-to-head many, many times, and this is a further loggerheads in that particular debacle between both of them. Had the troops not been sent in, do you not think we'd be in a different situation today?
I don't, not that I was there, of course, but speaking to the mayor of LA when she was being spoken to by journalists, she should have no skin in the game, right? Democrat, Republican, she should be caring about what's happening to her city. She felt that there was no need for the National Guard to be sent in. The governor might have, because he is such a Democrat and he could be running for president on the Democratic side of things. He and, as you said, Donald Trump have butted heads over the years. But you would think that the mayor would probably want what's best for her city, and she felt that there wasn't the need.
I just felt with projectiles being launched into the crowd, with ransacking, with autonomous vehicles being burnt out, at what point do you say enough is enough? And yes, it would be extraordinary circumstances. Yes, now Gavin Newsom and also the mayor of LA have decided that they would like to countersue for this action being taken. But hardly a repeat of what we saw in the Capitol when the Trump riots took place would be something that was required. And I don't know what level we would have had to get to in order to call in the National Guard and to have Marines on standby, because currently the civil unrest seems like that we haven't seen something on this level in years.
But I would also say that the National Guard are not there to de-escalate. That's not what they're trained to do, and that's not their area of expertise. They're there for a show of force. And I think that any of us who have traveled to America, any of us who have watched any news programs for any length of time coming out of the States, we recognize that there is something within the American nature where they're not going to back down just because there is a show of force.
But it's quite interesting, we're just talking about this time, because the photographer I was speaking to earlier who was injured from his hospital bed, he said to me he had covered George Floyd. He had been at those protests and at those riots when they were happening, and he did say he felt these latest ones were far more inflammatory than he had seen before. I did ask him that question, and he was reporting from the ground.
And I think, again, I don't recall a scene at this level of what seems like anarchy from an outside point of view looking in. And obviously we're seeing some of the more dramatic footage. But LAPD have been told they may use whatever force necessary to bring this under control. That was not working or has not worked so far, and the riots continue yet again. And as we said, the ransacking, the looting, everything that goes with it. This is anarchy, is what we're seeing currently. And if you're trying to make the argument that the immigration policy and procedure is not correct, this is hardly the way to do it. This is definitely not the protest that is going to bring that about, and it's certainly not going to stop down the Trump administration's policy on what they're calling the largest deportation of any US history of our time. So I think that this is the wrong way to go about it. I don't know if this is going to achieve anything aside from create absolute consternation within the public.
But it is such a divisive issue. And although 70 million people voted for Donald Trump, there's about 350 million Americans. So there are a lot who didn't. And I think that there is a large segment of the population that would use this as an opportunity to protest what it is that they see as something that either shouldn't be a priority or they see as illegal. And some of the people that the administration has deported, you can argue quite easily, they have gone against what the Supreme Court has said and what other lower courts have said, that this is not the way that you go about moving people outside the country.
And once again, the Republican Party will say, we'll vote it in on a mandate and we can carry this out. But as you said, very divisive issue and something I'm sure we haven't heard the end of. But thanks so much for your thoughts on that. Stay right there as we just move on to another story. Now, Israeli forces have seized a yacht carrying activists and humanitarian aid that was trying to reach the Gaza Strip. Climate activist Greta Thunberg and a French lawmaker are among 12 people on board the Madeleine. The activists say they are protesting Israel's ongoing war in Gaza. Their lawyers claim the seizure violates international law, a claim Israel does deny. Here's what Greta Thunberg told her followers.
Greta Thunberg, and I am from Sweden. If you see this video, we have been intercepted and kidnapped in international waters by the Israeli occupational forces or forces that support Israel. I urge all my friends, family and comrades to put pressure on the Swedish government to release me and the others as soon as possible.
Earlier, I spoke to General Yaakov Amidoro, former National Security Advisor to the Israeli Prime Minister, for his thoughts, as well as former Turkish Ambassador Cengiz Ferhat. Here's what they both had to tell me.
We are very sorry about the fact that civilians had been killed by Hamas' decision to fight within civilians. We think it's a sin, it's against the international law, and we are more than angry that Hamas is fighting within his own civilian people. We know that at the end of the day, the international community is not something that Israel should be dependent on. They didn't think that we have to attack Hezbollah in Lebanon, and we did it with great success. They didn't think that we had to go to Rafah, and without it, Yahya Sinwar and his brother probably were alive now. So with all due respect to the international community, the responsibility for the security of Israel is not in the hands of foreign leaders, it's in the hands of the Israeli government.
Nobody believes that Israel has any international law on its side in all of the atrocities genocide is committing in Gaza at the moment. It's as simple as that. Unfortunately, over 1 million, maybe 2 million people are suffering. They're starving to death. And this little boat was a signal to the international community that, yes, we should do more, and more international pressure should be put on Israel.
two completely different sides there that we just heard. But what do we actually know, Jono, about the people on the boat, and basically where are they now?
So 11, I'm going to call them civilians, but one journalist on board as well, so making up 12 in total. Greta Thunberg, as we mentioned. Rima Hassan is there as well. She's the French-Palestinian member of the European Parliament who's on board. And then there's a couple of other representatives who are there as well. Where are they now? Well, we believe that they've been taken to Israel and they'll be detained there briefly, is what the message has been. Then they'll be deported to their home countries. And now, Israel's defence minister has also said that they are going to make them watch footage from the October 7th Hamas attacks so that they can see what took place for themselves, saying that this is a blockade that's in place because it is a security necessity, and you need to be aware about why this is in place. The sea blockade, at least, has been there for a number of years before the land blockade was ever in place. So this is not news, and should not have been news to the flotilla either, who were made fully aware in advance of setting off on what effectively was a dead-end mission, that they would not be granted permission to get past. And as soon as they entered past international waters and started to get close to the Gaza coastline, that they would have been intercepted, which is exactly what happened. They had been warned, they had been told that this would be the case, and they ignored all of those advices. And although the message overall may appear to be somewhat of a legitimate one, which is that we need to get aid into Gaza, it was always a futile mission, carrying just under a truckload of aid to try and get across, where the Israel forces would have intercepted them immediately.
And like you said, they basically said that. And Michael, Israel has branded this boat a selfie yacht. Do you think this was just some massive publicity stunt?
100%. But as we've talked about before on this show, when people are desperate, it calls for desperate measures. And we certainly don't want what happened last week in Colorado. But if you're a peaceful protester and you want to demonstrate that you disagree with what's happening in Gaza, you want to stand up for the people in Gaza and in the West Bank, what options do you have? You need to do something. If you are driven so much to respond to what you see constantly on social media, you have to get out there and be heard and be seen. And was it a publicity stunt? Yes, but I don't see that people who care have much option other than publicity stunts, because the international community continues to allow Israel to do whatever it is that Israel's going to do in Gaza.
The aid still will get through to Gaza. We know that. They've said that the aid will be delivered, and I believe as the boat made its way to Ashdod, to the city, that the aid would make its way further afield. We can hope that that aid will then make its way through, but we're fully aware from the last number of weeks and even going into months at this stage, aid has not been making it through the land border with Gaza, which is, of course, devastating news. And I do see the worth in perhaps trying to bring attention to that, but I don't think anyone's unaware of that at this stage. I feel like this is exactly what Michael said. It's a publicity stunt. Calling it the selfie yacht was exactly the correct way to refer to this. And I don't see what these particular people brought to the party to bring attention to it.
I would say, but we're talking about it.
Yeah.
So they've done something.
If we were not talking about that, we'd still be talking about Gaza today and saying that the aid was not getting through. There may have been other stories of the Gaza blockade, and also the aid making its way through, which didn't make it to those who needed it today, would have still made it to the media.
And I respect that opinion, but I also think that it allows us to then talk about Gaza in a different way that might get some people more engaged, because it's something that they can relate to, instead of yet another day where more Palestinians are killed by more shooting from the IDF.
And that's what I hope it does. I hope it brings it to the human psyche, and I hope people say, right, how are we going to now get involved? And I really hope that it's not 12 people who feather their own nest on a boat to head to Gaza to try and bring attention to something.
So I think that there are better ways for these 12 people, if they wanted to stand up and make a point that would shine a brighter light on themselves. I think that there are better ways to do that. I think that, and this is something that's happened, these flotillas, it's something that they've tried for decades to get into Gaza. So they knew it would fail, and they knew it would probably fail in international waters as this one did. But again, when you can't get in through land, you can't get in through air, this is the only other option. And it does shine a light on what they consider the most pressing issue of the day.
And I must say something. Since 2007, there's been the blockades when it comes to the sea into Gaza, which they were trying to get through. And now 4 months we've had the land blockade. So it is really like a fortress. And I think maybe a lot of us, Jono, had forgotten all the way back in 2007 that had happened.
Yeah.
So it's like that conversation again, like how do people actually physically able to help those
exactly,
right
and
now.
that's again, like Michael said,
Yeah.
if that becomes the crux of this, and we eventually end up getting aid through there, and we have a flood of aid into Gaza as a result of this publicity, amazing. Greta Thunberg doing any favours by saying she was kidnapped when she was told in advance, you're not going to get past here, please don't even attempt it, is a different narrative.
But I would, sorry to interrupt, I would also say that if they're going to make the 12 watch what happened on October 7th, then I would say that there should be a sizable part of the Israeli population that has to watch home videos from the past 80 years, starting with the Nakba, and so that they can see exactly what it is that they took away from so many Palestinians.
The same won't be done, but that's...
Yes, it wouldn't be done. But I also thought what was quite interesting is, you know, we talked about Greta saying it was a kidnap. And we've actually heard from Sweden, obviously, where she comes from, and they've rejected her plea for help, which I thought was quite interesting. And the Swedish Foreign Affairs Minister said on Monday that she believes Greta Thunberg is not in need of support from the ministry after the climate activists called on followers to pressure the government into action. She also basically doubled down on the fact that as a result of Greta's plea, the consular hotline had received a high volume of calls meant for Swedes in need. They weren't getting that. So actually, they're saying it was quite a dangerous campaign, and it's had ramifications, especially for Sweden itself.
And let's be very clear, she's not in any need of any assistance. She is going to be deported. Once they've watched the video, she will be deported, as will all 12 of the people who are on board, the 11 activists and the one journalist. They will all be sent back to their home countries. They're not in any immediate danger right now, and they have not been kidnapped. They've been intercepted, and they were told that that would happen.
Yeah, very interesting thoughts. Thank you so much for that. And we're going to move on to another story now. And Russia's President Vladimir Putin has approved a major revamp of the country's navy, according to a Kremlin aide. Russia currently has the world's third most powerful navy after China and the United States. The announcement comes after Moscow launched what Ukrainian sources described as the largest overnight bombardment of the war, firing nearly 500 drones and missiles just across Ukraine. Earlier, I talked to former presidential advisor to both Boris Yeltsin and Vladimir Putin, Professor Sergei Karanov. I started by asking him how about NATO Chief Mark Rutte's latest comments on President Putin.
Mr. Rasmussen is the head of a criminal alliance which have committed several aggressions during the last 2 decades. So I even do not want to comment on his words. Second, it is absolutely well known that Russia have been calling on NATO for 25 years, people including myself, but also officials, not to expand, or otherwise they would have been met with the repercussions. Our patience have been overexhausted. Unfortunately, we reacted too late. We don't need land. Now we have more than enough. But we want to stop their cancer, which is called NATO. And we want to stop the cancer, which is called European expansion, which for the last couple of 100 years, or even more, have caused numerous hardship for the world. 2 world wars, totalitarian ideologies, massive genocides all over the world, capitalism, racism, everything has been there and coming from there. We want to stop Europe from imposing its way of life on the world. If there is an opening with the United States, I mean, which is a relatively healthy morally and spiritually and culturally member of the Western clique, we want to use this opening. We do not want the expansion of hostilities or else deterioration them into the World War III. I have been calling for preemptive strikes on Europe, first on nuclear, if necessary, hopefully, God forbids, nuclear. Europeans are, because European elites have lost everything and they are absolute failures, so they are longing to cover up their failures with total animosity, or even again, in a little bit more than 100 years, they are pushing the world towards the new world war. We have to stop them. Trump is withdrawing from this mess, but unfortunately, Europeans have lost their minds. They are running amok. So I hope, of course, that we should never be close to using nuclear weapons against Europe, but they should know that if we are pushed to the necessity, we'll have to do that to save the world from this European monster, which have unleashed already 2 world wars and is driving the world towards the 3rd one.
Now, Cristiano Ronaldo has said he'll continue playing for Saudi's Al Nassr next season, despite speculation of leaving the club. The 40-year-old striker was part of the Portuguese side who defeated Spain in the Nations League last night. Ronaldo scored his 138th goal for his country, making him the oldest player to score in the tournament. Earlier, our Saudi Pro League presenter and commentator Joe Morrison about the player's legacy and what keeps him going.
He's got that aura. He's like Michael Jordan with the Bulls. He's a marquee name. He's a huge figure, and there's no doubt he had an impact. There's a lot more nutrition, science, rehab now for players in comparison to going back to the 80s or even the 70s. So I think you're getting more longevity out of players now physically.
Yeah.
The difference is motivation. When you've got 250 million followers on social media, when you've got, 6 cars in the garage and a ride-on lawnmower, what more does a guy need? It's the motivation where you have to give him respect, not the physical, like still wanting to compete for silverware at 40 years old.
So he's got a lawnmower, apparently, which is quite interesting, Michael, but still winning trophies at a grand old age of 40, imagine. And there seems to be no stopping Ronaldo, really.
So I would wonder a little bit about what he said. Yes, there's motivation, but I think the reality is that for a lot of athletes, as they know the end is near, and at 40 you know the end is near, that there is a fair bit of fear about what's next. So maybe my best bet is to prolong what it is that I'm doing right now. And I think that a lot of athletes, we know this, they struggle once they retire. Some will be either going to school or they'll be doing media training in the off season so that they do have something to fall back on. But if it's something that you've been doing since you were 7, 8 years old, and it's all you've really known as you've gotten older, and then for those incredibly lucrative and peak years, your 20s and 30s, once that goes away, for a lot of men and women, they don't know how to make that adjustment. And I think sometimes in this particular case, the motivation might not be that he's wanting to be the best. It might be, maybe I'm scared about what's on the other side.
I don't know. I know what you're trying to say, but I think Ronaldo's a whole different ballgame because he's got all the money in the world. I'm sure he's got academies. His son's a really upcoming footballer. There's stuff going on in his life, if you want to put it that way, and he never really has to work again. And I'm sure he could commentate, on whatever he wanted. So I do think it is the passion. But anyway, moving on. John, they all say 40's old, blah, blah, blah. How long do you think
Look, I think...
He can go on 4.
No, I think 40 is the new 20, maybe 30 at a push. But it's at now he's not the oldest player who'll have taken part in a World Cup. If he keeps going for 2 more years, he'll be inside the top 4, but he won't be the oldest. An Egyptian player in 2018 was 45 years old competing in the World Cup. There's a 43-year-old Colombian who took part in 2015. Peter Shilton in 1990 was 40 years old when he was in the World Cup. So yes, it will place him inside the top 4. And like Michael said, maybe he doesn't know what is next, because this is not a money situation. He's worth $800 million US. He makes
that it?
that's all, but he makes $700,000 a day. So every day that goes by, he's got another close to $1 million in the bank. So I don't know if it's going to be necessarily about money, and I think he's lucrative for the rest of his life. He's lucrative for his kids' life and his grandkids' life. He's got countless endorsements that are on board with Ronaldo as well. And just the name itself is the CR7 brand will be eternal and will live on. If he goes into a line of, and he does the Kardashian move and he goes down the line of fragrances, he'll still make money well into his 80s or 90s. But I do think the kind of athlete that he is, he wants to keep going. He has a passion for the game, and he's got a passion to stay in sports. If he didn't, he'd do what David Beckham did, and he'd just go consult.
I was just going to say, I'm going to double down on my argument, and I'm going to use David Beckham as an example. When you look at his situation, what we see as spectators watching his life unfold, David Beckham's, I think that there are a lot of people who are wondering that he's a little bit, yes, he does some wonderful charitable work, and he's got great family time, but it's not the same. And I think that there is a real fear on the part of a lot of athletes, again, as they get closer to the end, when they start to question what's next. And maybe, as you said, it is the passion because of the love of the game. But sometimes it's also the passion for the love of the game because there's nothing else that I've had time to figure out what I love.
So I was just wondering, I quite like David Beckham when he's cooking. I must say those shows are always quite nice. That can be watched. He's passionate.
But Ronaldo's not going to go there. He's not going to do a cookery TV show next. Or I don't know what it is, but it's not.
It's not a Ronaldo thing.
That's not a Ronaldo thing.
But also, controversially, football is a team sport. Ronaldo is 40. Is it easier? Because if we look at the likes of tennis players, Novak Djokovic, 38, nearly 39. He just lost in the French Open semi-final to Yannick Sinner. He's desperate to get that 25th Grand Slam. He'll be the best ever. But he's struggling. He's had injury. It's a one-man sport. You're out there with no backup. Is it easier to be in your 40s, you think, and you've got a team sport?
I think the expectation is... because of who he is and the reputation, I think there's so much more pressure. I also think that if it gets to the point where he's 42 and he's on the club for the World Cup in 2026, if he's not pulling his weight, the amount of hate from the media that he'll get. So he'll be the first to recognize I am the age I am, and I play ice hockey with a lot of people who are half my age. I know when and I'm not anywhere near that level, but I know when I am not having a good game. And so I think Cristiano is going to know exactly the same way, that it's not working out. And that may be one of the things that motivates him right now, is that I want to prove that I am as good now and I will be as good at 42 as I was when I was 22. I
would argue that go out on a high. If you're Cristiano Ronaldo and you're thinking, right, I'm about to hit 40, would now be the time to retire. But again, he is the GOAT. And you said, yes, it's a team sport. Please name another player from the Portuguese national team. I really can't. And you find that across the board. The player is almost superseded, as a person, has superseded the sport in itself. He is something that transcends. And Michael and I, neither of us are football fans. Yet we know intrinsical details about Cristiano Ronaldo or David Beckham's life because they are bigger than the sport is.
I would also say, and maybe you can't appreciate this, but one of the things that professional athletes from sports where there are teams, one of the things they talk about missing the most is the dressing room after they retire, where they get to hang out with all the other guys. And that, I think, is not as prevalent in the individual sports. But I think it is something that if he is truly part of the community when he plays with these teams. That may be something else that motivates him that he doesn't want to lose.
But it's interesting because even in the individual sports, the dressing room's really important because you've got coaches, you've got physios, you've got other players, you know, you've got friends who you hit with. But it's such an interesting conversation. And let's see what his next move is. Cristiano Ronaldo there. And finally, Jono and Michael, you've come up with a couple of quirky stories of the day. And Jono, I must say I love your story because it's about a zebra who was on the loose. We did mention this last week, but he's been rescued. What a lovely story.
Yeah, it's nice, although the video footage is somewhat concerning. A pet zebra has finally been captured after he escaped spending a week-long manhunt, zebra hunt, I guess, if it's a zebra, across Tennessee. The very dramatic video footage was of the moment initially that we saw of Ed the zebra being airlifted now by a helicopter, wrapped in a net, rocking side. Here he is, which looks...
He looks so happy, doesn't
Well,
he?
I don't know, as happy as a zebra that's been airlifted through could possibly be.
Yeah.
Ed is now at his new home in Christiana as well, which is nice, but he was spotted galloping along the intersection in some very shocking footage, and people were concerned, and he became an internet sensation and a meme after his 8-dare adventure, which led to viral videos of Ed pretty much everywhere. But now he's safe and he's back at home once again.
I'm glad that Ed's safe. I love the fact that he's called Ed. And I must say that zebras have always been one of my most favourite animals, and I always called them donkeys in pyjamas. That's
Great.
what they look like.
A little bit. And
A little bit.
I mentioned this earlier on, but a great collective noun as well. I love a good collective noun.
Oh, yes, yes.
And a good collective noun for zebras is it is a dazzle of zebras, which I think is tremendous.
Oh, but he's just on his own.
Can I also say that it's actually zebras?
Zebras.
Never.
This is
Never.
tomatoes.
No.
And we're now with a Canadian talking about pronunciation and an Irish guy. I think neither of us are overqualified to give you that.
And obviously, but I've always said zebra. To me, it's zebra. Zebra, zebra.
It really depends.
Donkey in pyjamas. We can settle on that one.
Donkey in pyjamas.
Yeah, donkey
Fine,
in
we'll go with
pyjamas.
that.
But we're glad that Ed, human name, back safe and sound. Good luck to you, Ed. And Michael, a UK restaurant deliberately designed to provide bad customer service is actually closing its doors. Should we be surprised by this?
We should be disappointed by this. And the reason is because this would be, as someone who used to be a server, a waiter, this would have been back in the 80s, I would have given all the tips during the course of a busy weekend so that I could react the way that some of the staff at this restaurant/theater production house were encouraged to act with their customers. Rude hand gestures, curse words, swearing at the customers, throwing menus at them. It's called Karen's Diner for a reason, because all of the staff treat the customers as though they're Karens. And they finally are given their just desserts, pardon the pun, and the staff are able to treat them as though they can take out all their frustration on these customers.
What is a Karen?
A Karen
What is a Karen?
Michael had a really perfect description for it. But it is a lady of a certain age, I think.
Someone born in the 70s.
Who was born in the 70s, who has got a specific type of haircut, which indicates
You said it was a bob, and I have a bob.
That's why he didn't want to say it again.
Say it again.
But who has got a predisposition to want to complain about pretty much everything.
Oh, yeah.
Who constantly asks for the manager.
Yes, yes.
That's my mum. I'm just putting it out there. You know, as soon as you pay a bill at the restaurant, she always says, "Where's the manager? I could have made this better at home."
I wish I could have gone to a restaurant like this, but I think it's quirky, it's kitsch. I get the idea behind it, and I always judge somebody by how they treat a server in a restaurant. And I think it's nice to give people who are normally the complainers a taste of their own medicine. And this sounds like it was a taste of their own medicine by 10. I'd seen some of the videos online.
But there's going to be some pop-ups, Jono, so not all hope is lost. Am I right?
Yes, there will be some pop-ups, and I think it. For a server, I think it could be incredibly cathartic, where you're given this opportunity to let out years of frustration. You know, when you've had some of those, some of the world's worst customers. Because as I think the two trickiest jobs are being a journalist and being a server. Because if you're a server, you are juggling 5 or 6 different tables. You could have 2 people at one table. You could have 6 at another. You have to give one person, one table their check. You have to collect an order for another one. You have to be able to walk up to a table for the first time and gauge within nanoseconds the energy. Is this a first date or is this a last date? And because you're able to sort of, if you're successful, you're able to read the room, you are constantly on guard. And when you do encounter customers who are not polite, who do not treat you with respect, you really don't have any recourse. But here, Karen's Diner is the place where all of those servers could go because, as I said, they can do pretty much anything they want and say that it's part of theater.
I imagine it's tricky to get a job anywhere else afterwards because that's on your CV, that's the last place you worked. You're not going to walk into the Ritz and say, my customer service is impeccable. But what I wouldn't give to be able to go in and freely and openly tell everyone what I think about them on a day-to-day basis without having to go to HR would be, I'd be a delight.
I must say, I also worked as a waitress back in my 20s in London, and I was just always really nice for the tips, like I wanted the money. You know, I think that's a lot of the time why our people
with the same haircut or with a different haircut?
I've always had the Karen Bob. Is that okay?
It's fine. It's fine. When you're on the receiving end of it, I'm sure it's fine.
You look a bit shocked, John.
I'm taken aback by it, I got to be honest with you. And I also can't imagine you in the service industry. I just feel like that was, I reckon you had to act a lot in order to be able to be overly pleasant to the customers.
I'd like to say that I'm very nice. On that note, thanks to today's guests, Dubai 92 presenter John O'Hays and former editor-in-chief and media strategist Michael Jabri-Picken. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and follow us on X. GNT with Tom Burges Watson is coming up next. Goodbye and thank you.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs. But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Good evening, and thank you for joining us here on Al Arabiya English for this special Counterpoints interview. I'm Melinda Nucifora. The death toll in Gaza has now surpassed 55,000. That's according to the Gaza Health Ministry. The tragic milestone comes as world leaders and high-ranking politicians prepare to gather in New York for a Palestinian conference co-chaired by Saudi Arabia and France. To discuss next week's meeting, I'm pleased to say we're joined by Prince Turki Al Faisal, the former Saudi intelligence chief and the kingdom's one-time ambassador to the US and the UK. Your Royal Highness, thank you for joining us here on Counterpoints for this special interview.
Thank you very much for having me.
Your Royal Highness, 20 months on, 55,000 deaths. What's your assessment of the current situation in Gaza?
It's a crime unprecedented, I think, in the history of humanity. And the blame is almost universal. The world is standing by while Israel executes genocide and all of the concomitant awful consequences of that word. Population displacement, starvation, a disease, all of the things that can happen to a people in a negative way are being done to the Palestinians by Israel, and the world is refusing to put a stop to that. We hear nations, saying we sympathize with the deaths of the Palestinians and things like that. Well, sympathy is not enough. You have to prevent the killing. And the only way to do that is to stop the fighting and to stop the killing and to stop this tirade of Israeli inhumanity inflicted on the Palestinians.
So Saudi Arabia, in an effort to take some of that action, will co-chair next week's Palestinian conference in New York. What are your expectations for the meeting? Ideally, what would you like to see achieved?
First of all, there should be recognition of a Palestinian state. That is something that is long overdue. And we've heard from countries like France and others in Europe and other places saying that they may or may not do that. That is unacceptable. And I think since France and the kingdom have put their efforts to be joint hosts of this conference, I'm sure the kingdom will be pushing not just France, but all the attendants of that conference, not only to recognize a Palestinian state, but also to impose a ceasefire on the Israelis. It is imperative that the world comes to an end on that specific subject and say enough is enough.
You mentioned statehood there. So we have been hearing reports that your co-chair, France, and other Western nations have walked back a little bit from the possibility, the probability of recognising a Palestinian state at the conference. How disappointing is that? Is this a missed opportunity, perhaps?
Indeed, and I would rather wait until the conference takes place. I will not go by media speculation, whether reference to anonymous sources or any other sources. I have not seen any official statements by either France or other European countries that they will walk back, as you said, from recognition of a Palestinian state. So let's wait and see what comes out of the conference. And this is where the kingdom has been playing the major role in pushing for the recognition of the Palestinian state.
The US Ambassador Mike Huckabee has said if there's such a desire for a Palestinian state, then perhaps Muslim countries, he says, and I quote, with 644 times more land than Israel, should put up their hands to host it. What do you make of the US Ambassador's comments there?
Well, he's been known to be a fervent supporter of Israel all his career. And so I wouldn't take his words at face value. Really, his words mean nothing. It is what comes out of Washington rather than of the embassy in Jerusalem or in Tel Aviv, the American embassy there that I would account for. So his statement to me means nothing. And from that context, and Israel, as he says, has a small piece of land. Well, it's been stealing Palestinian land. And that is why the Palestinians want it back. So it is not only wrong, but it is sort of excusing the theft of property by Israel.
Previously, the Israeli government has called on regional countries, including Saudi Arabia, to take in Palestinians. What does the kingdom make of those kinds of calls from Israel?
These are all efforts to put the blame on others for what Israel is doing. It is Israel that is doing the killing in Palestine. It is Israel that is pushing Palestinians from their land. And as I mentioned, it is Israel that is stealing their land. So other countries taking in the Palestinians is not the solution. The solution is lifting the occupation from Israeli territory. And it's not just in Gaza. It's also in the West Bank. We've seen in the last few days Israel announcing more colonies in the West Bank than ever before. So it is that stealing of Palestinian land that has to stop. And the only way to do that is for the world to recognize the Palestinian state, which has defined territory fully identified as Palestinian, so that the Israelis don't steal more of it. And this is where I think the world has been negligent from that perspective.
If we turn back to the US ambassador's comments, Mike Huckabee also called the conference ill-timed and inappropriate. And yet we've seen a lot of positive comments about the conference from other Western allies. What do you say to the US ambassador's quite critical assessment of the conference next week in New York?
I will not address myself to what Mr. Huckabee says. As I said, he is representing America as a representative of Israel rather than as a representative of America. So I would rather wait to see what comes out of the U.S. government in Washington and not from Mr. Huckabee.
There's been a lot of praise given to the Trump administration and to his special envoy, Steve Witkoff, for their efforts in getting that temporary ceasefire with Hamas, along with securing some of the Israeli hostages' return. What do you make of their efforts so far, and what more do you think they and other allies could be doing to put pressure on Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu?
Their efforts to get that ceasefire were well-deserved, and we need more of that, to get more of that ceasefire in place, and a permanent one, not just a temporary one. This is, I think, what is expected of not just the United States, but the world community. Unfortunately, as we've seen recently, the United Nations resolution that was put forth in the UN Security Council to end the fighting in Palestine was vetoed by the Americans. So I don't know where they're planning to go from there. We need more of their pressure on Israel to stop the fighting rather than vetoing resolutions calling for the stopping of the killing and the pillage that Israel is practicing on Palestinians.
Do you think there can be peace or a ceasefire with Benjamin Netanyahu and his far-right coalition in charge in Israel?
I don't think I need to answer that question. They've shown their intentions quite clearly. They deny that there is going to be a Palestinian state. They claim all of the territory of the West Bank and Gaza. And as mentioned by yourself, they want to drive the Palestinians to other places than Palestine. So it is a moot thing for me to say that the Israeli government does not want peace. They just want a continuation of the occupation and the stealing of Palestinian land and the driving away of Palestinian people from their homes.
Do you have faith in the Trump administration that they can revive these talks, get back to where they were when that ceasefire was agreed to, and reach a lasting ceasefire?
I never lose faith when it comes to politics. You never know. And the fact that Mr. Trump, for example, has contravened Mr. Netanyahu's wishes for a confrontation with Iran, for example, was a welcome step to avoid more warfare in the area and going for negotiations of a new nuclear deal with Iran. Mr. Trump's deal with the Houthis to stop the Houthis' intervention on the Red Sea commerce and shipping lanes was also without consultation with Mr. Netanyahu. And to go back to the release of one of those hostages who had an American citizenship, Mr. Trump dealt directly with Hamas without Mr. Netanyahu being involved. So Mr. Trump has shown that he can operate without the influence or the necessarily the approval of Mr. Netanyahu. And I hope he does the same for a permanent solution of the Palestinian issue in a two-state solution with the capital of East Jerusalem in Palestine, and security for all Palestinians and for the rest of us from the Israeli war machine.
Some of Israel's other Western allies have started to change their rhetoric. We even saw just recently the UK, Australia, for example, sanctioning some of the Israeli hardline ministers. Are you disappointed that a lot of these Western countries have waited 20 months to express any kind of outrage against the Israeli government? And do you think it's too little too late now?
It is too little, definitely. It is never too late to condemn Israeli actions and to, put blame on Israeli politicians. I want to see more of that. I want to see the Israeli government condemned and sanctioned by these Western governments. They've sanctioned other countries before. Russia is an example over the Ukraine issue. What the Israelis are doing in Palestine is much worse than what the Russians are doing in Ukraine. And yet these countries still are reticent and hesitant about applying the same standards to the Israeli occupation of Palestine that they have applied to the Russian occupation of Ukrainian territory.
You mentioned a two-state solution just before in your previous answer. We've been hearing from the US, from the administration itself, saying that at this stage a two-state solution is no longer on the table. It's not a goal, an immediate goal for them at this point. Is that disappointing, and how much does that set back the Palestinian cause in your mind?
I have not heard that statement myself. But if that statement came out of U.S. officials, definitely it would be very disappointing. The whole world is going for a two-state solution and the establishment of a Palestinian state. So the United States would be very much a lone wolf, if you like, in denying statehood for the Palestinians. I hope if they have done or they have said those words, that they will retract them and come out in support of the peace conference in New York.
Some Israeli government ministers have warned that if particularly European allies recognise Palestinian statehood, whether it's at the upcoming conference or in some time in the future, it would respond by annexing more land in the West Bank. What's your reaction?
They have done that. They have done that already. They are not waiting for the Europeans to recognize the Palestinian state. As I mentioned just a few days ago, they've also proclaimed that they're going to establish more colonies on the West Bank. So that's a moot point for them. And I think it is highly irresponsible of the European countries not to take action against that action that was taken by Israel of stealing more land. We want to see full condemnation for that action by the Europeans and full recognition of a Palestinian state.
There are reports as well ahead of the conference that the Palestinian Authority has suggested it will make, and I quote, concrete and unprecedented commitments to reform at the New York meeting. President Emmanuel Macron's office has suggested that Mahmoud Abbas has pledged that Hamas will no longer rule Gaza. Do you think Hamas will have a hand in or over Gaza in any kind of a state that would be established?
I'm not privy to official communications and statements that come out of either the Palestinian Authority or the French government. So I really don't know what the state of affairs is on that specific subject. What I do know is that the Palestinians should be allowed to decide for themselves and not be dictated to by others. And if there is going to be prevention of Hamas from having any role in a future Palestine, there should equally be prevention of the present Israeli government and the officials there from any role in any future peace negotiations over the two-state solution.
Your Excellency, you've been working in key diplomatic and security-related roles for a long time. When you look at the decision from Hamas to carry out the October 7 attacks, from a political, from a military point of view, do you think it was a strategic mistake that has harmed the Palestinian cause?
From the very beginning of that affair, I made a statement after the October 7th saying that, in my view, it is better to fight Israel with civil disobedience rather than using military arms. The wisdom of having equal strength to fight your enemy was lacking in that decision by Hamas to do what they did. Because all it ended up in was that, the Israelis had the excuse at the beginning to go on that rampage and still continue that rampage, and not only of destroying all of Gaza, but also doing what they are doing in the West Bank, all under the excuse that they were attacked by Hamas. So I'm all for civil disobedience as a means of denying Israel not only its justification for what it's doing, but also for gaining world sympathy for their cause.
For the Palestinian people in Gaza, when you consider the sacrifices and the tragedy that they have faced since October 7, if the prerequisite remains from Israel that Hamas should put down their weapons, if that is going to be a prerequisite for the war to end, do you think Hamas should?
I think the Israelis should do that. They're the ones who are doing the killing now. Hamas is simply there. I think I've not seen any reports of any ability of Hamas of doing any more killing, in spite of what might come out in social media and so on. So it is the Israelis who have to drop their arms and stop the killing and go to negotiations and let the Palestinian Authority represent the Palestinian people. That is the only solution, I think, for the two-state solution.
If I could ask you about normalization with Israel. I mean, before October 7, it seemed as if things were progressing in that area. Is that now completely off the table? What would it take now for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to return to the path of normalizing relations with Israel?
Our leadership has been very clear in that. There has to be a Palestinian state with its capital in East Jerusalem for any normalization to happen between Israel and Saudi Arabia. That position has not changed, and it was the position even before October 7. At that time, there were negotiations proposed by the Americans, if you remember, that Saudi Arabia should have normalization with Israel, and the kingdom proposed to the Americans at the time that there should be a Palestinian state in order for Saudi Arabia to have normalization with Israel. The Israelis, by their actions, have prevented that from happening. So it's not going to happen as long as the Israeli occupation continues in Palestine and there is no Palestinian state.
The Israeli administration has said on occasion, and also the US administration, that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is willing to remove that prerequisite. Are they telling falsehoods?
As I mentioned, our leadership has never denied or hesitated in saying that that is a primary condition. And they keep saying that at all levels. The king, the crown prince, the foreign minister, other ministers, all the statements, the weekly cabinet meetings that come out with statements about Palestine. The crown prince just recently in his address to the pilgrims mentioned that the Palestinian state must be established and the Palestinian people get their legitimate right for self-determination. That is a clear statement, and if there is somebody who doesn't hear what the leadership is saying, then they should fix their hearing and put some hearing aids in their ears.
We've heard again from the Trump administration the repeat of this idea of moving Palestinians out of the Gaza area so that it can be rebuilt into a more desirable destination. Do you think that that's also a little bit of cultural colonialism, that the US is inflicting its idea of what is a desirable civilization onto what the people there should expect?
I thought that issue has died a clear death after it was made several months ago, and I haven't heard it repeated again. So I would be surprised if that were still the position of the American administration.
It was repeated again by the ambassador, Mike Huckabee, who said it was time to move Palestinians out. I know, as you've said, you don't put much credence in his comments, but he does represent the US administration's beliefs. He doesn't stray far from what the administration holds dear.
Well, that's for the American administration to decide upon. I don't consider him as representing the American government. I said I will wait for a statement to come out of Washington and not for Israel's ambassador to the United States.
With regards to the negotiations, what do you think needs to happen for them to get back on track? Do you think that there is anything that either side could or should maybe move an inch on that you think can bring the parties realistically back to the table?
I think the Americans should do what they did the first time that they had the ceasefire, is put their foot down on the Israeli necks and say, you guys better do it or else. Unless that happens, I don't think anything will go forward.
Do you have any message for Israel and for the Trump administration about returning to the negotiating table, about the future of peace in the region?
Yeah, go for peace, not for war. That is something that is clearly the wish of the world community, and even a substantial portion of the Israeli community, and even more so the worldwide Jewish diaspora is more and more in support of a free Palestine. Just look at the demonstrations that have taken place all over the world since October 7th in support of Palestinian independence. Many of those demonstrating are Jewish, and they are the ones who should be speaking for the Jewish people, not Mr. Netanyahu and his criminal gang.
Your Excellency, we'll have to leave it there, but we absolutely appreciate your candid insights and your time. Prince Turki Al Faisal, former Saudi intelligence chief and one-time ambassador to the US and the UK, we appreciate greatly having you here on Counterpoints for our special interview. Your Royal Highness, thank you so much for joining us.
It's a pleasure to be with you, and thank you for the time.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
No one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
and an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up on the programme today, an Air India plane bound for London carrying 242 passengers crashes shortly after takeoff from the western city of Ahmedabad in India. We'll get the very latest on this and ask, how could such a thing happen? We'll also have our regular weekly look at all things US and political. That's in a roundup with Amanda Mackey. Lots to talk about, including protests in Los Angeles over US immigration policy. Plus, we'll have an exclusive interview with the former Deputy Prime Minister of Iraq and asking him what's behind the mounting tensions between Baghdad and the semi-autonomous region of Kurdistan. All of that coming up on Global News Today. Hello and welcome. Straight to our top story, the deadly plane crash in western India of a Boeing 7878 Dreamliner operated by the flag carrier Air India. Well, the plane crashed to the ground shortly after taking off from Ahmedabad Airport at 13:38 local time. Well, on board that flight, which was bound for London Gatwick Airport, 230 passengers, 2 pilots and 10 cabin crew. Well, the chairman of Air India has expressed his, quote, profound sorrow at this tragic accident. Well, the plane came down in a residential area close to the airport. Well, Terry Tozer is an aviation expert and a former airline pilot. He joins us now from the UK. Thank you very much indeed for being with us, Terry. I expect you've seen the same video footage as the rest of us. What are your first observations?
Well, I think probably as others have spotted, really, it's a very unusual situation where you've got an aircraft with the undercarriage down, descending, and apparently with no takeoff flap selected. You know, you wouldn't be 100% sure in saying that, but it does look like a clean wing, and normally there would be a degree of flap set for takeoff in order to generate the lift necessary to get a large aircraft off the ground.
I understand this is the first deadly crash involving a 7878 Dreamliner. Until now, I mean, that aircraft type appears not to have had any major issues. Is that correct?
That's absolutely right. And I doubt whether it's a type-related incident in this case. I mean, one can never be sure this early on. But it is very extraordinary to see an aircraft that soon after takeoff with no flaps, because it simply won't meet the performance requirements in that configuration.
There have been some videos doing the rounds, and obviously we have to be cautious of what does the rounds on social media. It might not all be authentic, but someone who claims to have been a passenger on that very same aeroplane earlier in the day, flying, I believe, to or from Delhi, says that a lot of things weren't working. The call buttons weren't working. The in-flight entertainment system wasn't working. There were various other things that seemed to be malfunctioning. I mean, should we read anything into that, or would you say these are completely unrelated issues?
Well, those systems wouldn't affect the aircraft, the way the aircraft flies, but obviously you raise questions then about maintenance. Now, why the flaps were not in the correct position, I suppose, you know, it is possible that there was some technical reason for that when the crew had originally selected them correctly. It's very hard to know. It's all speculation at the moment. But normally, if the flaps were not set correctly for takeoff, there would be a warning to the crew. The aircraft would say it wasn't configured correctly. If the flaps were raised too soon after takeoff, that would be extremely unusual for a crew to make that kind of mistake. If there was a technical reason for the flaps retracting uncommanded, that would be very rare. But, you know, if you're looking at technical reasons or maintenance, I suppose the investigators will look at that. I mean, they'll look at absolutely every possible angle, I'm quite sure.
So we've talked about the aircraft type. What about the airline, Air India? I mean, what sort of a safety record does that airline have?
Not wonderful. There was an awful Air India crash when one crashed into a residential area in Karachi, and that exposed quite a lot of issues. You know, I'm very reluctant to point the finger at airline or the crew this early on in the situation, because we simply don't know. None of those things may have been a factor. They wouldn't have been the top of my list to fly with. The Dreamliner, I would have no qualms about. It's had an excellent record. You know, we're all speculating and guessing at the moment. And no doubt the investigators will be very keen to get hold of the flight recorder and the voice recorder in order to see if that gives them the answers.
And on the issue of maintenance that you raised just a moment ago, I mean, the checks that are carried out on a passenger plane before it is, you know, put to use are pretty extensive, aren't they? I mean, are they uniform? Are they the same sort of checks that all airlines operating any given aircraft type would carry out in pretty much the same way, would you say?
In theory, the manufacturer will produce a schedule of maintenance and rectification and modification and anything that might need to be done by the engineering side of the airline. We know that human beings make mistakes. We know that not everybody operates exactly the same way. And as in any other role in life, there are some better than others. But I've not heard of anything maintenance or engineering wise that would give me any particular cause for concern. At the end of the day, I think the investigators will look at absolutely every possible angle to see what could have produced this, because the aircraft should have been able to take off perfectly normally, even with an engine failure.
I mean, we were saying just a moment ago how the aircraft type, the Dreamliner, has had a good safety record up until this point. But the same can't be said of Boeing as a whole, can it?
No, and I mean, obviously, the culture at Boeing was a great concern, because the culture that allowed the creation of the Boeing Max in the way that it did was appalling. And it was a different animal altogether. This is a brand new aircraft that was designed from scratch. The Boeing Max was a development, and a controversial development, of the old 737. So I don't really see that as a direct read across from one to the other. Obviously, we'll find out more in due course.
But nevertheless, I mean, what sort of an impact do you think this will have on the Boeing brand?
It won't be good. I suspect a lot of it will be irrational. I understand their shares have plummeted, which is pretty irrational. But you know, I think the investigators will look at hard fact and data and evidence, and what the markets and the reputations do will be the same as human reaction to any disaster, I imagine.
And just looking at, you know, the short period of time that plane was in the air for, you know, didn't really achieve much of an altitude. I mean, clearly the pilot will have had very little time to react. I mean, does it look like there's anything he could have or should have done that he didn't?
It's impossible to say at this point. I mean, if the flaps were retracted when they shouldn't have been for whatever reason, as you say, to first of all recognise that, and secondly react to it, and then thirdly to achieve a successful recovery by whatever means. Not a lot of time involved. But, you know, I must stress that all public transport aircraft are designed to take off safely, even with an engine failure at the most critical point of takeoff. So this is very unusual and at the moment, not really explicable.
Okay, so we're going to have to wait until the black box is recovered and its content released. I mean, what clues might that hold?
Well, it'll tell the investigators, assuming that the boxes are readable after that inferno. They should be, but it's not going to be a straightforward investigation. It will tell them whether the flaps were set beforehand, whether they retracted afterwards, and if so, why. So, you know, that will be, or if in fact there was any other factor that we don't know about at this point.
Okay, well, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Terry Tozer, aviation expert and former airline pilot. Thank you very much indeed for your time.
You're welcome.
Now, today is Thursday, and as ever, it is the day of the week when we take a look at some of the biggest stories of the week in the United States. Plenty to talk about, and for this, I'm joined, as last week, by Amanda Mackey, who is a Republican strategist and lawyer who joins us from Tampa, Florida. Amanda, great to have you with us once again here on Arabiya English. Let's start by talking about the state of California, which is facing off with Washington in court today. This, of course, relates to President Trump's deployment of U.S. troops to the city of Los Angeles, where there have been several days of demonstrations. Those taking part, of course, protesting against President Trump's immigration crackdown. And we understand that some 700 US Marines will be on the streets of LA by today or tomorrow. Amanda, I mean, there is this big debate, isn't there, in the US about the use of military on US soil. I mean, what's the thinking behind this deployment, do you think?
Well, President Trump has made no bones about being a law and order president, and he believes that a lot of this is political in nature, too, and that's why you see Josh Hawley, senator from Missouri, actually trying to investigate and sending letters to these organizations that are funding, not only funding the travel, but the per diems, some in the thousands of dollars a day that they're giving these protesters. I'm hearing as high as $6,000 to $12,000 a day that they're advertising on Craigslist for protesters to go out and protest. And President Trump believes in law and order, and he's going to do everything that he can to not only make sure that he's taking illegals off the streets, which is something he campaigned on and promised to do, but also making sure that there is not civil unrest in these cities because their own leadership is unable to handle it.
And yet, there seems to be this debate in the US, and tell me how widespread this kind of discussion is, but people seem to be saying that the fact is these troops have done more to escalate tensions rather than alleviate tensions. I mean, is there any truth in that, do you think?
Well, I think that the power of the military is one that provides a shield in a way that makes people be maybe more likely to not go out and protest, because this is not that they're dealing with state law enforcement, they're dealing with feds, and that they know that the feds are serious and that they are going to enforce the laws and they're going to arrest people. For example, in the last hour, the FBI has just arrested the person who's been handing out face masks to people to shield their identities in these protests. So you have the impact of federal law enforcement as well as the military force that is making a big difference. And, you know, Karen Bass, the mayor of Los Angeles, has only enforced this curfew for 2 nights from 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. But really, I think that she's trying to do what she can, but really it's not enough. If the people of Los Angeles feel unsafe and afraid to come out of their homes because of what's happening, and they're fearing what these riots can do to destroy businesses and cause millions of dollars in loss, the president is stepping in to make sure that law and order is enforced.
And the governor of California, Gavin Newsom, of course, no particular friend of the president, is warning that democracy is under attack. Are you worried about overreach here?
I'm not. And this is the matter that is before the federal court today in San Francisco, as you mentioned. So basically, the governor of California is looking for a temporary restraining order, a TRO, from the federal law enforcement bodies. And that is something that will happen today in court. So we'll see what the outcome is. Of course, it can always be appealed. So this is not the end all be all, but they're taking the president to court. Basically, they're saying that, we need to have autonomy and sovereignty. State sovereignty is their issue. But really, these are sanctuary states, and the president is trying to make sure that he can do everything in his power to get rid of illegals, to get rid of people who are here illegally without documentation. And so he is well within his right, in my opinion, to do this. Of course, the states have a state sovereignty issue that they can raise, but I believe that it is paramount when it is an issue of law and order, especially as it comes to immigration enforcement.
Right, and this was very much part of the campaign, the set of campaign pledges from President Trump on the campaign trail. Just before we move on to our next topic.
And in fact, it's the highlight of President Trump's presidency for the last 150 days or so. I mean, this is where he gets the highest marks, is keeping Americans safe. And that's where independents, Republicans, and Democrats are aligned that he is doing a good job and give him high marks on that.
Okay, and I mean, just before we move on, is there evidence? I mean, what is the situation to suggest this unrest is spreading far beyond Los Angeles? What's the latest?
Well, there's 16 cities that it's taking place in. So they're in other cities throughout America, Seattle being one of them. And I think that what they're trying to do is to allow, of course, peaceful protests. No one is trying to stop that. But we're also trying to get to the bottom of who is funding this, who's supporting these protesters to go out there and risk their lives and certainly, harm the lives of law enforcement and others around them with the violence that they're inciting. So it is happening. It is happening in New York City. It is happening in Seattle. It is happening in cities throughout the country. So they are mimicking what is happening in Los Angeles. But hopefully, with President Trump's staunch, position on making sure that law enforcement gets involved, especially at the federal level, these will be peaceful protests, because that's certainly what we want. We want people to be able to express their First Amendment rights, but not in a way that demonstrates violence.
Okay, let's move on, because the unrest in California and elsewhere, as you've been saying, in the United States, has shifted some of the public attention away from what had become a very public spat between President Trump and Elon Musk. We were talking about this last week, you and I, Amanda. I mean, before the exchange on social media sort of took off, what was your reaction to this very public bust-up?
Well, it sounds like the Vice President, J.D. Vance, and the President's Chief of Staff, Susie Wiles, got on a call with Elon Musk and kind of quelled the rhetoric, but basically told him to cut it out. And I think that Elon Musk got the hint and understood that this is not going to bode well for him, not financially, not with respect to the many companies that he owns. And really, it doesn't make him look good in any way. Elon Musk does have the ability to, especially on the younger male side of the Republican Party, he does very well, but he does not have a constituency like President Trump does. President Trump is the leader of this party. He is a force, and picking a fight with him is not a good idea. Now, they always say, as the adage goes, don't pick a fight with someone who buys ink by the barrel. One could argue that is Elon Musk. But then again, the person on the other end is the president of the United States, who has the biggest megaphone, maybe in the world. And so I think that Elon Musk quickly realized that the tantrum that he had, people just kind of started focusing on his drug use. And so it just didn't make him look good in any way, shape, or form. So he cut it out. And I think that's good. We don't need to have this civil, or I should say uncivilized way of handling our affairs. That's not good for anyone, and certainly it doesn't make him look good.
Right. I mean, as you say, and you're echoing actually some of the words of Mr. Musk Sr. When we spoke to him the following day, Errol Musk said, Donald Trump is going to come out of this on top, or words to that effect. He's got an 80% of Americans are happy with President Trump, or words to that effect. I also asked him, if this was a bump in the road or an end, or the end of the road to that relationship between the two men. Before I tell you what he said, what do you think?
Well, I don't think President Trump's jumping at the opportunity to make amends with Elon. I think that Elon's time was well served in Washington. He spent 130 days, the limit that is statutory limit for a special government employee, to do what he could to bring to light, to disinfect parts of the government that needed light to be shined on. Parts of the government that are full of waste, fraud, and abuse, that are ineffective, that are duplicative. And so he did the best that he could do to bring all of that about in 130 days, which is really not a lot of time. So I think the president appreciates what he did. But, someone who betrays your confidence that way and betrays your trust that way, I think, you're always going to be hesitant to go back and spark another relationship with them. You certainly don't want to engage in a relationship with someone who goes off the deep end the way that he did, attacking him and saying, he should be impeached. There should be a new party formed. He wouldn't have won without me. The GOP only won because of me. That he was, implicated in the Epstein files. And so these are things that are very below the belt, in my opinion, and something that President Trump doesn't need in his life. So I don't know that there is going to be a reckoning of this relationship. Maybe on the surface there will be, but not the way that it was with Elon Musk shadowing the president for the last 10 months or so.
Yeah, Mr. Musk Sr. said he thinks this will all fizzle out. And we have heard Elon Musk saying he's sorry now. He thinks he went too far. And President Trump says that's very nice. So let's see what happens next. Now, thousands of miles away from Washington, the U.S. ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee, made a few waves this week, saying that he doesn't think that an independent Palestinian state remains a goal of the U.S., and that a two-state solution probably won't happen, quote, in our lifetime. He's obviously a staunch pro-Israel conservative, the U.S. ambassador to Israel. The White House, the State Department, didn't immediately respond to the comments he made. Do you think his views reflect the views of President Trump?
Well, I think President Trump really is at his heart a negotiator, and really wants to negotiate a deal with Iran, negotiate a deal in this conflict in the Middle East that has been everlasting. President Clinton tried to do it with Yasser Arafat, and that didn't happen 2 decades ago. And so it's hard to believe that we'll be able to broker this. But I certainly think that everyone wants to, because the violence is very saddening. It's very unfortunate to see all the deaths, Hamas taking hostages, the deaths on both sides. It's very hard to watch and witness this. So I think President Trump at his heart wants to have this as one of his defining things of his presidency and of his legacy. He has now a grandchild that is half Arab. His daughter, Tiffany, is married to a man of Arab descent. And then you have, his daughter, who is a convert to Judaism. And so his other grandchildren, through Ivanka, are Jewish. And so I think for him, this is probably a sense of pride to be able to do something to make an outcome that is positive in that part of the world. The unfortunate reality is that this has escaped us for many, many decades, and it's hard to see that this would happen. With regards to Ambassador Mike Huckabee's statements, I think he's just pointing out that there's 644 times more land in the Arab world than there is in Israel, and if they want, they could create a country and carve out a country for Palestinians. And the comments are, I think, just looking at the numbers, he's saying, well, they have land, they could do it. But what I think he's really getting at is that, the violence and the behavior is so violent that no one is willing to take them on, not even people of their own religion and ethnicity. So I think that's really what he's getting at. But I think that's just the way that he put it. So we'll see what the State Department has to say about that.
Okay, just lastly, US producer prices increased slightly in May, though by a smaller amount than forecast. Consumer prices also increased marginally in the month of May. The labour market looks like it might be softening a little bit. Economic activity might be slowing a little bit. What's your sense of the overall health of the US economy?
Well, as someone who lives in the United States, and I go between Washington, D.C. and Florida, I really have seen that gas prices have dropped, which is interesting given the summer months. Usually gas prices are on the rise. So I think that is actually one of the metrics that helped bring down the inflation to just be 0.1%. So you have that rents are going up, but food prices are coming down. So eggs, poultry, meat, fish, kind of your basic basket of goods, those prices are coming down while rents and maybe other things are going up, but not those basket of goods that you normally are in the routine of buying. So I think rent helped propel that to the small amount that it did go up, but otherwise the items that you're purchasing on a daily basis or maybe on a weekly basis, gas, for example, those have stayed down or have gone down or stayed at the same price.
Any sense that perhaps tariffs have boomeranged back and affected price levels and impacted consumers at all?
I don't think so. And President Trump keeps negotiating deals. I mean, obviously, we heard about China just yesterday. And so I think that, there's so much that's been up in the air that nothing has been formalized or made firm. So I think that right now things are fine. But, of course, Walmart has said that prices will go up. And President Trump, of course, his response was they should eat that. And so it really remains to be seen. But I don't see this and I don't feel this either. People aren't worrying. People aren't concerned. People are still purchasing homes. People, even though interest rates, the interest rates are staying the same, by and large, a little bit higher than what they've been for the last maybe 10 years or so in the United States. But people are buying homes and people are making large purchases still. So I haven't really seen a huge dramatic shift. But of course, we could talk in a month and all of that would change.
All right, well, we're going to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed, Amanda Mackie, Republican strategist and lawyer. Thanks as ever for joining us here on Arabiya English.
Thank you.
Now we're going to turn our eye to what appear to be mounting tensions between Iraq's central government in Baghdad and Erbil, the capital of the semi-autonomous Kurdistan region. Well, these tensions stem from disagreements over the sharing of oil revenues, with Baghdad accusing Erbil of striking what it views as illegal oil deals with foreign governments. Well, that's prompted the central government to block funding for Kurdish public sector salaries, and now the Kurdish authorities are threatening to retaliate. Well, in that context, people have been taking to the streets in parts of the Kurdistan region this week in protest. Meanwhile, Washington has weighed in, urging both sides to resolve their differences and engage in dialogue. Well, for more, we can speak now to the Iraqi Kurdish politician Hoshyar Zebari, who served as Deputy Prime Minister of Iraq and also as Minister of Finance and Minister of Foreign Affairs. That's a position he held for 11 years. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, Mr. Zebari, here on Arabiya English. Really appreciate it. Let's talk immediately about those fresh tensions between Baghdad and Erbil, which is, of course, the capital and the most populated city of Kurdistan in Iraq. How would you describe the state of relations right now between Baghdad and Erbil?
Well, the state of relations is not good, in fact, and relations have really deteriorated recently, especially after the federal government of Baghdad have suspended payment for the public servants in Kurdistan. Kurdistan region is a federal entity, but it's part of a wider country called Iraq. And there should have been equal treatment of all the public servants in the country. We feel that this decision is discriminating against our innocent people, and it's unfair, and it's politicized, actually. It's not constitutional. In fact, the region has a share in the annual budget of Iraq. Now it's estimated to be about 12% of the overall budget. But Iraq is dragging its feet. It's not making its obligations, you see, to pay this installment on time. And recently they have taken a decision, in fact, with some alibis which are not correct, about the oil deals with the American companies recently signed in Washington. In fact, the region is governed by a constitution that we, the Iraqi people, voted in 2005. That is the social contract we have in this unified country. And in fact, it has given the region some rights, you see, to do oil extractions, to do contracts with foreign companies, of course, with cooperation with Baghdad. But really the main point of contention, Iraq by constitution is a federal entity, while the Iraqi government, the current government, deals with the region as a centralized region, not have any status like Scotland, like Wales, like many other federal or autonomous regions in the world. It has been treating us very badly, so the relations really is not going well so far. Although there are efforts and talks to resolve this issue, these financial issues, still the Iraqi government is in debt for payment for the region, but it is still unresolved.
Okay, well, of course, you wear two hats because you worked in central government for many years. You are, of course, Kurdish, and you're in Erbil now. So, I mean, I'm wondering whether you have a role to play here somehow as a bridge figure to try to mend these differences and to resolve the situation. I mean, what role are you playing?
Well, we try to give our good advice to both sides, to be honest with you. I'm in touch with Iraqi officials in Baghdad and also here with the Kurdish regional governments. In fact, here Iraq is at a fault. I mean, let's be very clear, although I'm speaking as a Kurdish, but as an Iraqi also. I have served in government for many, many years, and I know the inner working of the government and the previous agreements, the previous budget laws that we try to legislate. So we know what is going on. I mean, these decisions are really politicized. Their sole aim is to undermine this autonomous region that has been rising up, has been flourishing, have seen more progress than the rest of the country because of open policies, of free investments, for free trade. And really, this is the root cause of the problem. It's one of, it's not a technical issues about budgetary issues or figures or providing transparent information. They have everything. But still, it is a political decision to punish the Kurdish people at large. I mean, even if there are political differences, yes, it could be resolved through dialogue, but to punish the public servants, which we have over 1 million, these people are relying on their payrolls in the government, and all of a sudden it has been suspended, not for this month, not for the rest of the year, which will create a backlash, to be honest with you, that people here in the region feel that Baghdad government is not treating us on equal footing with the rest of the Iraqi public servants.
Okay, so, I mean, from a Baghdad point of view, and do correct me if I've misunderstood the situation, but it seems as though, and what we're being told in the reports, is that Erbil has been striking these independent oil deals, notably with the United States, and that's a challenge to Iraqi sovereignty. Help me understand, where's the money from those deals being remitted? Is it being received in Erbil, or is it being received by the central government?
Well, let's set the records correct. Before, actually, the Kurdistan region was relying for its budget on Baghdad payment. It has a share in the annual budget. I mean, it changed from 17% to now it's about 12%, so there wasn't much problem. Only when Baghdad tried to suspend this payment, the Kurdish region started to export oil, okay? I mean, through Turkey to the international market. And then recently, 2 years ago, there was a ruling by the Paris Arbitration Commercial Court to suspend this oil shipment through Turkey for some legal claims. And the KRG, of course, suspended these oil shipments through the Iraqi-Turkish pipeline. It was a contention between Iraq and Turkey, but we were caught in the middle. But the Kurdish region accepted that all oil export, I mean, the revenue should go to the national budget and then be redistributed. So these oil deals actually are in lines with the Iraqi laws, with the constitution, and these companies who have signed these contracts have entered into law court suits in Baghdad, and they won their cases, you see, in front of Iraqi court. So nothing is hidden, nothing is untransparent, but Iraq is making this an issue for ulterior motives, to be honest with you, that these companies will produce gas and electricity, which will be for the benefit of the whole region. And I believe this would to replace the Iranian gas supplies to Iraq and electricity, so on. So it's a bit muddled, the issue. In fact, it has other ulterior motives.
So
but the contracts are open and transparent, and
just to be clear, I mean, so we're not talking about a situation in which the Kurdish federal authorities, the Kurdish regional authorities are not taking the revenue from oil deals and not sharing it with the rest of the country. It is going to Baghdad, and Baghdad is now not delivering on the budgetary money required for salaries and these sorts of things. Is that understanding correct?
Not really. That is correct, actually. That is correct. And we have agreed to hand over all the oil exports to Baghdad to go to the central coffer of Iraq and then be redistributed according to the budget law, which we have a share in that. This is not being observed, unfortunately.
There is this accusation that the Prime Minister of Iraq, Mohammed Shia al-Sudani, is intentionally trying to weaken Kurdish autonomy. Why would he do that?
Well, because their mentality is not a federalist one. I mean, democracy needs Democrats, and federalism needs federalists, really. He is still thinking along the line of centralism, of authoritarianism, unfortunately, and it seems that they have not learned from the lessons of the past. We've seen Saddam Hussein's rule and how it ended, many others, but we have a constitution, really, that everybody has to abide by or to live by. And unfortunately, we believe there are clear violations of this social contract that we wanted to build the new Iraq. And over 80% of the Iraqi people voted for this constitution.
Okay, Mr. Zabari, you're quoted as saying that this will not pass quietly. You're implying there's going to be retaliation for this decision by Baghdad not to supply the money to pay the salaries for people in the public sector in the Kurdish semi-autonomous region. What are you talking about with regards to retaliation? What form might that retaliation take, sir?
Well, it would be political retaliation, definitely. I mean, this injustice will not pass. In fact, we are going to have a national election in Iraq this year, hopefully, if there are And then if there are not other regional, international adventures or conflict or escalations, I'm hoping that crossing our fingers, everything will move smoothly. We have in November a general election in Iraq, and we will participate in this election. We have our electoral weight, definitely, as the Kurds, not one party or the other generally. We have a say in the new government of Iraq, or through the political alliances that each and every prime minister who have governed Iraq has needed these political alliances to form his new cabinet or new government. There we will have a say, definitely, who has been fair to us, who has been unfair to us. This is what I meant.
Are we looking at the possibility of unrest? Are we looking at the possibility of heightened tensions between Erbil and Baghdad?
Well, actually, the tension is there. And also the recent escalation between the United States, Israel, and Iran is also reflecting on the situation here in Iraq. And from yesterday, we've seen many warning shots of asking the non-essential staffs to leave Iraq, or there is new travel advisory for people. And we see the threats and the counter threats. All these are reflecting really on the overall situation, not only in Iraq, but maybe in the wider region, in the Middle East. But everybody is waiting until Sunday to see the sixth round of talks between the United States and Iran over the nuclear program. But already tension is rising. Between, unfortunately, Baghdad and the KRG and the region as a whole, and we are part of this region, so we'll be affected one way or another.
Sure, and we'll come back to Iran in a moment, because you point out to the fact that there are other factors involved. But just keeping our focus on Iraq specifically at the moment, and I'd like to get your opinion on the health of democracy in Iraq today, because there are concerns in Washington about corruption. That's not a new concern. There's also concern about foreign influence in Iraq's affairs. Do you think those two concerns are justified?
Both concerns are justified. In fact, there is the widest spread of corruption is now taking place in the country. And I would say not millions, but billions are being misspent or misappropriated, are being used to fund electoral campaigns for this official, that minister, or that head of the list. And I think the Treasury Department knows all this. Also, there is a lot of corruptions about US dollars being smuggled to outsiders and not being used properly, or not identifying the end user. I think all this is, except some large oil companies, and also about foreign influence. Yes, it is there. It's not a hidden fact. Iraq, we've always thought that Iraq should stand on its feet, should be independent, should seek friendship with all its neighbors, with the international community, but it has to be its own masters, you see, of taking its national interest being first before serving others. So these concerns are real, not only in Washington, but in many Western capitals, in the Gulf region also.
And Mr. Zabari, just to interrupt you there, just for the sake of clarity,
take our government or the statement very seriously.
Yeah, I just want to, when we talk about foreign interference, let's be clear, we're talking about Iran, aren't we?
Well, Iran has a great influence. It's not a hidden fact, actually. It's there, you see.
Growing influence?
Of course, there are other influences also in the country, but... Sorry?
Is that influence growing? I mean, when you look at how Iran has essentially lost two spheres of influence, and I'm talking about Lebanon and Syria.
No, I think it has. It has really retreated, not as strong as before, but obviously it's still there. I mean, we all have seen what happened since 7th of October in Gaza, in Lebanon, in Damascus, and their influence have been reversed. But in Iraq, I think it's there. Sometimes, if it's legitimate, it's legitimized, you see, as two neighbors who have shared many cultural, religious, historical facts. But really, the Iraqi government has to act independently of any foreign interference. And that has been the message when I was serving in the government, have to relay all the time to all our neighbors, to Tehran, to Ankara, to Riyadh, to everybody.
So there are reports, of course, that Washington is considering sanctions targeting certain Iraqi individuals. And I'm wondering where that leaves the Kurdish authorities. Where does that leave Erbil, and how does it affect Erbil's relationship with Baghdad?
Well, as you know, historically, we have very close, good relations with the United States. We have been allies with Western Europe, with many Arab countries, and still we enjoy this contacts, actually. We develop them, we nourish them, so we are not shy of showing it also. And they have an influence, they have a say also in settling these differences between Erbil and Baghdad, especially Washington, I think, who is acceptable arbiter between Erbil and Baghdad, and they are using their influence trying to address this issue without leading to any destabilization in Iraq as a whole.
And do these Iran-backed militia groups that we hear about in Iraq, do they pose any particular threat to the Kurdish region?
Well, in the past, yes, they have rocketed us, they have sent drones, they attacked our economic installations, our airports, but that has been suspended for a few years. So there was almost a truce, let's put it that way. Or we were bombarded by ballistic missiles from Iran across the border a couple of times. But this has been a suspension of these hostilities. But the militias are there. They are legalized now. They get their money from the government, you see, and $3 billion a year, let's say, according to the budget figures, they are receiving as an alternative security army, okay, in Iraq, and all the calls to integrate them, to try to unify the security forces have not been successful.
Just with regards to the overall security situation in Iraq and in Kurdistan, obviously we're hearing reports that the US is partially evacuating its diplomatic mission in Baghdad. I mean, what does that tell us about the overall state of security in the country and where things could be headed?
Well, this decision, it means it's the threat of escalation is real and serious, as precautionary. And before any conflict, I think this evacuation, these alerts are being issued. But it shows that this time, no, I think the situation is far more serious than many analysts or people think, because it seems we are going to see the conditions of a perfect storm in the region.
Do you think Iraq essentially has to make a choice between where its allegiances lie, either Washington or Tehran? I mean, it can't have both, can it?
Of course, that has been the problem, actually, of many Iraqi governments, especially this government. who's trying to appease everybody, but when you appease everybody, you lose everybody. That's a role. So still it's not finding where it should position itself.
And where does that leave the Kurdish leadership? Which alliance would you like the Kurdish politicians to focus their efforts on?
Well, the Kurdish leadership have been very public, open. You see, we are an ally to the American, to Europeans, to many Gulf states, you see, and the diplomatic exchange, the visits have been a message, really. I mean, we adhere to our partnership. We are also part of Iraq. We want to resolve all our outstanding problems with Sudanese government, with Baghdad, but really they have been mistreating us very, very badly. I mean, honestly, I could say that from a position of responsibility, from my experience, we've never been treated so bad as now by this government.
Okay, clearly a resolution is required. Washington wants dialogue between yourselves and the authorities in Baghdad.
Yes.
We talked at the beginning about how you could play a bridging role because you know both worlds very well. I mean, how do you see efforts to resolve this panning out? Because, I mean, just as an extension of that question, I mean, if you're mentioning that Iraq as a whole faces some grave national security issues, this needs to be fixed.
Yes. No, it's very easy, very simple, actually. I think there are accounts, there are accountability also. I mean, we admit that. And I'm not going to absolve the Kurdistan regional government for all its mistakes. No, I think there are some shared responsibilities. But I think the resumptions of a normal, healthy relation is for Baghdad to resume these payments according to the rest of the country. It cannot discriminate against its own people. I mean, the Kurds now in Iraq, about 7 million of the total population of Iraq. And this is a public punishment for all the people, and it's creating a backlash that really why Baghdad is doing this to us.
So what is your message to the Iraqi Prime Minister Mohammed Shia al-Sudani? If you could tell him in 30 seconds what your solution to this is, what's your message? And let's see if he hears it.
Well, you should act as the Prime Minister of the whole country, not of a sect, not of a part of the country. I mean, these people, you should look upon them also as your citizens. And the way you do pay the public servants in Basra and so on, you should pay the public servants in Erbil or Sulaymaniyah without any discrimination. It's simple truth. I mean, a clear cut, the simple truth of the matter. And he has the money, he has the authority. So now we are going through the legal process, you see, to take a court decision against the ruling of the Prime Minister Sudani. So we are following all the rules, actually, but I think the key is in Baghdad. They should resume this payment.
Okay, Washington, as I said, wants dialogue. Is that dialogue happening? And are you confident that a solution will be found?
Well, yes, we are. We are for dialogue. Yeah, I think so. I'm hopeful. I think a solution could be found, and Washington rule has been very instrumental, very important for both sides, and I'm hopeful that this issue would be settled, you see. Yes.
All right. Well, on that positive note, we have to wrap up this conversation, but we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us.
Thank you.
Hoshia Zabari, thank you for your time.
Most welcome, Tom. Most welcome.
Well, that is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Be sure to join us again tomorrow for a look back at some of the highlights of the week's interviews. Until then, bye-bye.
Our allies many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was chief of staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
The Pulitzer Prize-winning American journalist and former managing editor of the Wall Street Journal, Karen Elliott House. Well, as well as having spent decades covering the Middle East, Karen has just written a new book entitled The Man Who Would Be King. It is a portrait of the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, Prince Mohammed bin Salman. Well, the book goes on sale next month, and its release comes at a time of profound transformation in the region, with Saudi Arabia positioned very much at the heart of it all. We're going to be exploring this growing global role for Saudi Arabia and the ambitions driving the man who would be king. Karen Elliott House, thank you very much indeed for joining us here on Arabiya English.
Thank you.
I'd like to start by asking you, what made you want to write this particular book? You've written other books on Saudi Arabia, but this particular book on Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman.
I was fortunate to meet him in January of 2016 when I was on one of my visits to the kingdom. And he just struck me as obviously a fascinating guy because he was young, and I had met Prince Salman, Prince Nayef, Prince Sultan, all of the older, not all of them, but many of the older generation, and he was nothing like that. He was completely accessible and informal. And after that, I watched him at the Future Investment Forum and became curious about where did this young guy get these ideas, because they're not in the mainstream of what's been going on in the 40 plus years I had been going to Saudi Arabia. I mean, yes, there was always talk of reform. There was one 5-year plan after another, but they sat on the shelf and not much changed. So then I asked him, would you talk to me? Let me talk to your mother, your other people about what shaped you, what shaped the man who's reshaping Saudi Arabia. He didn't say yes, he didn't say no, but I continued to get to see him. And eventually he agreed to put the interviews on the record.
I'd like to read a little excerpt from your book in which you describe the first encounter at the Arca Palace. You say he was wearing a loose brown robe without a bisht or a shamar, revealing his dark hair carefully combed back. You go on to say he is a young man who does not need the trappings of power or royal pomp because he possesses the essence of true power. And there we can see a clip of that on the screens in front of us. So, Karen, at that first conversation with the Crown Prince, and as it unfolded, what was going through your mind, and what was the first impression you started to draw of the Crown Prince in that first meeting?
Well, as I said, I was struck by several things. His informality. He wasn't sort of puffed up on me important to you down there. He just talked. You ask a question, he gave an answer. He seemed to be, I do regard him as a marketer, someone who is constantly, if you will, selling Saudi Arabia. he clearly has a pride in his country, and he explains a little history, but then he answers whatever question you're asking. He went through a lot of things. I mean, he was saying at that time, he was, a lot of people were calling him Mr. Everything. And he kept insisting, I'm not a one-man show. I'm part of a group that is trying to advance the interest of Saudi Arabia. But mostly it was just, I was struck by how easy it was to talk to him. He spoke the first time in Arabic, but he constantly corrected the translator, so he clearly, his English was good, mostly corrected him on numbers. And, you know, he just, he was very comfortable in his own skin, as we Americans say.
Okay, you say the encounter was informal. I mean, did it get less formal, perhaps, as you both sort of got to know each other a little bit over these 6 different encounters? And just an aside, what did you actually call him?
I call him Your Royal Highness, but, you know, I mean, yeah, my point is, even in that first interview, I felt very comfortable asking him questions about now versus the way things used to be. I mean, he probably did get slightly more informal. I think the last time I saw him, not too long ago, he said, you know, I walked into his office and he said, long time no see, shook hands, and then pointed at my abaya and said, you know, you don't have to wear that. And I said, yes, and sat down and went straight into my questioning, because I find wearing an abaya an easy thing to do. I did not do it when I first went to Saudi Arabia. I wore normal American clothes, and in 1978, that was fine. By 1980, someone in Prince Turki's office, who was then the head of intelligence, said to me, I can't drive you home to your hotel if you don't wear this. And he gave me one of those big silk abayas and a scarf to cover my head and face with. So I've worn an abaya ever since. I don't cover my head unless I'm ordered to by the religious police or by a religious judge I saw.
So you've seen sort of 2 transformations of Saudi Arabia, it seems. Yep. One in your first visit in 1978, when perhaps things were less conservative, then a more conservative country. And now you're saying you're seeing, again, a country that's perhaps modernized some of the attitudes. And I want to ask you, because, I mean, you've mentioned history more than once, and you've said in your book as well that the Crown Prince has a keen interest in history. And I'm just wondering how that came across in your conversations with him. I mean, did he draw on historical examples? Did he give you a brief potted history of Saudi Arabia? How did that come across?
Well, he talks about, more the history of Saudi Arabia, although he will refer to the prophet, you know, or what religion does require or doesn't require. But it's more talking about the history of Saudi Arabia. And, you know, when I ask him, I'm intrigued that by the fact that he's so young and powerful, and comparing that to other young rulers in history like Peter the Great or Julius Caesar's son, Caesar Augustus, who ruled Rome for more than 40 years. And I asked him, you know, once the Caesar Augustus was asked, what do you want your epitaph to be? And he said, I found Rome in clay and I left it in marble. And so I said to the Crown Prince, what would you like yours to be? And, you know, he was not scared off by the question, or, you know, he seemed to certainly know who who Caesar Augustus was. And, you know, he said, I found Saudi, I don't remember his exact words, but basically he wasn't as grandiose on his accomplishments as Caesar Augustus. He said, I found Saudi Arabia in essence, good shape, and I left it in better working with other people. I mean, he seems constantly to try to make the point that he is working with a team and not being just me, myself, and I.
You mention in the book that, and this helps to sort of set the scene and try to imagine what it was like. I'm assuming your meetings took place in his office, because you talk about a desk stacked up with paperwork. Mm-hmm. And I'm wondering if you mentioned that.
Palace where a lot of people have offices, and he has an office.
Okay, so he's got this office, and you say that there's a lot of paperwork on the desk in your book. And I'm wondering if you mentioned that because it surprised you, because, you know, we think of the Crown Prince as being tech savvy. He's also a millennial. He's not quite 40. And therefore, I wonder if you expected him to be a bit more digital and paperless than, in fact, he was.
Yeah, I was just impressed that, as I wrote in my book, the only thing between me and him is all the paper on. It's actually his coffee table that he had a pile of papers on. He has them on his desk, too, but he had this pile of papers. And, you know, he said he reads on paper because you can digest it better. I mean, which surprised me because he's infamous for keeping the key performance indicators of ministers on his iPad and tracking them. So, you know, and he's talks about playing video games. He's clearly very digital.
Yeah. But, that's certainly the reputation he has. And as I was saying, not quite 40. I believe his 40th birthday is in August.
He's 39. Mm-hmm.
Exactly. Just a couple of months shy of 40. And in your book, you say that the Crown Prince is both pragmatic and ambitious. And I'm wondering if that came across as a constant and consistent theme across all your encounters with him.
Pragmatic and ambitious. Yeah, I think I would say my primary word for him is he is driven. I think he's constantly trying to channel his drivenness into pragmatic things. What can I actually achieve? And one of the things I recount in the book is he wanted to deal with the economic troubles that the kingdom faced when his father and he took over. And one of them was a big budget deficit. And he wanted to reduce benefits. The country had a lot of so-called benefits that government workers got, a benefit for typing or computer expertise or things like that, so that they got more money without putting it in their base salary. And he cut those benefits, which cut the income to people significantly, because his staff apparently told him it'll take some years to really figure out how to target those benefit cuts. And so he said, I'm going to cut the deficit. I'm going to focus on what I can do. That subsequently got reversed, but his father restored the benefits. But to me, the important thing is his view is that if you face a problem, tackle it. Dallying will only make it worse. So somebody advised me this when I became publisher of the journal. If you come to a fork in the road and you don't know what to do, take one, because if you have any intelligence and you're wrong, you'll run back and take the other. If you just stand there at the fork and suck your thumb, you're in big trouble. And I think that's his view. You've got to act, not thoughtlessly act, but if you don't have all the data you need, you have to do the best you can. He's very data-driven.
So just in terms of the conversations you had with the Crown Prince, I mean, what was perhaps the one thing that really stood out for you, that really surprised you? Was there anything that made you say, wow, I was not expecting to hear you say that?
Yes, he told me in March of 2023, before the public disclosure of the recognition of Iran, but the restoration of diplomatic relations, he said he was going to do it. And I said, why? I mean, that totally shocked me because, obviously Iran and Saudi Arabia have very different visions for the future of the Middle East. They have been long-time opponents. And, he basically said the U.S. is not going to be, he didn't, the bottom line was he didn't trust U.S. protection, and he had all of these economic developments and his goals for the region as a whole, both commercial and security. And so he was going to start talking to Iran. And so
that took you by surprise.
That totally took me by surprise. Yeah. I mean, I think it did a lot of people who watch those two countries. I mean, maybe it didn't surprise Saudis, but I think it surprised a lot of them too.
Okay, you didn't just speak to the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, did you? You spoke to other people in order to write this book.
Oh, yes.
Tell us a bit about who else you spoke to and how forthcoming they were.
Well, I mean, I spoke to many of the ministers multiple times, some of them in multiple jobs, like Ahmed Khatib was, I guess, a former health minister when I first met him, and he was Minister of Entertainment. He took me to the first performance in entertainment performance in Jeddah, and I was shocked to see men and women sitting in the audience together, and Saudi women being the individuals who seated people with their tickets. I mean, that was really shocking to me after 40 years of not seeing men and women, in proximity. I mean, even when I would visit the Saudi home, I was allowed to talk to men, but the wife of the man I was talking to was not allowed around because I had a Saudi male translator, and he obviously wasn't related to her, so they couldn't meet. That always made one feel bad when the wife would put food on the table and then knock on the door and run so she wouldn't be seen by the man she wasn't related to. I forgot what you asked me.
No, I was asking you who else you spoke to in order to write the book.
Oh, yeah.
How forthcoming they were.
So, I mean, the Minister of Planning, his economic advisors, the Minister of Khalid Fallah, who in many forms as Minister of Energy and Minister of Investment now.
Were they all very open, all of these people, in terms of what they told you, the anecdotes, the descriptions they gave you?
They're very analytical, sometimes anecdotal. The Minister of Commerce told me he had known the Crown Prince since he was a young boy, 10 or 12. I spoke to the man at the Cabinet of Ministers who hired the Crown Prince for his first government job in 2007 when he had just graduated from law school, and apparently the the top graduates are just graduated from King Saud University, and the top graduates, 4 top graduates, were entitled to work at the cabinet of ministers. This man interviewed him, and my favorite quote from him was that with most of the people, 1 + 1 = 2, but with the Crown Prince, 1 + 1 can equal 3. That he has this ability to see beyond what's in front of his face, the kind of visionary aspect.
And what came across when you spoke to people in the Crown Prince's inner circle, and when you spoke to him yourself, what would you describe as being his greatest skill set or his greatest strengths? I mean, is it that what you were just describing there, that ability to analyse and see things beyond those which were obvious?
That's what most of the ministers say, that he is, first, it's a combination of visionary and data-driven and detail-focused. So he reads what he is given, and then when the ministers are all together in meetings, he asks questions about the briefs he has been given. He doesn't just sit there while people go through, the show and tell version. He's done his homework, and he asks pointed questions. So it's mastering the detail and then knowing how to put what others see, kind of stretch beyond. I talked to, his family, some of his brothers, and other family members, and the ministers, and Saudi people who interact with him and observe him. I would say young people are very positive about him. I have a chapter in the book called The Pied Piper, that he is like that story of the Pied Piper that children, at least in America, read. The Pied Piper blows this new tune and lures the children behind him, and that the young people in Saudi Arabia are following him, expecting things to get better, and that he will have to deliver. And it's very interesting to encounter people. If you go somewhere like Al Ula, a nice historic site in the kingdom, the tour guides, most of them are women. The lady seating people in the restaurant was a woman. There were waitresses, not just waiters. The kinds of things that were never seen after 1980 in the kingdom are visible everywhere now. It's phenomenal how much has changed. Women driving, obviously. And he did that by saying, we're going to allow it, and then giving people time to mentally adjust. So it took place, I think, about 9 months after he said that, he publicly said it, and then it happened. Women had to pass a test.
And here we are in 2025. Saudi Arabia was the choice of destination for the first state visit by the US President Donald Trump for the second time, and his first as well. How much of a message do you think that sent out to the wider world, that this was the president's first choice of destination?
Well, he went there first in his first presidency, too. But I think what has changed over those years is that the Crown Prince has made great progress at, I talk about this in the book, obviously, because he talks about it, that he is not going to choose between China and the U.S., that he sees Saudi Arabia as playing a major role in international politics, and being friends with Russia because he needs Russia to cooperate on oil production and pricing. being friends with China, being friends with the U.S. He very much wants, but he doesn't see the necessity of making a choice. And I think he has established now that he doesn't have to. Trump stood up in his speech in Saudi Arabia and said, after having pushed constantly for the big thing he wants is Saudi and Israel to recognize, to establish diplomatic relations. You know, he looked at the Crown Prince and said, you will do it in your own time. So he seems to be accepting that there are some things he can't dictate, that this young man has set up a strategy that's working for Saudi Arabia. He still needs, in my view, the kingdom still needs much more foreign investment than it is getting. Even though it has a lot of money, its spending priorities are enormous. So it does need money. And I think while Trump hopes to get money out of Saudi Arabia, the Crown Prince also hopes to get investment into Saudi Arabia from the U.S., especially high-tech investment, and he is getting some of it. So right now, you know, it looks like things are working. His strategy for playing a more prominent role in the world is succeeding. And that was recognized but not created by Donald Trump.
I just wanted to talk about you a little bit, because we're coming to the end, and I'd just like to find out a bit more about how, as you were, you know, a young person from Matador in Texas, which is a town which even today has a population of less than 600 people. What first drew you to the Middle East and specifically to Saudi Arabia? I mean, I know it was work, but was that something you wanted to do? Was that somewhere you wanted to go? And if so, why?
No, I always wanted to travel. Matador is such a tiny little place, you know, there's not much there. So I went to the University of Texas, and there were 25,000 students when I got there. So nobody paid attention to me, and that was wonderful, because in Matador, everybody knew, as Rosalind Carter said when her husband ran for president and she was from Plains, Georgia, everybody knew everything I ever did. And it was true in Matador. People watched you, and my father was very strict, very Saudi in that sense. No pants, no shorts, no TV, no telephone. I mean, the Saudis weren't that strict. And so when I went to Saudi Arabia, I went there the first time because I was a diplomatic correspondent, and the U.S. was selling planes to Israel, and the Saudis, and planes to Saudi, and Israel was objecting, so I wanted to deal with that. But, you know, that first time I went to the oil minister's house, Zaki Yamani. It was a normal evening. I mean, I was dressed normal. All the other women were dressed in fancy clothes and amazing jewelry. I never felt alien in Saudi Arabia, because that very first time I went to a, quote, welfare service, which was a church service in Saudi Arabia with the then Saudi ambassador, the governor of South Carolina, John West. You know, so having grown up going to church, and my father approved of no dating, as I said, no TV. The only thing you could do was read a book, preferably the Bible. So I knew a good bit of history. I knew the Apostle Paul had gone to Arabia after his conversion on the road to Damascus. He went to Arabia for a number of years to reflect on what had happened to him. I didn't really know where Arabia was, but, you know, you looked it up on the map. But anyway, it was always the place I found after that first time completely intriguing because I met professional women, a female pediatrician, Hisham Nazar's wife. It intrigued me, and so I kept going back.
And I just want to ask you, I mean, obviously 5 decades of coverage, more or less, or following events in the Middle East, in particular the Middle East peace process. I mean, how do you feel when you see the situation still unresolved 5 decades on, and perhaps even further from peace than at any stage in the preceding 5 decades?
Well, I think if you read the Bible, you're not surprised. I mean, I thought when I went there in 78, after Sadat had been to Jerusalem in 77, and, Israel and Egypt had made peace, that, this is all going to change. And of course, it hasn't over these 50 years. And as you say, is probably further from it right now than ever. I mean, we'll see what happens at this UN conference that the Crown Prince and French president have pushed to organize. But I think Israel is not likely to recognize the Palestinian state anytime soon, and probably not in my lifetime. I'm 77, so they'd have to hurry. But I think it's sadly the case that people compromise in America is a great word, and compromise in the Middle East is almost a dirty word. And we Americans know history. I mean, people don't remember, most of them younger than me don't remember the Vietnam War, certainly not the Revolutionary War or the Civil War. And in the Middle East, people know history, and they can't seem to forget it. So they know who has been enemies with whom and who's done what to whom for not a decade, not a century, but, millennia.
Okay. We're coming to the end. I just want to put a final piece to you, and I want to read one last excerpt as well from your book. It reads as follows. The world would be wise to watch this ambitious and determined prince, talking about Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, and his bold plan, which he will pursue in the coming decades, there you can see it on the screen, to position the kingdom with any power that serves its interests. So in a sentence or two, Karen, how would you describe the Saudi Arabia that you think the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman wants to build?
He wants to build a modern kingdom that sends people to the moon, that is a top 10 economy, where young Saudis look after their own interests as opposed to rely on the government to secure their future for life. And it's in everybody's interest if he succeeds. So I am, he may not be a perfect man. Indeed, the Bible says the only perfect man was Jesus. So none of us are perfect, but he, I think, is needed in his country at this time. Somebody with a longevity to actually visualize and achieve big change.
Okay. Well, on that note, we're going to wrap it up, but I'd like to say a really big thank you to you, Karen Elliott House, Pulitzer Prize-winning American journalist, former managing editor of the Wall Street Journal, and also author of this new book, The Man Who Would Be King. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us on Arabiya English.
Thank you.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics, and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deep fake, and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers.
My campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Hong Kong, situated in the eastern region of China's Pearl River, is Hong Kong. Its name roughly translates to fragrant harbor, as the city's natural geographic features make it an ideal water port. Hong Kong greatly embodies the Chinese concept of yin and yang, a balance of contrasting features. It's a modern city with a beautiful skyline, but at the same time, Hong Kong's roots are deeply rooted in rich Chinese and Buddhist cultures. Go urban and visit the cityscape for the biggest shopping malls and the best in modern architecture that the city has to offer, or take it slow by visiting the many age-old Buddhist and Confucian temples around Hong Kong. Because of its British colonial history, Hong Kong is also a veritable melting pot of East meets West cultures in Asia. You'll see that this is especially evident in the contrasting architectural marvels around the city. Hong Kong is considered as one of the international hubs in the region and is home to the biggest international companies operating in Asia. Hong Kong is also a food lover's paradise. Whether it's big fancy dining like Hong Kong's award-winning Tim Ho Wan, or just your hole-in-the-wall food stop, there's bound to be something for you. Of course, no visit is ever complete without some must-see destinations. If you're going to Hong Kong, don't forget to check out the Tan Tian Buddha, a giant 112-foot bronze statue depicting Buddha, which is located in Hong Kong's Lantau Island. The Star Ferry Harbor Tour, a short 11-minute ferry across the Hong Kong harbor. Tickets are cheap and the ferry schedule is set throughout the day. It's a great way to catch a glimpse of the Hong Kong skyline. For those eager for the Hong Kong nightlife scene, Lan Kwai Fong is a place to be. Boasting of over 90 establishments catering to food and entertainment, Lan Kwai Fong is also known to attract local and foreign celebrities. And of course, let's not forget shopping. Hong Kong's famous Temple Street Night Market is a bargain hunter's dream. Everything from fashion, electronics, toys, and souvenirs are here. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
No one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Auckland. Auckland is known as the city of many lovers, according to its Maori name Tamaki Makura, as those lovers wanted the place so badly that they fought over it for centuries. A geographically blessed city, the New Zealand capital has the appeal of a small town and the style of a modern metropolis. Auckland Museum is one of the country's most recognized heritage locations. The 84-year-old museum houses the most comprehensive collection of Maori and Pacific Islander art in the Southern Hemisphere. On display are graphic textiles, carvings, some of the war canoes, ware or the traditional Maori meeting houses, as well as other 18th and 19th century portraits. Devonport is a self-contained late Victorian neighborhood of historic sites, including North Head, a British fort dating back to 1887. There are also popular cafes and restaurants within it. Find two of Auckland's picture-perfect beaches or climb to the top of Mount Victoria for 360-degree views of the city, Hauraki Gulf, and the North Shore. Waiheke Island is a place for a quick island escape. Worth visiting are the Little Onaroa, Palm Beach, and the mile-long Onatangi. Fancy a dinner nearby with a great view of the beach. A diverse mix of gustatory pleasures, Auckland is also ideal for food trips. The city is a medley of different tastes, offering diverse cuisines from contemporary Japanese dishes to all-American pizzas, to healthy Thai salads and greens. Depending on your mood, you can choose from the elegant dining restaurants, or you might prefer the laid-back alfresco cafes. Shopping also keeps the city abuzz. Specialty stores include rare and vintage finds, from the gardening books and electric furniture, fiesta dinnerware and old photographs, as well as restored goods, such as vintage wooden cutting boards, Southern French crockery, and white enamel cookware. There are also classic and one-room boutiques that offer pieces for men and women, with a well-curated collection of shoes and boots to match. You may also find shops featuring own brand clothes and jewelry for men and women, sold alongside a distinct merchandise mix of non-clothing items that reflect the owner's interests. It's time for us to go! Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
You've probably heard of Israel's Iron Dome, but what about President Trump's Golden Dome? U.S. President says he plans to spend $175 billion on a next-generation missile defense system capable of intercepting attacks even from space.
Once fully constructed, the Golden Dome will be capable of intercepting missiles even if they are launched from other sides of the world and even if they are launched from space.
President Trump claims this futuristic system will outperform Israel's Iron Dome.
As you know, we helped Israel with theirs, and it was very successful, and now we have technology that's even far advanced.
The Golden Dome would defend against hypersonic missiles, ballistic missiles, advanced cruise missiles. Trump says these threats would be, quote, knocked out of the air. This would be the first U.S. missile defense system with weapons in space, something Ronald Reagan once dreamt of during the Cold War with his Star Wars project. Now Trump says that he is here to finish the job. One of the key challenges, unlike Israel's Iron Dome, the Golden Dome would have to defend the entire United States, a country that is geographically much larger. And not just the U.S., Canada too.
Canada has called us and they want to be a part of it. So we'll be talking to them. They want to have protection also. So as usual, we help Canada do the best we can.
Experts warn that the Golden Dome could be too expensive, too ambitious to complete in just 3 years, and might even spark a new arms race in space with rivals like China and Russia. However, Trump fired back.
Well, they're wrong. It's about as close to perfect as you can have in terms of real production. I think it's something that is great. If you can afford to do it, we can afford to do it. You know, we took in $5.1 trillion. Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Jerusalem, an ancient city going back to more than 3,000 years. Jerusalem. It is one of the rare places that is layered with hundreds of years of history, while also being a bustling modern city. A visit to Jerusalem offers you world-class cuisine, plenty of religious and historical landmarks, and yes, archaeological relics. Also known as the Western Wall or Kotel, the Wailing Wall is the holiest place in Judaism. Millions of tourists arrive here each year to pray. The ancient wall is believed to be the last remnant of the second temple built by Solomon. Another religious site is the Golden Dome at the center of the Temple Mount, which can be seen from around the city. It is the third holiest site in Sunni Islam. The Church of the Holy Sepulchre is considered the most important pilgrimage site for Christians for centuries. But it will also be appreciated by art lovers and history buffs. Its interiors are designed with amazing mosaics. Israel Museum is the country's largest cultural institution. The place is most famous for housing the original Dead Sea Scrolls. Jerusalem's Yad Vashem is the world's largest Holocaust museum. It was built in honor of the millions of Jews who perished during World War II. The expansive 45-acre complex is Israel's second most visited site after the Western Wall. The Eucalyptus restaurant is great for a culinary escape. It combines Middle Eastern food in a fusion of nationalities and wonderful local ingredients. The Jaffa Road is ideal for a place to relax, hang out, and enjoy a good time. It runs through the heart of the new city. Both picturesque and arty, it is great to stroll down and cut off into the shopping and dining areas hidden behind it. In the streets around Zion Square are a buzz of bars and local hangouts where you can sip on local Gold Star beer and people watch for hours. The Shuk, or Jerusalem's large open-air market, is a great place to find produce, meat products, and the like at great deals. A great deal of cafes and boutiques can be found here, making it a great place to wander. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.